Alright, Marlow finally responded. Took a month. Let's find out the truth. This video is organized into sections. YouTube chapters are enabled to improve navigation. And apparently, this is Marlow. Okay.
Hey everyone. I just wanted to start at this video by saying that there's a lot of things that I need to address. And in this video, I plan to discuss a lot of what's been going around on social media lately.
That sounds like such an AI voice.
Some of the allegations that have been circulating relate to who I am as a person, which is unfortunately why I've been forced to face reveal for this video. The best way to summarize the current situation is that there are three main allegations being made against me right now, which are cheating, committing theft,
This is not Marlow. This is such an AI voice.
and being another person. The situation mostly started off with the first two allegations, but over time, it seemingly blew up and everything meshed together. Something I should probably clarify is that I had already been working on this video before the more recent allegations, so I'm actually recording this intro after having already made most of everything you're gonna see afterwards.
Okay, what we need to see in this video is, first off, the original allegations is that she is cheating. So the number one focus on this video, and the focus that she said that she's going to have in this video is she's going to focus on disproving the cheats. That's the number one thing she said she was working on before. So we need to see that she's not a cheater.
The
for
main
sure.
reason I'm adding
In this
intro
video. If that doesn't happen, then GG's.
in is to address the more recent Danger Mario allegations that Aximity made.
Okay, yes, those are the more recent ones. Okay.
Since the great majority of everything I had
Also,
already
that's not just Aximity is not the only one that came up with the Danger Mario allegations. Those have been a thing for years. Every single old PvPer from back when Marlow started in like 2020 or 2020? I think it was 2020. Everyone says that she's an alt. And a lot of people knew that she was Danger Mario, but those people were vanished from the community. She kind of like cut them out and blacklisted all of them.
included in this video
Well, probably deserved all of them because they all were weird people, but that's just what happened back in the day.
is related to debunking
People all back then were just weird. But people have been saying she's Danger Mario for years. This is not just a made-up lie from Aximity.
the other allegations. With that being said, I need to come forward about the fact that the situation I'm in today has largely been negatively impacted by my own actions. Since there's some things that I haven't been upfront about with other people that have led to a lot of the allegations around me being more believable. Even though there's a lot of people making videos spreading misinformation or deliberately trying to get me cancelled, my own mistakes have definitely played a part in landing me in the position I'm in today, so I'd like to apologize for that. First of all, it's true that I've been using an AI voice for the last few years.
Okay. She will talk to you in 8 minutes, by the way. Okay.
This is something I've lied about so extensively
Marlow's been using an AI voice. We knew that, right?
that I can't really blame people for a lot of the doubts they might have had regarding the type of person I am.
I'm going to be talking in my normal voice for the rest of the introduction.
What? What? That doesn't even make sense. This is not Marlow. Why all of a sudden do you have a new voice? What? That doesn't make any sense.
Importantly, I wanted to explain why I was using an AI voice and why I lied about doing so.
Okay, there has to be some reason that makes sense as to why she would use an AI voice in 2020, 2021, since the start of everything. She instantly started using an AI voice when she was what? I don't even know. How long ago? How old was she? Like five years ago? 16? So since she was 16, she's been using a fake voice.
First of all, following the whole controversy regarding me being a man, I was actually planning on admitting to using an AI voice prior to posting this video. For those of you who don't know, ever since later on into the cheating allegations, I've been under investigation from the administrators regarding all the videos being made against me. After Aximity's video, this amped up even further since the allegations had become severe enough to where I was becoming too much of a risk to everyone else. The other admins and I had been talking about meeting up in order to debunk the allegations, so we had a discussion about it in our groups. The problem is that within these discussions, the other staff members started to backtrack on the idea of meeting.
Wait, hold on, let's go back to the messages. By the way, if you guys are reading this, Pillow is Marlow's account, I'm pretty sure.
Problem is that within these discussions, the
Actually,
other
I know Pillow is Marlow's account.
staff members started to backtrack on the idea of meeting up in person, and they insisted on a video call. Previously, however, I had already been told that a video call was insufficient, since apparently there are advanced forms of AI that make it unreliable. Because of this, I knew that if I were to do a video call and admit to using my real voice, it would convince them that that's what I was already doing, since I had already been lying about using an AI voice. Using the
I
AI
don't think you can't like make a live video call that's AI that actually looks good. Can you?
voice for the video call wasn't an option either, since
Like
using
in a full body like transformation, like going from a man to a girl that looks this realistic. I don't think you can right now.
live has a delay of around 300 ms.
You can? Okay.
Which would be very obviously desynchronized. My only option was to keep lying about my voice until I could meet them in person so that I could prove I'm an actual human being. The issue is that I kept trying to arrange a meetup with the other staff members, but almost everyone rejected it. I also wasn't allowed to meet up with my friend Rai Rai because the other staff thought he was suspicious. Part of what frustrated me about the whole situation was that I was being told that an in-person meetup was insufficient for proving that I'm not a man, because apparently a man could just transition their gender.
No, bro. I think anyone who's trying to get to the bottom of this would instantly be like, yeah, if you meet up in person and you are, and we've realized that you're Marlow, that's enough evidence. Nobody's not going to meet up with you because they think, oh, shoot, you could just be a transitioned man. Like, that doesn't make, no, I don't think anyone's going to not meet up with you because of that.
End of a week.
I mean, if that's what people are saying, and these people who were going to meet up with her, like, it just doesn't make sense for them to say that.
In order to convince people. Essentially, it felt like I was being treated as someone who was guilty, no matter what. But the problem is that I wasn't really given a full chance to explain my side of all the—
You didn't? No, you were given plenty of chances. You were given a whole month. It took a month for you to explain how you're
evidence.
how you're not fake. Let's just get to the hand cam, bro. Let's see this girl playing PvP.
An example of that is within PvP Rank's statement regarding me. They bring up how a username similar to my own was brought up a few hours before I changed mine on my main account.
Yes. That's a big point. There's Discord messages talking to Danger Mario going back to like 2018, and everything lines up perfectly. And that's one of the points. Apparently, there was a time where before Marlow's Minecraft account got created, people were gonna they were somehow talking about, oh, should we call it Marlow Star or should we call it Marlow? There was like a conversation on what they should call the account before it was even created. Back in like 2020.
Similar to my own was brought up a few hours before I changed mine on my main account. Therefore, I must be an alt. The issue is that this wasn't something they ever brought up with me, because if they did, they would have known that before my main account, I played on another account that had been discussing my username change before that. I think from their perspective, considering everything they had seen, it would be easy for them to be convinced by the evidence. And from my perspective, I wasn't able to do much to defend myself until either releasing this video or meeting up with them and explaining everything in person. Unfortunately, all of this led to a rift in our relationship, and so I'd like to apologize for the fact that I couldn't be upfront about my usage of an AI voice in those moments. At some point within our discussions,
His sister is a terrible actor. There's no way this is Marlow.
Finally managed to make arrangements with one of the staff members who was willing to meet with me in person, which I'm grateful for since it helps a lot for verifying—
Wait, somebody met up with this girl in person? Okay.
—that I'm not AI, unless I am secretly a robot. I'm actually out of state recording this video from my hotel room, since there's not much else for me to do right now. But
what? She's in a hotel room because there's not much else for her to do. That doesn't make sense. Why is she in a hotel room? That's weird. Out of state too. Why out of state?
Said though, I want to explain why exactly I use an AI voice and why I wasn't ever upfront about it. For some background, my family, especially my mom, was always extremely overprotective of me, to the point where I wasn't really supposed to be using social media. For this reason, from a young age, I generally would try to alter the way I spoke online in the instance that my voice was recorded, especially if I became bigger on social media later on.
What? So since 2020, you just knew that you had to talk in a different voice so your mom would never figure out that you're online? I doubt that, bro. It's way more realistic that it's just a guy making a girl voice. And that this is not Marlow. Can this, wait. Why don't we just hear her talk in the Marlow voice without an AI voice changer? No? If she just does that, that's all we need, no?
The issue with doing this was that my way of speaking wasn't suitable for full-length videos. And as I got older, I also just generally had more trouble doing it. For this reason, I eventually decided how to learn how to train AI voice models, so I trained one off of a dataset of my already altered way of speaking. I know this confused people since a lot of community members and YouTubers vouched that they had done calls with me before realistic AI voice changers were a thing.
Yeah, I called with Marlow in 2021, and she talked in her Marlow voice, not in this voice at all.
So now you finally know the answer to that mystery. The reason I've denied using an AI voice for so long is because since the AI voice is based on an actual dataset of my own altered way of speaking in the past, I felt like it was acceptable to lie about since it wasn't someone else's voice. I also felt like admitting to using an AI voice would cause people to doubt that I'm an actual person and believe some of the crazy rumors people spread about me. In retrospect, my decision to lie about this wasn't a good idea since it's actually provided people with a logical reasoning to believe all of the rumors being spread about me. I'm genuinely sorry for all of this, but I just happen to be someone that prefers to keep themselves more private, and so a lot of my behavior comes from that.
This just sounds like an excuse. Like, I don't think it even makes sense for her to, like, this reasoning is so much less likely than it is for all the Danger Mario accusations to be true. It just doesn't make sense. Like, there's no, this is just not Marlow. This girl is not the best PvPer in the world. This girl cannot, like, do safe anchors 10 times better than everybody else. This girl cannot hit 100% of the stuns perfectly. This is just not, this is not Marlow, bro. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Do you guys believe it? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I need to see more information. Here, hold on. What does she need to prove? I need to see this girl hand cam up and play PvP. That's what we need to see. Also, people are saying she met up with Rai Rai. Did Rai Rai meet up with this girl and talk about stuff? Rai Rai could be involved, but Rai Rai should know that she did. So you're saying Rai Rai met up with Marlow or with this girl and had a conversation that proved to Rai Rai that this was Marlow? I doubt that, bro. I doubt that.
The fact that I'm having to face reveal for this video, but ultimately to a degree, it's actions like these that have led me here in the first place.
The face reveal is useless unless you like play with a hand cam. Also, it also makes no sense that when you face reveal, you can't talk in the voice that you said you had. That makes no sense at all.
With that being explained, there's another thing I definitely need to talk about. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to be upset about this, and in saying it, I have a feeling that I'll probably be cancelled pretty badly since it pretty much affects my entire channel.
Oh, so sad. Oh, let's hear it.
The reason I'm going to say this is because even with the whole stealing and alting stuff being false, there's still a whole other layer that needs to be dealt with, which is the cheating allegations. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the clips of me hitting while looking in completely different directions and stuff like that. And those things all get explained very well later on in the video.
It's not just hitting, there's so much more.
There are stronger pieces of evidence in the form of consistent tick timings and really smooth aim from my mace montage. A lot of people use this as evidence that I use macros and aim assist. The truth is, almost every montage on my channel is heavily staged. And by that, I mean the majority of clips are scenarios that I replay a few times to create more variety in the montage. In two of my vanilla montages, I play a lot of the scenarios in a lower tick speed, which contributes to why my aim tracking looks so surreal and why my timing
So all her montages are fake? Bro, that means that she has never shared footage publicly of her gameplay. Ever. No one has ever seen Marlow's legit gameplay before then. If all her montages are fake, the only footage we have of her playing is just her montages. And now all of a sudden it's just all slowed down. Oh my god, bro.
so consistent. The only montage on my channel that isn't heavily staged is a sword montage, since there isn't much variety within the game mode anyways. Even in that montage though, I know I staged at least a few clips. The reason that almost no
Bro, no. I bet every single clip is fake. Yeah, people, Lotus is saying some of the clips are fake, but some weren't. Some weren't, not fully. No, I guarantee you every single clip is fake. No, there's no way. There's no way. Why would she have to fake some clips but have some? I don't know. Wait. I don't know. Let me just keep watching.
realized that I was doing this was because I actually do substantially beat the players you see in my montages, but just not necessarily in the exact manner you see in the clip. I try to be very intentional about the clips I include.
These are all montage clips, right?
In my montages.
Well, show some real gameplay then.
So that I can pace them with the music and include enough variety to give them replay value. I think if I had been honest about this from the beginning, that it wouldn't have been too big of a deal. But at this point, it's been something I've kept secret for years. And
by the way, wait, hold on. There's a huge point here. Her faking her montages is really bad. Because there have been people like Rasplin, for example. I don't know if you guys know who Rasplin. He was like the second biggest Crystal PvP YouTuber in like 2021, and he said he got clipped like crazy in one of her montages, and he said like publicly, that was not me. He said I did not get clipped. And then Marlow made Rasplin publicly seem like a horrible person. She said like he was super dishonest and publicly denounced Rasplin just for saying that like oh, that wasn't me in the montage. So she made people look horrible and just lied just for her own benefit. That's pretty messed up. But yeah, that, and then there's also been times like I heard that Enzo, I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he was like a tier 2 crystal PvPer. He made a fake montage one time where he just nicked people to different names, and I think he faked clips on Marlow, and he basically got in big trouble with the tier list staff. He used to be a tier list staff. Enzo got in huge trouble with the tier list staff because he faked names in his montage, and I think he almost got demoted because of it. But Marlow faked the entire montage, faked names, and faked the gameplay. Like it was in slow motion. So why is Marlow not in big trouble, and why was Marlow trying to get these other people in trouble and hating on these people? It's just, yeah, it's such a double standard, so super hypocritical, and just that doesn't make sense, bro. Like every single little thing is just slowly adding up to make it make way more sense that Danger Mario exists. Like, and that Marlow's not real. Like what? Like every single. So first off, the face reveal, she had to change her voice because this is not Danger Mario. Like, and it makes way more sense that Danger Mario had to hire an actor instead of Danger Mario had to hire an actor instead of just talking himself in the video, because it just makes way more sense that that's the case. No?
Accusations on me. I'm actually under the impression that even if my montages weren't staged, that the evidence being used against me still wouldn't serve as proper proof of hacks, which is why I never brought it up. But in retrospect, I understand that it gets to a point where even if it's not completely definitive, people can't be blamed for thinking that it's more likely that I'm hacking than not. In my 2 years,
yeah, there's such a, like, no one has ever been as good at PvP as Marlow. Like, it's just so rare for that to be the case. And then also, I hate that this is like, that this might sound like sexist or whatever, but there's never been in Minecraft PvP, and I'm assuming this is the case for other games too, there's never been a case where like a girl PvPer has been like number 1 or number 2 or number 3 or top 10 or top 50 or top 100. It's never really been a case, which sucks. So the fact that she's number 1 already in every game mode already is super, super rare. Her being number 1 in just Crystal PvP is super, super rare. Her anchoring at that speed is super, super rare. But then you also include the fact that she's a girl. That's horrible to say, but it just makes it so, so much more rare. And if she's a biological girl, I don't know, it just makes it, like, the chances of that is just so, so rare. No? That's horrible. I know that's horrible to say, but, like, that's just the case. That's just true. There's no biological female PvPer in Minecraft, at least, that is number 1. It's just so, so rare.
For vanilla PvP montage, I used a custom mod to play in a lower tick rate, since at the time, Minecraft didn't have a command for it.
And then you gotta realize, she does unhuman things in her PvP. She anchored, or it's not even a girl. It's a guy, from what I'm assuming. Oh, I'll have to keep watching the video. But she anchors at unhuman speeds, and everyone has known that since 2020. She crystals at unhuman speeds. Everything's impossible that she does. In every game mode. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
This is actually the
It's
reason
just so
for how
rare.
I came up with the idea for a mod to reduce input latency, since I had recognized how slow inputs are registered on low TPS. Within that mod, I used to create that montage. The idea was used to make my inputs register instantly instead of per tick, which made playing low TPS feel much more responsive. A lot of people have pointed out that the hotbar skips in that montage, and knowing what I do now, I'm quite sure that it's due to the fact that I was not only using the low TPS mod for most of it, but also the feature within that mod to make my inputs register instantly. Something I should be
Okay.
clear about, though, is that
I
when
mean, that explains why her montages had hotbar skips, but I mean, yeah, the montages are fake.
regarding the hotbar allegations, previously I actually believed that it was a performance mod, and not related to me playing in low TPS. I think that a lot of people will think that sounds stupid, so let me explain. I'm going to play a clip to show you what I mean.
But like,
And I will say, the anchor description in my video, I think there actually is the debunk for that, so I don't think it's even showing anymore.
From the clip
What?
you just heard, you can hear Reef1 admit that I might be debunking the hotbar skipping allegations. This is because it's actually true that hotbar skipping is not definitive proof of cheating. Reef1 and DrDonut originally believed that it was the result of hacks, and I believe that it was the result of a performance mod. But the truth is, neither of us were entirely right, and hotbar skips can...
Wait, okay, what I don't understand is how is she acting like she didn't know at the time why her hotbar was skipping? Why is she her old defense was that the montages are not in slow motion and that they're not scripted and that the hotbar skips had to have been like some performance mod that she was using. She didn't even know what performance mod it was. That none of that adds up. And then now all of a sudden, but the whole time she did know that her montages were fake. So why would she ever, even at this point, try to explain that she didn't know what was happening back then?
Occur on a completely vanilla client, even without performance mods, although performance mods can increase the rate at which they happen. The reason why I'm bringing this up is just to reiterate.
Also, what performance mod existed back then that slowed the tick rate down back in 2021? Or I don't know, whenever Montage had her hotbar skips, what performance mods did that where it slowed down the game and skipped hotbar slots? That wasn't a thing back then. And if it wasn't, then she had to have created it herself.
When I was defending myself on this topic, my explanation was actually somewhat reasonable, and now we know it can happen on vanilla. It wasn't proof of hacking. The amount of times that it happened to
it can't, I mean, it can happen on vanilla, but it's so rare.
my montage, though, left a valid reason to believe that it was hacks. And since people weren't aware of the fact that I was staging the montage in low TPS, I can't blame anyone for thinking so. Assuming that you're watching this video, DrDonut, I want to directly address you regarding this situation, as well as some of the other scenarios that have come up between us, so that I can communicate my thoughts a bit better. I'm going to play a few stream clips for context.
Now, everything that Marlow did, like, it was obviously, the Marlow persona was very nice to people and was very helpful, and she helped the community a lot, actually. But, oh my god, of course she had to play that. She wants to talk well about herself in her own video. Was all of that because he wanted to help the community? Or was it because he just wanted power? I don't know. I don't know if we're ever gonna know. But yeah, bro, I can't believe that all. No. We do know. It's all true. There's 100% proven proof through the Discord messages. It's not that we're never gonna know. I take that back. I think we know now. It's just crazy that Marlow doesn't exist. Like Marlow definitely, or Danger Mario definitely had a goal to like get me out of the community. Like Danger Mario recommended me to stop streaming through Marlow, obviously. I'll just say Marlow. Marlow recommended me to stop streaming. Like Marlow also intentionally had a goal to get It's Real Me to quit PvP, and that's why he was gone for like over a year. Can you believe that? It's Real Me is the greatest PvPer of all time, and Marlow like convinced him to just quit or manipulated him into quitting, I guess, which is crazy. By the way, Default being blacklisted and restricted, that was also a part of Marlow's plan. Default could have been the best Crystal PvPer, but he was banned from the community for over a year because Marlow like was in charge of everything and just kicked him out. Marlow put fake screenshots of King Default in her old video to try to like cancel him and get him out of the community. Like she used her connections to get him like blacklisted on PvP Legacy and like blacklisted from every server. He would have been gone if it wasn't for me trying to push back and get him unbanned.
I feel like when you view someone through a negative lens, it becomes very easy to come up with negative explanations for why certain things were said or done.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not the only one that's doing this, or that is realizing that. Like, so many people have the same experience where if you were kind of against Marlow, you were like biasly removed from the community.
But a lot of the things that you said here just weren't my intention at all. For example, when you mentioned that I advised you to stop streaming, this was in reference to your vanilla tier 2 attempts, because you've been trying for years to get tier 2, and I sincerely wanted you to achieve that goal, which is why I helped you and gave you advice a lot of the time. The reason why I recommended you not to stream your tier 2 test is because I believe a big part of streaming is entertaining your audience, and I knew that your interest in doing that would detract from your competitive performance.
No, it wasn't just because of the PvP. No, it was because like it was because the day I crashed out. It was because she was like, like it's bad for me to like crash out on stream, and to avoid that, she said like maybe I should stop streaming. It was not because she wanted me to perform better in my tier list tests. That's not true.
And I think you could.
You lied, bro. What did I lie about? I didn't lie about anything. That's not a lie at all. You're a liar. How am I a liar? No, I'm gonna go back in DMs and see when she told me to quit, because it wasn't for me to get better at PvP. Okay, she said, this is what she said. It had nothing to do with trying for me to stream my tier tests on stream. It had to do with how I was acting on stream. I think you should wait, I think you should think about focusing on making some content for now instead of streaming as frequently. I think you're getting too complacent with acting out on your streams and towards your viewers. So she lied. It had nothing to do with her trying to get me better at PvP. It had to do with the fact that she thinks that I'm acting like bad on stream. So that was a complete lie in her video. But I guess we're just going to move on and forget about that. And apparently I'm a liar. No, bro. I just showed you guys proof. No? Not gonna lie, she's right. Doesn't matter if she's right. She lied in the video.
Is because I really wanted tier 2 attempts.
Let's watch it again. Now that you know that this is a lie, let's see what she said.
You've been trying for years to get tier 2, and I sincerely wanted you to achieve that goal, which is why I helped you and gave you advice a lot of the time. The reason why I recommended you not to stream your tier 2 test is because I believe a big part of streaming is...
Yeah, it was not just... Yeah, she's talking about the reason she wanted me to stop streaming was just for the tier 2 tests. It was not just because of that.
Entertaining your audience, and I knew that your interest in doing that would detract from your competitive performance.
It had nothing... her telling me not to stream had nothing to do with competitive performance. Like, maybe there were times where she said maybe I shouldn't stream because of that, but that's not what I was talking
I think
about.
you could genuinely
and she definitely knows that too.
do it if you approached it with the right mindset and focus. It's also much harder to learn and take in information if a large part of your mind is occupied by streaming. Another thing I wanted to address is the claim that I tried to get It's Real Me to...
Yeah, that's it, bro. That's it. That's it. Okay, also, let me talk about the It's Real Me thing. I think I jumped the gun on saying that she had, like, there's no proof that she tried to get It's Real Me to quit, but she got super, super close with It's Real Me. It's Real Me doesn't even want to be involved in this, but she got super, super close with It's Real Me and then cut him off. And, like, I wish I could get into specifics, but I don't know. Maybe Itz will talk about it at some point. I don't think he ever will, but let's see. Let's see what she says about this. Yeah, I was too specific. I should have been more vague when explaining this because I don't have, like, proof of it. I've just heard through word of mouth.
This claim is seemingly out of nowhere because I've never wanted It's Real Me to quit. I've never even wanted to get number 1. My goal to get tier 1 was in everything, every game mode, and I'd actually prefer if I wasn't number 1 overall because I hate the negativity that comes from it.
Complete cap. You would prefer not to be number 1, then why do you spend like so much time tier testing?
If you were to look through my messages, speaking
also,
about
this is not even Marlow, bro. Like, why are we acting like that's Marlow? This is some random actor, bro.
Goals and my messages to people like It's Real Me, you'd understand that it was genuinely never my goal to be number 1, and it still isn't.
That doesn't make sense. So she just is playing for fun and just happens to be number 1? That's just impossible.
Going up against myself with my own goal, and I just happened to get number 1 because no one else had achieved that goal yet. I wish It's Real Me had never quit, and I wish he would have kept going further so that I didn't have to be number 1, but he did quit, and now I'm number 1, so the situation is what it is. Now for the last thing regarding King Default's punishments being issued maliciously, I feel like you're not exactly taking into account what happened.
I'm taking into account that you knew that these screenshots were probably not real, and I explained to you why the King Default screenshots were not real, and you didn't care, and you still put them in your video and publicly, like, made him seem like a horrible person, but the screenshots were just completely fake.
He's had multiple competitive offensive like boosting and account sharing, and he said a lot of threatening things regarding...
Oh my god! This is fake! Why is she still putting this in the video? These are screenshots from somebody who disliked King Default. This is just these are completely fake screenshots. Zero proof that these are real. No Discord login. Nothing, bro. This is fake. This is insane that she's still trying to cancel Default. That's insane. Why am I even saying she, bro? This is not Marlow.
As well as stuff like leaking information about where I live.
These could be real screenshots, but the other ones are definitely not fake. Default, like, doesn't curse ever, so those screenshots are just guaranteed fake.
I'm not saying that in the sense that we have a poor relationship anymore, but what I'm trying to say is that if you're looking at things from an objective point of view, those punishments were valid.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. They were also unfair. She blacklisted or she restricted Default for a year for boosting when people usually only get restricted for way less time. And also the boosting was like very minor. It was like he played on an alt account once, and then he also, I don't even know, something else very small that people get unbanned instantly for. But because of those fake screenshots, she kept him like banned from the community for so long.
His offenses against.
And why are y'all saying call Marlow? Marlow's not going to answer the call. I would call with Marlow, but there's no way she answers.
To get him unblacklisted.
There's no way Marlow gets the actor to answer.
Almost immediately after, because I didn't want to hurt his career, even though he had already hurt mine extensively.
He was telling the truth, just letting you know. He was telling the truth. So you're just trying to like, I don't know, get fans and make it seem like we're against you. We're definitely not. Well, now we are. Now that we know it's all fake. But before we knew you were a cheater, nobody was. Before we knew you were a cheater, and before we knew when you were real, we thought you were cool. But we realized you were completely fake, and that you're like using people for and like using them for your own advantage. I don't even know. She's just using people.
This here today because I think that out of mostly anyone, the two of us have played an important role in getting the community to where it is today.
All right, I'm gonna call Marlow, but she's just not gonna answer, bro. I'm gonna DM and say, do you want to call? Do you want to call? He's not gonna answer, bro, because she has to schedule the call with an actor. The actor has to hop on Discord. The actor has to get a second call on his headphones to get coached during the call. It's just not gonna happen.
And I've come to realize more and more that the tension between us is something bad for everyone. I want you to know that I'm sorry we were never able to be on the same page, and I think it is largely stems from the way that in which I'm a bit of an introverted person, and you seem to be the opposite of that. So we never really meshed well together in comparison to how you mesh with other people who make more public appearances.
Yo, she's just trying to like get a fan, bro. Or I mean, she's trying to get fans from this. Like, what in the world is this?
I respect the way in which you have tried to help other people grow their channels and reputations. It's something I've tried to do as well, and I think it's just generally a good thing to do for the community and players in it. I think what started the tension we felt...
Yo, guys, can you... Does this look like a wig to you guys? Like, I don't know. To me, this looks like a wig. Can you guys... Doesn't that look like a wig? Why would... Is the reason it... Bro, here's why she's wearing a wig. It's because in the hand cam video, this girl didn't have the same hair as in the hand cam video, so she had to put on the hand cam video wig. Hold on, wait. Let's go to that video. Does this look like the same person? Like this person's, I don't know, bro. This person's body looks way bigger than this person's body. We need to see her hand. Did she show her hand the whole time or at all during the video? Because we need to see if it's big or not. That's what we need to see. But yeah, it definitely looks like a wig. Like, it looks like the same wig here. I don't know.
Is the way in which
she didn't show her hands any? Bro, show your hands in hand cam. Wait. If she didn't show her hands, does that mean she didn't even hand cam? She didn't even show her PvPing in the video? Bro, that would be instant proof that she's not fake. Why would she not put that in the video? Why would she not hand cam with a face cam as well? What? Why would she not do that? She literally said the main point of this video was for her to debunk the cheating and that the Danger Mario stuff was like a side mission. She didn't hand cam? She didn't show her hands. Also, no crystal PvP with hand cam. What? Yo, I don't understand how any of you guys can think that Marlow is... I don't understand how you guys can think that this is Marlow. Bro, are you guys stupid? The easiest thing she could do is hand cam her playing crystal PvP or playing sword PvP. I will promise you that this girl is trash at PvP. She probably doesn't know how to do anything. I mean, maybe she could start training and get like... This girl's not even going to be tier 3 level in any game mode. I guarantee you that right now. Wait. Dear this girl, or dear Marlow, if this is Marlow, if this is you, do you want to 1v1 me in real life? I mean, you requested to meet up with people in real life. So you said you really want to meet up with people. Why don't me and you meet up and we 1v1? I'm going to get smoked in every game mode, right? How about this? I'll fly anywhere you want me to. You don't even have to go anywhere. I'll go to your hotel. I'll buy the computers. I'll do everything. Let's 1v1. You know what? I'll give you money. If you can beat me in any game, if this girl can beat me in any game mode, live streamed, then I will give you $25,000. You don't have to put anything on the line. If that's a deal, then let's do it. Let's do it. You're going to cook me in every game mode because Marlow's the best PvPer, right? Let's set up new PCs. Let's do it. $25,000 to your pocket if you do this. Why would you not? I promise you, this girl's not gonna do it. It's just the fight's never gonna happen. I'll fly to you tomorrow and do this. Let's do it. No? Chill your beans. Yo, I'm so confident that this is not Marlow. The voice changed. It's just so unlikely that the best PvPer is so much better than everybody else. All the evidence of the Discord messages going back to 2018. How can everything go back to 2018? How could somebody have been plotting against you since 2018? That is just the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Some of the things that you used to say.
Only 25K? Bro, yo, what if I lose? What if this girl trains up and like I get cooked in like in Nethpod or something? Yo, I don't know, bro.
Stream about me or to me in order to entertain your audience ended up blowing back on me in negative ways that you didn't expect. So I viewed it as inconsiderate, and then when I responded in my video back in 2024, I interpreted everything so negatively because of the way in which the other people in that group were going after me maliciously. The result between us has been an awkward relationship, so I want you to know that even though I'm very much an introvert, I know that you're an honest person. And so whatever you felt when you said the things you did about me was genuine and not malicious.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad. She told me that she was gonna say that a year ago or 2 years ago when she came out with her old video, but she never did, bro. She said she put out in her old video, she said I'm a part of a doxing and like crazy group against her. Like she said I was a part of a doxing and swatting group, and my goal was to take her down and call her a cheater, just to take her down for no reason. I never had that goal. Why would I ever have that goal? It took you 2 years to finally say to the community that that's not true. Thank you, but like you should have done that 2 years ago when you said you would.
Like I said, I think it becomes easy to look back on everything in a negative light when you're viewing things through a negative lens. But I think we've had a lot of good conversations in our time being friends. And so I'd like you to know that regardless of everything that's happened up until this point, I still respect you, and I hope you understand me better now that I've laid out some of my thoughts.
You should really try to make a next test a strong pass, because you obviously know that you can at this point. Yeah.
I also think next time we could probably work out a lot of these issues in private. Since the public tends to skew.
By the way, I did try to ask about her cheating in private, but she just didn't answer for like 24 hours, so I just said it on stream.
Conversations like these to create a divide into having two different sides, when in reality, what we want to do is create less of a divide, not more of one.
Okay, all right. Well, let's 1v1. Let's do it. $25,000. I'll fly out as soon as possible, and hopefully we can set that up at some point. And until that happens, I'm not gonna believe that you're Marlow, and I know that that's never going to happen. This random actor is never gonna beat me in any PvP. I don't even play I don't even play Nethpot PvP, any of that stuff, so I would get cooked in that. But I know that this girl would never even come close to touching me in any of those games. I would never even beat Marlow in Crystal PvP, which is my best game mode. So if I beat her IRL, it's just proof. Like, this girl can't even anchor, bro. I guarantee it.
On the topic of what I mentioned before, there is one more clip that I want to play, since it summarizes exactly what I mentioned before regarding retrospectively misinterpreting certain things.
Okay. I mean, I haven't seen proof of this, but I've heard that the only reason Marlow even had access to the vanilla tier list Discord in the first place was because she nuked the old one. And was yeah, every single old owner has been preaching that since like 2020. Bro, yeah, every single old person. Okay, let me explain. Marlow, like, this is, everyone says this. Marlow deleted the old Discord on purpose. She like put a rat mod or a rat Discord bot into the old tier list Discord, and she became the owner of the new one because she was the first one to create it. That's the only reason she even has any of this power at all, because she nuked the old tier list Discord back in, what, 2020. That's what every old PvPer says and has been saying since 2020. She's quick to make the new one, and everyone just followed her. But yeah, she hijacked the whole PvP community off of she took it from trustworthy people who didn't have some overarching plan to do anything crazy, and just took full control of everything herself.
So just to clarify here.
Yeah. What's her? I mean, I don't have proof of that. Nobody does, because you can't. There's no proof. I guess there's no proof. I mean, I guess I could be lying. There's no way to prove that. But like, you can ask every old PvPer, and they're all gonna say the same thing.
Addressing whoever is watching this now, rather than DrDonut personally. But what you have heard here is a very large misunderstanding of what actually happened and where the remade vanilla tier list came from. If you watched my experience video, I talk about a group called WAC that used to go around doxing and threatening people. They took down my Wi-Fi while threatening me in a call before, and threatened me with other things like rape and swatting.
This is horrible, by the way. That's terrible.
I will play an extremely small amount of this call, but I won't play too much of it because it will get the video age restricted if I do. If you want to see more of it, you can watch it on my experience video.
Speak when spoken to, you fucking whore. Or you want something bad to happen? Speak when spoken to. Say some fucking dumb shit.
Okay, well, why do we even need to see this? Well, I want to hear what happened to the tier list Discord.
What fucking happens?
Well,
You
what
brought
happened to the old tier list Discord? Why is she even playing
to
this?
test me, bitch.
She's just trying to get fans.
Because I'll turn your fucking Wi-Fi off right now. Test me again. Test me again, bitch. Sing this fucking song, and maybe you won't have internet complications, okay? Sing the fucking song, Marlow. Sing it right fucking now for me. Sing it.
It would be a
Man, this is horrible. This is horrible. I don't know about the whole. I heard that the Crystal PvP community back in like 2021 and before was super, super toxic. So that's good that it's not that toxic anymore. But that's also probably because it was so competitive in such a small community. I think that probably happens in like every small like gamer community, which sucks. That's terrible.
on the table because
What
some
did that
internet gangsters are doing some tomfoolery.
Like every community should have like moderators. Like it's crazy because the moderators of this old community were these people, so they just didn't get banned or anything.
Does your father happen to work from home?
Well, what did
Can
I
you-
say? No,
Can you
Marlow.
please send over his schedule for us, please?
Wouldn't it be a shame if your father couldn't work from home and like everything just stopped working?
What if it was because of some internet complication?
Wouldn't it be a shame if your dad couldn't work from home because of internet complications, right? That'd be quite the shame.
I swear to God, I will find out where you live and I will choke you out.
So essentially
Okay.
what
Now please tell me what happened to the tier list Discord.
happened is that the people a part of this group nuked the tier list once in the middle of 2021, which was really bothersome for me because at the time, I was the only owner properly managing the list. I was doing almost all of the tier tests myself and adding all of the names to the spreadsheet myself since at the time the website didn't exist yet. Essentially, Whack used to be on the ownership team of the vanilla tier list, but I was also on the owner team as well as pretty much the only person doing anything. During this time frame, I had to put up with random nukes, them randomly giving out high tiers to their friends, corrupt owners demoting
I mean, yeah, the old owners were bad people, but that doesn't mean this doesn't prove that you didn't nuke the tier list though.
people they didn't like, and them giving out staff roles and tiers to their friends' alt accounts. A lot of people criticize the way the tier list is run today, but the main difference is that back then it was actually corrupt from the inside, and today it's just mismanaged because
Yeah,
the staff
she didn't even explain how that she didn't nuke it. I mean, I guess she can't really have proof that she didn't nuke it, but every single old person says that she did. Like all those people who used to own the tier list, they all say it was Marlow who nuked it.
can't keep up with the overload of manual labor, since the tier list doesn't have enough automation to sustain it. Anyways, later in 2021, the tier list got nuked again, except this time it was a fully successful nuke with nobody except the owner team and a few of the higher staff members remaining. After the nuke, I started getting DMs from WAC members taunting me about it, and so after everything, to sort everything out for a while, a new Discord was made, and the WAC players were demoted from staff. What people
Like what, she made the new Discord? How was she so quick to make
seem
it?
to be saying
How
is
was she the one? I don't understand how she was the one that made it.
who made the new Discord immediately after the nuke as a means to get ownership, but that's actually the complete opposite of what actually happened. I was actually the last
Why would you
person-
believe those people? I don't know, bro. It's because there's so many people that have been saying it since 2020. How could you
the
not
owner,
believe it?
even despite the effort I had been putting in. The person who created the new vanilla tier list Discord was conned, and the only people who remained as owner
Rumors
after
spread so fast. I mean, yeah, I guess there's no way to prove it, but everyone's been saying that since 2020. And with all this other evidence, I definitely believe it. Then that's why I said it.
the nuke were me, Conned, and UCC Dog. What happened was, me and UCC Dog never got along because he was very emotionally attached to the game, so when I became better than him, it really upset him a lot, and he tried to do things like randomly demoting me from my tiers, even when I was losing to no one at the time. I got demoted from mid-tier 1, which back then was equivalent to what high tier 1 is now to high tier 2, just completely randomly because UCC Dog didn't think I should be tier 1. So as you can see, me and him used to have a lot of issues.
They didn't think that because her anchors were unhuman speeds. A random new account joins the community is instantly like super high tier and can anchor at god speed that no one else can do. I would do the same thing. If somebody is playing like unlegit, I would ban them, bro.
And after the vanilla tier list Discord was remade again, a few months later I tested for high tier 1, which required me to be the best player in both my own region and the European region. People today fail to realize how hard it was to get high tier 1 back then because of that requirement. Nowadays, cross-regional fights are done on equal ping, but back then to get high tier 1, you actually had to be the best player on both regions no matter the ping. At the time, UCC Dog was the best European player, but I ended up beating him 4-0 on his region, and he ended up rage quitting the community and blocking a lot of people. At that point, it was just me and Kond left on the ownership team. But Kond ended up getting demoted by Enrico for accepting bribes of gear on survival servers in return for giving out staff ranks. Kond was the actual server owner at the time though, so Enrico had very carefully negotiate with him in order to retrieve ownership. After Enrico got ownership, he actually chose to give it to me because I had been paying the ticket spot subscription the whole time. The way that
But she nuked the old Discord and made this new one. Enrico wasn't just gonna say like give me the Discord, and Marlow was not just gonna say okay.
Tickets premium subscription worked is that it would only apply to servers that the linked account had.
Yo guys, yeah, it probably is a script. Like if this, let's say somehow this was Marlow, you think Marlow could just like say all this perfectly without a script? Like stop saying she's looking to the left, she's looking to the left. That doesn't matter. Okay, she has a script. Marlow can have a script.
Ownership of. And so the way we did it before was that Kond would sign into my Patreon account and link his user to the subscription. When I explained this to Enrico, he thought it was too much of a hassle to do, and he ended up just transferring ownership to me. What's funny about the way people are
Ownership of the tickets bot, bro.
portraying this situation is that people act like I just asserted myself as owner, when in reality I only
You did, because you nuked the old Discord and made the new one, which you owned.
got it by the process
And
of
then with your power, you slowly took all this evidence against all these different people. Sure, maybe they're probably all wrongfully. I mean, they're all probably rightfully removed as owner, but you didn't. It wasn't in your right to do that, I guess. Like, yeah, maybe Marlow probably was a better owner than all of them, but that doesn't mean that she didn't nuke the old Discord and that she did this all on purpose to become the main sole owner.
crazy stuff that got them demoted. A lot of this stuff is shown in greater detail within my old video, so if you want more information on it, you can go back to that video and you'll understand everything I'm saying. With that out of the way though, I want to talk about Aximity. So the first thing I should tell you all is that I've been seeking legal advice on all of this, and the fact of the matter is that there are so many verifiably false claims that he's made against me that it constitutes extreme damages to both my reputation and livelihood. It's also worth noting that not only has he harmed me, but he's also harmed the reputation of other people like Jai Guy, who, if you don't know, is the owner of PvP Club, in the process. There's a lot of proof of malicious intent from him, as well as examples of him weaponizing his audience in order to cause further reputational damage to people he doesn't like. I'm going to have a clip come up on screen to demonstrate.
Bye, Danger. Like, what's up, Danger? Are we serious?
What's the point of this clip?
Are we serious? Nah, everyone join the server. I'm not even kidding. Raid discord.mcpvp.club. I'm so serious, bro.
Oh wait, that's low-key.
This ain't even funny.
Stupid. But I mean, just because Aximity is, by the way, everything Aximity put in his video, maybe there's a couple small wrong things, but she can't take legal action against somebody who's telling the truth. Aximity is gonna be fine.
Nuh-uh. Nah, bro. Nah, this is not cool, bro. Alright. Alright. Well.
She's trying to distract us. Yeah, move on. Let's. I want you to debunk your stuff. I don't want you to talk bad about
Hold
Aximity.
on.
We don't
Let me
care.
hide my
Well, actually,
screen.
we do care. We do care. Yeah, it's good to know that Aximity is kind of does weird stuff sometimes. I don't know. Yeah, it is good. It's good to know that, but we're not here for that.
I'm getting on a new
Yeah,
account.
you don't want to do
We're
it.
getting,
Just because Aximity is a bad person doesn't mean what he's saying his videos are not true.
we're
Anything
getting on a new
like-
one. We're getting on a new one.
The clip
You guys are spamming call Marlow. Guys, Marlow's not gonna call
just
me.
saw is from a ban evasion live stream on PvP Club. When he ended up getting banned, he mobilized his audience to raid the Discord, which led to people like Jai Guy and his staff members getting tons of unjustified harassment. People were under the impression that Aximity was being banned for his recent videos against me as some kind of attempt to silence him, but the reality is that Aximity's punishment results from criminal offenses that he committed. I'm going to have the person who handled his blacklist come on and explain to you all why exactly he was initially banned, so that it's made clear that
It doesn't. Okay, we already know. Okay, a lot of. Okay, maybe I get. Okay, I was gonna say we already know that Aximity is a bad person. Then he's probably rightfully blacklisted, but that doesn't. You need to explain the things that he explains in his video.
was not at
This is like a huge waste of time.
all related to his allegations against
This is why
me.
the video is 3 hours long, bro.
Hi, My name is Spooked, and I was the staff
my
member
gosh.
responsible for handling Aximity's
L.
blacklist case back when it occurred in July of 2024. Aximity was blacklisted on the grounds of sexual misconduct, SWAT requests, doxing, and requesting illicit sexual material, all of which I will now briefly cover. There are several individuals who were affected by Aximity in regards to sexual misconduct, but I'll only be individually covering Marlow, given the context of this video. In the months leading up to his blacklist, Aximity developed what appeared to be a close friendship with Marlow. This relationship has since been shown to have been initiated primarily out of self-interest and a desire for personal gain. While fronting to Marlow as a trustworthy friend, Aximity was simultaneously making inappropriate remarks about her without her knowledge. These remarks included sexually inappropriate comments, lewd descriptions, and explicit descriptions of sexual acts,
That's bad.
all made behind her back.
I mean,
In
that's
addi-
bad, but that doesn't mean that what Aximity said in his video is wrong.
In addition to Marlow, Aximity made multiple inappropriate comments about others, such as Tsog, Annalise, and Amelia, of whom he requested
Yeah,
nude
that's really
images
bad.
dating back to when she was 15. Aximity's request for Amelia's nude images make up the requesting illicit sexual material punishment label, as he asked for content which is illegal to even possess. As for SWAT requests, there isn't much to go over. It's rather cut and dry. While talking to his friend Resaw, a player named Amelia was brought up in discussion. At the top of the screenshot, Aximity can be seen asking Resaw, "You swatted Amelia?" To which Resaw replies with no, but before Aximity can read and process this, he sends another message claiming, "Do anything to Aximity and your..." Aximity then recognizes that Resaw was not the one to swat Amelia and asks who may have been responsible.
It's really
which he
bad, but not
follows
relevant. Yeah, yeah.
up with a direct request for Resaw to swat her. In addition, Aximity
Well, it's
reacts
a little relevant.
to learning of a former friend of his, Limited, being swatted with encouragement, thanking Resaw for carrying out the false swat, and reacting with LOL when another friend informs Aximity of the situation. Despite the request to swat Amelia being an isolated incident in which we haven't seen much repetition of the same caliber, when considering the context, Aximity claiming that doing anything to him or messing with him results in bad things happening to you, and the totality of his behavior thus far, the sexual misconduct and his amusement at the swatting of Limited, it becomes rather definitive, showing that Aximity lacked care for the well-being and safety of others, as swatting is an illegal activity which has the possibility of resulting in serious physical and mental harm, or even death. In another instance, Aximity directly posts the name, IP address, country, and email of another player, which he follows up with, "This is all true, by the way." Additionally, Aximity leaked Resaw's face to an unauthorized player. As for dox requests, we can see in the attached screenshot that Aximity brings up a former promise from Resaw, where Resaw allegedly claimed
You guys,
that he
I
would
know it's
dox
not
Amelia
relevant, but should I watch it? I should watch the whole thing, no?
in the case that she hurt Aximity. Aximity then requests for Resaw
Minecraft
to
is not
put
this deep,
both her
bro.
nudes and private information on Doxbin, which is a
nothing really-
website
nothing
that
is.
operates as a pastebin for publishing personal identifiable information. Additionally, Aximity has an alternate Discord account named Mr. Beast. Upon the release of Marlow's
Mr.
My Experience
Beast.
with the Minecraft PvP community video, Aximity went into the Axe and Shield tier list Discord server and sent a series of messages directed
No,
towards
what if
Larry.
that was the real Mr.
In these
Beast?
messages, Aximity encouraged
Bro,
Larry
that
to
could have been the
spin
real
back
Mr.
and
Beast,
dox
bro.
Marlow. He proceeded to use cultural stereotypes to ridicule Learn, which he then followed up by posting a fake IP address. While the address was fake, and the messages posted were intended to come off in a joking manner, Aximity's display of
No way Mr.
carelessness
Beast is
towards the
involved in
topic of
this? Yeah,
doxing
bro.
raises
This is
red
huge.
flags and shows that he does not view it in the light that it should be viewed in. Now that I've covered the evidence substantiating his blacklist, I will delve into more recent actions from Aximity that serve as supporting evidence, showing that he might still continue to pose a risk to the community.
Okay.
In December of 2025,
This should have been in a separate video, I think. Like, why waste our time?
Aximity came to Resaw requesting a remote access Trojan, or RAT. He requests for Resaw to keep this between them, then states that he needs a RAT nested within a Minecraft mod. The purpose of this RAT would be to acquire a victim's Discord token, data which would allow him to gain access to a victim's Discord account without requiring an email or password. A few days after this, though, Aximity retracts his initial request, claiming that he will refrain from ratting and token stealing. Despite Aximity not going through with the ratting, him posing the request in of itself is significant, as it shows that not only does he consider acting on malicious behavior, but that he is willing to take the steps necessary to carry it out. It indicates a potential relapse in behavior, muddying the reformed image that he has painted for himself over the past year.
What all of this tells you is that Aximity's blacklist is severe, yet people seem to interpret him as if he's some sort of martyr. I'm going to play another clip real quick to demonstrate some of what he's recently said regarding his punishment.
I recently started PvPing again by evading my ban on PvP Club, and it is very ironic that I have beaten every single player I fought, even the best of the best Axe players. Now tell me, what is the point of a ranking system to determine the best players if the best players aren't even allowed to play? I've gotten all mentions of me removed from the Axe tier list despite dominating it, completely changing the meta, and having high tier 1 for over.
I mean, they do that in every single sport everywhere. They get rid of people who don't deserve to play, and they use their power in a weird way.
A year straight until
I think he should definitely be banned. No,
I ended up getting banned, which is the only reason I lost it. I was completely untouchable because of completely unrelated drama to my undeniable skill and influence I've had on the game.
Okay, all Aximity said is that he thinks that he shouldn't be banned because his skill is unrelated to how he acts. This is why, I mean, yeah, as I said earlier, like, there needs to be moderators in the community. There could be some really messed up people that are number one, but I don't think we should promote those people, because if they are number one, then they're going to get promoted and they're going to have more power, and it's bad to give power to these messed up people. And but Aximity didn't say that, like, he thinks he should be unbanned because what he did was, like, not that big of a deal. He just thinks that it doesn't matter if what he does offline or what he does outside of PvP.
You just heard, Aximity seems to suggest that there's no point in having a ranking system if the best players can't compete. Yet he doesn't seem to realize that it's actually standard procedure in most competitive gaming communities to ban players for criminal offenses. Something worth knowing is that after Aximity was initially banned, he lost virtually his entire support circle. I was one of the only people that forgave him and tried to provide emotional support, despite him making
the reason Marlow forgave him is because she just wants to puppify everybody. She wants to get control of everybody and get everybody on her side.
Inappropriate
she does that to every single PvP person ever.
Remarks to me.
Like, does that make sense for Marlow's character to forgive somebody like that? No, but she does because she just wants to take control of everybody.
In my opinion, the primary reason for why he's been making videos against me is due to the fact that he hasn't yet been unblacklisted on MC tiers. Aximity has claimed that his actions that led him to being blacklisted were executed as a means to protect people from being harmed. But that reason doesn't really make sense because he was causing more harm in the process by requesting for nude photos of minors to be leaked. Another concerning element of his blacklist is when he talks about going to Maine to rape a girl in the community. I happen to know that Aximity
I thought she was cutting stuff out that would keep it from getting
since it was something that he talked to me in private about in 2024. It's likely that these statements weren't actually going to happen, but the point remains that his blacklist is so severe that it's been necessary for it to be treated with caution. This is discussed in more detail later in the video, so for now I'm going to move on to some of the more recent things that he said about me.
Okay, good.
I cover the first video he made about me in extensive detail, point by point later on, so for now I'm just going to address the Marlow's true identity one. So first of all, if you don't know who Danger Mario is, essentially he's someone that has been impersonating me dating all the way back to 2020.
No, it dates back to like 2018.
He and his friends have gone...
If you're saying it's somebody impersonating, it's been going back since 2018.
...to insane lengths to impersonate me, even...
By the way, in Hyde XL is Danger Mario's like best friend.
...going as far as to create multiple YouTube videos to try to get me involved with their 2B2T group. Something Aximity has brought up is how I'm allegedly closely connected with a series of Danger Mario alts. Then he shows a screenshot of a list as evidence. The screenshot he puts on the screen is completely deceptive because the list he's actually showing is a list of people who were targeted by Danger Mario's Meteor client spoofing exploit, which was used in order to ruin people's reputations and get them false...
Yeah, but it was tested. It's already been explained. She's already talked about this. It was tested on the alt account of Marlow, and then later there was like a big ban wave of a bunch of other people other than Marlow.
...banned on servers. I was the first person to be targeted with the exploit, and it ended up causing me...
No one knew Marlow back then, I don't think.
...a lot of damage until it was later...
Oh, wait. What?
discovered that I was getting framed.
Okay, maybe they did. I don't know.
I highly recommend watching
But
my
I don't think anyone would randomly target Marlow back then.
video from 2020.
It just makes way more sense for that to be a Danger Mario alt account. Like every single scenario, it makes way more sense for this whole Danger Mario situation to make sense, or for that to be true. I mean,
totalitarianism section, I lay out some of this stuff in great detail and show the lengths these people have gone to in the past in order to impersonate me. More recently, I looked into the Telegram
and
account.
also anything about HideXL. HideXL is on Danger Mario's team, according to the Discord messages that are proven to be true because your people were able to log into the Discord and see all the messages that went back to 2018. And then the Telegram is also talks about how HideXL is a part of it
that
too.
Was shown in Aximity's video, and it appears that it was actually created in 2025, which is after the time frame that the messages were supposedly sent. Telegram has account IDs which can be used to roughly pinpoint an account's age, and judging by the ID, it resolves to around May of 2025.
Wait, is she saying? Wait, hold on. Is she saying that wait, hold on. What is she saying here?
Sent. Telegram has account IDs which can be used to roughly pinpoint an account's age, and
to roughly pinpoint an account's age.
Judging by the ID, it resolves to around May of 2025.
What account? What account? Oh, that's Marlow's account? How true is that? I seriously doubt that that's true. Someone who knows a lot about Telegram should figure out if you can actually see an account creation date by the ID. I doubt that that's true.
With Telegram, people have the ability to create custom apps, so my belief is that one was used in order to fabricate a full timeline of messages and dates. Part of what's concerning about the whole situation here, though, is the degree of insanity involved. Not only have they made these faked Telegram messages, but they have also sent actual Discord messages spanning across years.
Since 2018, though. How do you do that since 2018? Before Marlow even existed. Everything lines up perfectly since 2018. Who's been against Marlow since 2018, bro? 2018. It doesn't make sense. All the messages line up perfectly since 2018. Like Marlow didn't even exist since like 2020. It just doesn't make sense.
Essentially stalked me for years in order to create setups that they can fall back on to frame me and make themselves known. What's more concerning to me, however, is the fact that a lot of—
Is the wig going down her head a little bit? Like I can't tell. Like it looks like the wig is like too far down. I don't know. Am I crazy for thinking that? I don't know. It looks like shouldn't you put the wig a little bit higher? I don't know.
Private information of mine, including stuff like my VPN account code, was brought up.
Y'all see that? Like that's a little too low for the hair. I think it definitely needs to be a little higher.
Up within these DMs, which leads me to believe that my Discord account was possibly hacked. Back in 2020, I had been teamed with someone on Survival who knew Danger Mario, and in 2021 and 2022, I was screen shared by him in tournaments, and even one time while I was just casually playing. I strongly believe that during some of these time frames, I was compromised with malware, which allowed for some of the things that I have been discussing to be assessed and used to further
What? So Marlow's saying that the reason the Discord since 2018 lines up perfectly is because she got hacked in what, 2023? Oh, in 2021. So she's saying that the reason all these 100% provable Discord messages are fake is because maybe she was hacked in 2021 and someone was spying on her computer for years. Well, how did it line up in 2020 then? How did it line up in 2019 and 2018? That's just stupid. You were not hacked and spied on for years. That's so stupid, bro. How do you even get SS'd and get hacked? I mean, can they put stuff on your computer? I guess if they take control, yeah, maybe. Bro, that just seems so stupid, bro. You got hacked and were getting spied on, and then you somehow got spied on. The people knew the information before you got hacked. It just doesn't make sense. This is a stupid argument.
I strongly believe that during some of these time frames, I was compromised with malware, which allowed for some of the things that I have been discussing to be assessed and used to further impersonate me. One example of this was the fact that Danger Mario was already aware of the fact that I had been staging my montages back in 2021.
By the way, Black Wolf is the guy. This guy right here.
To be assessed and used to further impersonate me. One example of this was the fact that Danger Mario—
This guy right here, Black Wolf, I think is the guy, or this is the guy that leaked everything. Like, he was Danger Mario's friend, and the reason he has messages that go back to 2018 is because he was friends with Danger Mario, and they talked about this whole situation, and they like teamed up together to try to make this Marlow persona popular.
Was already aware of the fact that I had been staging—
So if you think about that, then of course this guy's gonna be aware that all the montages are fake because he was the one that helped fake them.
Montages back in 2021, which is something I barely told anyone at all. Something that people don't seem to know is that Danger Mario had a history of stealing people's Discord tokens.
That's you! That's you! Why are you exposing yourself, bro?
When I say that, I mean multiple people have had their Discord tokens logged by him, whether that
That's you! You used to log people's Discord tokens. Why are you acting like that's someone else?
Social engineering,
oh my
Minecraft
God.
mods, or something else.
So Danger Mario was a beamer and a ratter. That's crazy. Oh my God. Yo, you're a loser. You're trying to manipulate all these people. Think about all the kids you're manipulating to talk well about you. You're actually such a loser.
Another thing to note is that 1 month before Aximity posted his first video against me, he contacted another blacklisted player about planting malware on someone's computer. He laid this out with a sense of urgency and told the player that it would be beneficial for them if the victim was ratted. While it's not certain, it's possible that the person being referenced here is me, since it would be mutually beneficial for 2 blacklisted players to get my account hacked. Aximity seems to have backed out of this later on, but that could have been out of fear of his plans being leaked, since he ended up removing the person from his friends list the next month. A lot of the things shown in the Telegram DMs were things that I had sent to Aximity while I had been working on my experience video.
Bro, Aximity was not involved in this for like years, bro. The messages go back to 2018 on Discord, proven. Aximity was not involved back then. This whole thing is not a plan from Aximity.
No, is that me and Aximity were actually planning on posting videos on the same day, and the material covered in my video was going to be covered briefly in his own video. Unrelated to all of that, Aximity has been going around making fake accounts of me and posting videos with an AI cloned voice that impersonates me. He made a TikTok.
Bro, he made 1 troll video or 2 troll videos. Yo, he made 2 troll videos. Why are you even talking about this? This is useless. Defend yourself.
Account that claimed to be me, then made an admission to cheating video that garnered tons of views and led people across social media.
Oh my God, stop trying to get fans. Just talk about the actual allegations.
Genuinely believing that I had admitted to hacking. He also made a fake Discord call video where it appeared as if I had cussed him out. The thing about all of this
no one
is
believed it, bro. It was obviously a troll.
He can fall back on saying that it was all to be a funny gag, but he barely put any effort in clarifying that. In the Discord call video, he claims that it was real in the description, and the only way to tell that it was fake is to scroll down in the comments and find his replies. For the impersonation TikTok account,
who
he
even
didn't
cares?
admit that
This is so obviously a joke. Why are you talking about this?
It was him until way later after hundreds of thousands.
Oh my God. Okay, let me check Sharpness's DMs, bro. Yo, that's just like one small evidence. Guys, I'll look at what you guys have to say, like extra evidence after.
Of people had already seen it. I believe that Aximity has been doing all of these things to efficiently erode my reputation in virtually every capacity, whether that be cheating, being someone else's account, and even stuff like theft as well. The theft allegations are especially egregious because I have so much proof that it's a lie that it's remarkable. I have multiple DMs with Jackpot MC confirming I own the assets, as well as the fact that I actually paid for them. What you're going to see is that this is completely and utterly false, and in this video it's covered by Learn, who is fully aware of the fact that I didn't perform any type of exit scam or any type of theft at all. So you might be wondering, what's next for me at this point? And my answer to that is I'm not exactly sure. I know how these types of situations go, and I know—
Bro, why do I keep looking at the wig? Like, why it's too low. It's too low. They should have thought about that before the recording started. Like, yo, raise your wig a little bit higher because it looks fake.
Even though cheating and the false identity claims are debunked—
It's not a wig. You guys think this is— There's crazy. How do you guys think this is Marlow after all the 100% proof? Her reason why it's not a wig is because— her reason why she's not Danger Mario is because maybe she was hacked and someone was spying on her, but that doesn't even make sense because she said she maybe got hacked in 2021 when all this stuff lines up since 2018. Like, it just makes no sense.
Just the mere fact that
every single thing she says is not perfect, and every single thing she says, it makes way more sense for her to be Danger Mario than for her to not be Danger Mario.
Done wrong in this situation by staging my montages and lying about my voice. People have gotten so invested in it that the things I did wrong—
Bro, maybe when me and Marlow do our 1v1, maybe she'll take off the wig.
Are probably going—
Or maybe we'll be able to see if it's a wig. I'll be like, hey, could you see if it's a wig? Bro, we're never gonna meet up. This is never gonna happen. I really hope it does though. I would love to 1v1 Marlow for $25,000, and I would do it immediately. I would do it immediately.
To be viewed as a lot worse than they otherwise would have been if the situation didn't contain the
When you
amount
do
of
the 1v1,
defamation
bring
it did.
clippers? What, like people recording on the side? Yeah.
Don't blame anyone
Bro.
who changed their titles to call me a cheater and stuff like that, because I think a lot of the reason for that results from the fact that I've never told anyone I was staging my montages and playing in low TPS. Something I want to
It's not
clarify
only that, though. There's so much more. You can't just... Your mechanics are unhuman, and you've never explained why.
is that I never made those montages with the intention of propping myself up or making myself look better. I just wanted to make something really entertaining and fun to watch. I see montages sort of like a piece of art. I'd also like to shout out Razplin for being the first person to catch on that I was staging my montages.
Bro, oh my god! Whoa, why is she acting like it's not a big deal at all? What in the world? Bro, she faked Rasplin in the montages, publicly denounced him, and talked horribly about Rasplin. And then all of a sudden, I'd like to shout out Rasplin for, you know, he was the first one to realize that my montages were fake. You are a loser, two-faced liar. Yo, come on, like, just give up the act and do something positive for the community. Don't try to slander more people for telling the truth. People are scared to say the truth because they think they're going to get slandered by Marlow. I'm not scared anymore, bro. I don't care. I know that the evidence is so strong, and there's going to be more that comes out over time because people are realizing the whole situation. Now that everything's in one video, people are going to realize everything adds up perfectly. And the reason I'm able to talk, I guess, badly about Marlow is because I know that it's all true. Or I know that everything, like all the Danger Mario stuff is all true because the evidence is just so strong.
All the way back a few years ago, he realized that he was right-handed in my 2-year vanilla montage when he usually uses left hand. I've had
Yo, whoever this actor is, I kind of feel bad. Like, I don't want to be mean to this random actor. I wonder how, is she getting paid a lot of money? Is she getting forced to be here? Why is she in a hotel room? Yo, this is scary, bro. This is scary. Like, what did Danger Mario do to this girl to get her to have to do this? I feel so bad. Maybe she just doesn't know. Maybe she doesn't know how scary the Minecraft PvP community is. I mean, she's reading a script saying all these PvPers are doing horrible things. I don't even want to talk about this, but I hope that this girl's never gets found.
colors in my first montage,
I guess.
But no one really ended up noticing those things since I actually did kill all of the players I showed. Either way, I'd like people to know that I'm sorry about all of this. All of this has been having a pretty negative effect on my state of mind, especially with all of the negative comments I've been waking up to, as well as some of the Discord
Why is she pretending to almost cry?
messages I've received. Moving forward, I plan on limiting my exposure to these things so that I can focus on more positively on what's in front of me, and on helping the community once more. I'll probably just resume making educational
The
YouTube
wig is
content
lower?
and
Yeah! Why is the wig lower? Someone get a ruler out and measure this forehead. It got smaller, bro. Yeah.
addressing things as
Oh
needed.
my god, like it shifted down a little bit. Like, yeah, the lights got darker and then the wig shifted down. This must have been recorded on 2 different days.
The rest
Oh
of
my
the video
God.
will focus on debunking the allegations of cheating, corruption, and theft, and I believe that the information and technical details provided there will be enough to prove my innocence. I already recorded the audio for this video prior to this, so you'll go back to hearing my AI voice for the remainder of the video. I will probably lean towards using my real voice for all my future content,
Wait
since
till you
there's
see
not
the
much
wig from the side. Is there a time where she turns sideways and it's like crazy, like long head in the
point
back?
in using AI for it anymore. There was once a time in my career where I was well respected,
Yes, it's so
and
bulky.
a well-connected leader within the community
Okay.
who brought a lot of positivity and advancements towards
Hold on,
the
what is she talking about? I don't know.
game. I'd like to go back to that and find a way to continue to help the player base, whether that be through new projects, guides, videos, and just anything really that can improve the game's atmosphere or help other people out.
Bro, this poor girl has been kidnapped by Danger Mario. Someone save her. Bro, this actually is scary.
Moving forward, I hope all of you can understand that I have good intentions for the community.
I hope it's just
and
like, I
even
hope she's just getting paid and they're friends and like that's it. I really hope it's nothing bad like
though
that.
it's
like some
probably in one
blackmail
of
or
the
something.
darkest states that it's ever been, I believe that things can turn around and that it can become a better operated and less toxic place.
She seems like she's in a positive mood though. I think we'd be able to tell if she was like being forced to do this. So I mean that's good.
Overall. Okay, so I was advised by a friend of mine to show proof that I'm not an AI. So I'm here right now with Eddie and a call, and we have a few things in place for me to prove that I'm actually not a robot.
Why is she in a trailer now? Oh my god. Wait, why is she in a trailer now? That's scary, bro. Wait, no, maybe it's not scary. Bro, why is she in a trailer? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is so scary, bro. Yo. Also, Eddie, bro, you're getting manipulated, bro. You're getting manipulated, bro. I know you're not really that much in the PvP comm anymore, but come on, bro. You can't be falling for this. I feel bad.
Howdy.
Okay. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this broom and move it around in front of my face.
No one thinks you're AI. We just don't think you're Marlow. Why would you randomly have a different voice? Like,
Well, hope I don't glitch out
so stupid.
and just like transform into the background.
That's AI, bruh. That's AI.
Eddie, bro, why are you vouching for Marlow, bro?
Oh no.
I knew it.
Eddie, what are you
I
doing?
knew it.
Okay.
The wig moved up?
I'm gonna
Did it?
put the broom back now.
Okay, well, okay. Oh, here's the wig from the side. Okay. Is that normal hair? You guys are saying it's really bulky? Is that more bulky than normal? Yeah, her head is not that big, bro. I mean, maybe she has bed head. Maybe she went to sleep with wet hair, but no, it would look way different if that was the case. Bro, this looks, I don't think that looks normal, bro.
And
That does that does not, yo, that does not look normal. That does not look normal. That does not look normal, bro. No one's hair is like this, bro. This is such a wig. There's no way you guys don't think that this looks like a wig. How does that look real to you? Are you guys stupid? What? That does not look normal. Who does their hair like this? Nobody. This is definitely a wig. This is way too perfect, bro. It looks like one of those founding father wigs.
the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab my phone and I'm gonna turn on the flashlight. And we're gonna see
Yo, we don't think you're AI. We think you're an actor.
if I glitch out. And the
You,
light
you don't
just
sound like Marlow. You don't sound like
doesn't
Marlow.
work on me. This looks creepy. Oh
Yo,
no.
Eddie, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna
Eddie's manipulated.
turn it
bro.
off now, but
Why does Eddie have to be there, bro? She could have just done this herself.
okay. So now
No, Eddie's a really nice guy,
I think
though.
it's time for the epic 1v1
Really,
versus
really
Do
nice guy.
Re Mi.
Oh.
So I'm gonna let you hype that up.
Yo, we don't care if a random person says do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. We want to hear Marlow say it. This means
Oh
nothing.
my gosh, bro, the moment everyone has been waiting for. Marlow versus Do Re Mi. Oh my god. I seen all the comments. Low tier 5 speech. Low tier 5 basic speech. Oh, let's see how this goes.
I'm actually worried because I don't know the entire thing. Like Do Re Mi might actually
I got
be
you, I
me.
got you.
Okay.
Eddie, bro.
Are you gonna type out what I gotta say so that I
Eddie.
don't lose
That's
this?
it.
Yeah, I
Do
see.
Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Da. I think
Eddie, bro. Come
that's
on.
it.
Eddie, you're getting manipulated by,
Okay.
by some guy. Like this is not like Marlow.
Hype me up.
Here it goes.
All right, Marlow, come on now.
Here comes the actor.
Come on. You can do this. Marlow versus Do Re Mi live. Yo.
He's so hyped
I'm
up because this is
stoked,
actually
bro.
a big deal.
Bro,
like this is viral. Like
bro, I'm
million,
stoked,
like 10
bro.
million views on
Okay,
TikTok.
hold up.
Like
Marlow
on videos of her
versus
saying do, re,
Mi.
mi.
High tier 1 crystals,
All right.
every kit player. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Do re mi la sol la ti da.
Yo, bro.
Not bad, not bad. Wrong
We don't think you're AI. Like this doesn't mean anything, bro.
words though, like Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Da. I don't know if I'm
Oh,
right though.
I
Let
can't.
me
I
look it
can't
up.
read it. I
You're
can't.
good,
I can't beat
Do,
it.
re,
It's too
mi.
hard.
It is. It is. I found it. I found the official. Did I find it? Yeah, I did. That's it.
Oh, which one
See,
did
I was-
I mess up?
Oh, I was on it.
Eddie got a massive paycheck. He told me in DMs. Yeah.
You said Do
Chill.
Re Mi La Fa So instead of Fa So La. I think. Something.
Why is she acting?
Okay,
Okay, come on.
you ready?
Let's get it.
Do re mi fa sol la ti do.
Okay.
Oh,
That-
I
that's
kinda-
that's good. That's valid. Voice crack is more human.
What does this prove? I guess that she's not AI, but that's not what she needs to prove. She needs to prove that this person is cracked at PvP. That's what we need to see. We need to see this girl go crazy, cook everybody in every game mode. That's what we need to see. We need to see these unhuman anchor speeds. We need to see these unhuman crystal speeds. We need to see all of it, bro.
So
we need to see her cook default IRL. Why don't we, bro? She can't even beat me in crystal PvP. I could have one totem and I would cook this girl.
That's completely valid.
Maybe it is, but I want to come out victorious at least once against DrDonut.
Does this look like the type of? I mean, this doesn't prove anything, but does this really to you guys look like the type of person that plays PvP for? I don't know, every single day for the last 5 years? Does this look like somebody who grinds all the time? Like, to me, no. Not at all. Not at all. Does this seem like the, I don't know. Let's just continue.
If I don't, I'll never hear the end of it.
But I'm about if somehow this person's real, I'm about to give Marlow a free $25,000. Let's do it. No hate aside. I mean all the hate aside. But it's just never going to happen, guys. I'll push for this 1v1 to happen, but I guarantee you it's never going to happen. She might even agree to it, but there's never going to be a time where we actually meet up and do it.
Real.
But if it happens, I will take everything back, and I'm giving Marlow $25,000 as an apology, I guess. But I'm never going to even meet this girl IRL.
Okay. One more time. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
That was
What's
good.
her name on
that was
Fiverr?
The best one by far.
Well, you think this is just like this is like a Fiverr gig, like $50 an hour of like pretending to be whoever you want? Yo.
Okay, finally. I've finally overcome the obstacle of do, re, mi. Wait,
Oh, yeah,
what if you're AI?
Wait a minute.
Oh my God.
You might be AI.
Yo, stop trying to get fans. Move on. Move on. Stop trying to get fans. Move on. Move on.
You need a do re mi. Hold on.
Eddie versus do, re, mi. Who will win?
Stop trying to get fans. Or stop trying to be personable.
You're making me nervous.
Move
okay,
on.
Here we go. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, da. Boom. A different pitch in all of those, I think. Pretty chillin'.
You beat it first try.
Yo.
I think.
Oh my God.
I think you have a good counterplay style against
Eddie, bro.
do, re, mi.
Eddie, I think the problem is that Eddie's just way too nice. That's the problem. He's way too nice to everyone. And that's why he was chosen as the victim to be used.
Dude, I'm locked in, bro. I'm locked in. And they're just glad I didn't test for it. So what can I say?
That's Marlow?
Right.
No, bro.
Well,
no, obviously
I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for helping me
Hold on,
prove
wait, let's see the hairline position. Get a ruler out. We're about to see another
that
cut.
I'm not a robot.
I got you. I hope you have more lined up. Let's see. I'm stoked for your video, bro. Real stuff. I've been stoked.
Yes, me too. I'm ready to finally get this out. It's been a long last few months.
Yeah, and I imagine people are just like, with the longer it's
Do y'all have the ruler out?
been since the accusations, I feel like they're just like losing trust every day. So it's like gotta lock in, you know. But sounds like you're about done.
Exactly.
I'm stoked for it. But yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out now, but thanks again.
All right, here we go.
Sounds good. See you on the flip. Adios.
Okay, the remainder of this video will primarily cover allegations regarding theft, corruption, and cheating. The easiest thing you can do to prove that you're not a cheater is hand cam up and that's it. That's all you have to do. Hand cam with your face cam and play PvP. And if you want a free $25,000, we can 1v1.
Before I proceed, I'd like to start off with a quote from a video I made in 2024.
Okay, why is she back to the Marlow voice? There's no reason for her to be back to that stupid AI voice if she can just record everything normally. It's extra work to go to the Marlow voice. The reason why I think this Marlow voice had to be added is probably because, I don't know, the actor wasn't available to record more voice lines or something. Bro.
This video, titled My Experience with the Minecraft PvP Community,
She recorded it before?
was released in order to demonstrate the numerous ways in which I was being targeted in terms of both reputation and real-life safety. The quote reads, "I've never made a video of this scale before, but I feel that I have to. For years I've found myself in a position where I've been continually targeted to a degree that almost feels disproportionate given the size of my following. Watching this pattern of people rip..."
Does that mean we don't get to see Marlow the rest of the video? No, bro. We don't get to see Marlow for the rest of the video? Are you serious, bro? How are we gonna see the wig shift up and down more? Bro.
Being apart my social life time and time again has caused me an indescribable amount
I
of
don't want to
suffering.
watch this anymore, bro.
There's so many things that I've wanted to do within the past few years that have simply been impossible due to this recurring pattern. This quote accurately represents the situation that I found myself mired in once again. For those of you who are unaware, for the past year or so I've been on the receiving end of numerous allegations. These allegations started off the back of a controversial decision I made on January 27th of last year, which was to migrate MC Tiers out of the previous network that it was.
By the way, those of you guys who've been watching the whole stream, do you guys still think that that is Marlow? I'm really curious, and I'll be really shocked if you guys think that Marlow is a real person.
Part of. While the result of this decision
Okay,
has
I'm glad that you guys are realizing the truth. Bro, people have been preaching this for so long, but they just were all silenced. I'm glad we don't have to be silenced anymore, bro. I'm really glad.
largely been positive. There are many ways in which people have weaponized it as a means to cancel me. In recent times, this is amped up to a degree so severe that every day there are multiple videos being made attempting to cancel me. What you'll soon find out is that nearly every claim being made about me is verifiably false, and serves as yet another example of the destruction that can be caused when people take information at face value. Before I go any further, I need to be clear about the magnitude of this video. This video is my line of defense against the pattern of behavior that continues to threaten the well-being of not only my personal reputation, but the Minecraft community as a whole. If people don't wake up to this pattern, the community status quo will endlessly get worse. This video will also reveal that some of the events occurring more recently have been personally
the accent
motivated.
is not even the same? Yeah, I mean, bro, it's because it's not the same person. Like, you think that Marlow with doing the fake voice is also faking an accent as well? It just makes no sense at all.
In ways that people didn't consider. If the majority of people remain ignorant to the pattern that enables this, it will allow anyone to exploit the community without ever being held accountable. What this video will also show you is the manner in which people are willing to leverage one's personal turmoil as a pathway to fame and fortune. You'll see the way in which people have deliberately misinformed others in an attempt to funnel all of
guys, we don't need to do a poll on if Marlow's innocent or not. I already know Marlow is not innocent, and we saw most of the chat also agrees.
these things into personal gain.
Okay, cool. 25% think she's actually a real person.
Unfortunately,
There's no reason to
exploiting
do a
other
poll. Stop
people in
spamming.
this way has become an extremely viable strategy in the modern era, and people's lack of awareness towards it sets a dangerous precedent for everyone in this space. That being said, the main focus of this video will be addressing every major allegation currently being spread about me, and by the end of it all you'll have the full context needed to judge these claims on your own. Something I've noticed about all of this is that it seems like people are judging the situation from two extremes, with very few people taking a logical middle ground. People seemingly fall into one of two camps, either blindly accepting misinformation and lies about me, or
We're not blindly accepting lies and misinformation. It's like 100% proven proof,
missing
bro.
everything entirely and reducing it to people being angry that a woman is a top competitor.
No one's. I would love for there to be a woman as the top PvPer, but it's just very unfortunately unlikely.
Both of these sides avoid actually engaging with the facts, and I can't support either of them even if the second one supports me. I say all of this while not denying the possibility that my gender
All right, I made a poll in the YouTube Discord just so y'all kids would stop spamming. There's no point in having a poll.
does probably influence why I've been targeted more than others, since as you'll see throughout the video, there is an undeniable double standard being put in place. Regardless of any of that though, the dismissive manner in which people have used this.
Wow, wait, that's actually surprising. 38% think that Marlow is real. That's how do you guys? Maybe you guys don't know all the proof. I mean, what she's explained so far is almost enough. Thoughts so far, bro? It's just like she didn't prove a single thing. The only thing she did was talk bad about Aximity. What else? She said the other people probably nuked the Discord, not her. Hotbar skips. Like, she had to admit that her montages were faked. She didn't prove a single thing yet. Like, all she did was make up a lie about, yeah, this is me, and this whole time I had a fake voice. Like, it's just so stupid. She didn't prove anything. I don't know how you guys can think that she's real.
Defense is not something that I want happening, and I hope everyone can understand that. Very few people have been willing to take a step back and look at the evidence objectively, and that's exactly.
I low-key misclicked. Oh, y'all were confused on the poll and you accidentally clicked no when you meant, or you accidentally clicked yes?
What we're going to
Bro.
do today.
Doesn't matter. The poll's stupid.
On January 27th of last year, the tier list would end up splitting into two distinct networks. At the time, this decision was highly controversial because of the fact that the tier list had historically been at the helm of the modern Minecraft PvP community, and having the largest network split in two could potentially jeopardize its relevance. While this was a valid concern, I always believed that in the end, MC Tiers would end up securing itself into a stable position. This assessment was proven to be true, and within less than the span of a year, all of the newly created Discord servers ended up exceeding the previous ones by a large margin. On top of this, the staff teams were built up much stronger than before. While the migration was clearly a success, a lot of people have attempted to mischaracterize it as a decision that was made solely with the intention of employing totalitarianism over the community.
We know that that's the case because of how much evidence there is that you're Danger Mario.
For this portion of the video, I'll be having a special guest who is directly involved in this situation come on and break down just how far removed from reality the common consensus surrounding this situation actually is.
Oh my god, chat, you guys are actually babies. Repoll, repoll. I have to ask a stupid question so it makes more sense.
Hello everyone, my name is Learn. Most of you will know me as a network owner.
Learn? Wait, what?
In the PvP Tiers network and formerly the MC Tiers network alongside Marlow and Enks. Today I will be discussing the events leading.
Oh wow guys, good thing y'all wanted me to do the poll again. Misclicked again. Yo, stop! I'm not doing another poll after this. Stop with the polls. I'm done with the polls. I don't care if 33% are stupid. I don't care, bro. I don't care. And I'm not doing it again because y'all misclicked again. Stop. Not funny.
Surrounding the tier list split that took place on January 27th of last year. The two tier lists that now exist post-split are mctiers.com, most well known for being operated by Marlow and Associates, and pvptiers.com, most well known for being operated by Learn and Rico and Associates. Each of these lists are commonly referred to as Marlow's list or Learn's list.
Yep.
So for clarity and to ensure a good understanding throughout the video, Enks and Learn operate the PvP tiers tier list, and Marlow operates the MC Tiers tier list.
Yep.
A current rumor and belief that is spreading throughout both communities is that the migration was performed in order for Marlow to dictate in the form of gaining the uninterrupted ability to engage in corruptive behavior, such as hacking and boosting. On top of this, it is also claimed that the act of migrating in the first place was the result of Marlow committing theft. Neither of these allegations are true, and you'll start to realize just how untrue they are.
What? What happened to Learn? What happened to Learn, bro? Learn, are you good? Yo, what happened to Learn? Whoa. Learn, are you there, bro? You're saying that Marlow did not do that as, like, on purpose?
We are as we continue to cover this topic. To understand the material that I will be covering in this segment of the video to its fullest extent, you may wish to watch Marlow's video, My Experience with the Minecraft PvP Community, specifically the debunking
Learn got kidnapped? Bro, I don't know what convinced him to say that.
Tier List Fraudulence Part 1 and 2, which is a 60-minute segment covering a lot of the core issues we will repeat and touch on below. This will give you a better overall view and understanding of how things came to pass during the MC Tiers migration. Additionally, if you wish to learn more about the situations and controversies between myself and Marlow that led to the split of MC Tiers and our overall diminished relationship, you can view that on my channel. The video gives an overview explaining my actions, however please note my video is not a response nor an attempt to justify any such actions, simply an explanation of how everything occurred from my point of view. I will now go over a brief timeline of what we will cover in this segment. In 2023, Marlow expresses issues with my leadership and my relationship with her to Enrico, in the hope that Enrico would take formal action towards me. In response, Enrico gives assurances that I should and will be demoted, even giving a time frame that once Marlow meets a requirement in website development, that I will be removed. Over a year passes, and more issues between myself and Marlow occur during this time. However, Enrico has still not taken any action on the assurances that he made previously. In July 2024, Marlow uploads her video, My Experience with the Minecraft PvP Community. This strikes community-wide outrage towards Learn, Enrico, and the current leadership structure at MC Tiers. July 2024 to January 2025, a 5-month stretch where several discussions, debates, and decisions would take place about the future of MC Tiers. At the end of the year in 2024, Marlow officializes that she will migrate from the tier list, and we begin to discuss terms, within which we argue for hours about the rights to the names, website, data, Discord servers, and more. Debunking why Marlow splitting from the tier list was not for self-serving purposes.
What? Okay.
Firstly, I will recommend that you read a document Marlow released last year when the split first occurred. I believe we are witnessing the results of not many people having read this thoroughly to understand why the split occurred in the first place and how it was necessary for the future growth of the Minecraft competitive community. This is evident by the statistics that the MC Tiers network has, Whilst under Marlow's leadership, across MC Tier's 8 primary game mode discords, they boast an impressive user count of over 860,000. In comparison to PvP tiers, which has existed much longer, it only sits at 2.
Well, also, if PvP tiers kept the mace, or no, not the mace, the vanilla tier list, the PvP tiers would have been way higher, and this would have been way lower. Like the vanilla tier list Marlow had access to, she took for her own MC tiers.
1,000 members. For the people that have already viewed Marlow's last video and still believe that the split was for self-serving purposes, I find it incredibly insensitive and ridiculous, considering they would have seen the deliberations and attempts to rectify many of the issues that Marlow had with the original MC Tier's leadership, including with me. It is true at several different points I had blatantly lied toward Marlow, insulted her awfully despite knowing her to be a genuine kind person.
I mean, the thing is, Marlow lied as well. I mean, let's just say this is somehow Marlow. Marlow faked her montages. She denounced public people for going against her, which is very selfish. She probably lied about way more things.
And that I remained relentlessly angry towards her.
Now that we know that. Like, she also tried to denounce the people who were calling her a cheater, which is crazy. Or calling her hotbar skips, like saying that that's a cheat or that that's not normal. The fact that she was saying that she didn't know, she thought that it could have been a mod, it just didn't make sense.
It was beyond shallow of me at the time to not see how necessary it was for Marlow's mental health and future progress, not only for Marlow on a personal level, but for the overall community to succeed. Under Marlow's leadership, both the original MC Tiers project and the post-split MC Tiers have truly flourished. Her creative pursuits, actually going out of the way to think about how to enhance and automate testing, commissioning and commitment to graphics, expansion server collaborations, even implementing the blacklist system that went a long way to protect our community. It's hard for me to explain this to anyone who is not there to truly understand the measure and importance of these changes. As a brief example, when I first launched the Netherite Potion tier list, I would, on a personal level, test over 50 people a day in individual tickets, coordinating, assessing their rank, and subsequently updating a very laggy Google Excel sheet manually with their current tier. Furthermore, the blacklist system is quite well known to all who have been within our community for some time. It's an unfortunate reality that we do need it. We've not only been able to remove many toxic individuals from our communities, but we've also prevented so many major incidents from occurring by spreading awareness of the consequences and seriousness of these actions. So you might ask, with all this positive change and work being done, why did it become so necessary to migrate? Why couldn't this growth continue as it had been? What changed? We will jump back into the timeline to explain this, starting with Marlow approaching Enrico as far back as 2023, about issues between myself and her, and my overall leadership and involvement with the MC Tiers project. What we can establish is in private spaces, DMs and voice calls, whilst I often spoke positively of Marlow as a colleague and maintained a good working relationship, I would privately insult her. I would get angry and frustrated about how she handled situations, and we would consistently go head to head on gameplay decisions. Whilst these incidents were offensive and disrespectful, it was the culmination of all our time knowing each other, all the disputes, disagreements, instances where neither of us felt the other was being truthful, that built up to an unhealthy working relationship also. It became hard for Marlow and myself to trust each other ultimately. As a result of this relentless
Lauren also knew that Marlow was a cheater this whole time, which I am guessing he for some reason didn't bring up in this video.
Targeting and harassment, Marlow would subsequently not be able to trust anything that I was saying, nor doing, was coming from a positive or impartial perspective, especially since she had the behind-the-scenes knowledge to know I wasn't being upfront with her about how I felt, making disrespectful remarks continuously behind her back in DMs with close associates and friends. This overall breakdown in trust and communication was the spawn of a lot of turmoil and difficulty for the network overall. Unfortunately, instead of trying to stabilize many of these situations, I quite publicly discussed these topics instead of working internally to resolve them. Why did Enrico give assurances to demote me, but not follow through on them? To assist in understanding the current climate within the tier list during this time, despite many inactivity spells, I maintained full creative and gameplay control over the Netherite pot, Diamond pot, and SMP tier lists. Despite being majorly inactive within SMP, it was true that I had grown these lists and worked very closely with many of the staff members, and I was seen as one of the most notable members to have ever played within these communities. It was my ties to these communities, I believe, that prevented Enrico from taking action. It is my belief that he was afraid of what could or would occur if I was removed. The second element to this is, of course, that he did not wish for only one person to remain as a network owner over the tier list. I believe this was both from a workload perspective, but additionally, he knew Marlow would continue to compete and work on the tier list, and ultimately challenge his own permission/rankings as a founder, sitting dormant in a network owner position for over 5 years. In July 2024, Marlow would upload her experience with the Minecraft PvP community to YouTube. Due to Enrico's failure to act and an overall systematic breakdown within our community, Marlow had to respond to several allegations, including rumors that had begun to circulate due to disagreements between myself and her through our time staffing together. This was covered in the 40-minute segment conned by my co-staff. Ultimately, now that the whole community was looking for an answer from Enrico about the network structure, specifically about my position and retaining permissions, Enrico was forced to begin discussions regarding my demotion. It's worth noting, Enrico did have access to the contents that were discussed within this video, as Marlow had expressed these issues previously. However, he did not feel the need to act until the situation had become a major public relations disaster. Before we continue, I'd like to note that it is my belief that due to our lengthy issues, some things represented within Marlow's original segment on me were represented in the utmost negative light. I cannot blame Marlow for thinking this way. I merely just wish to explain that during this time I was extremely angry and held the belief that Marlow intentionally went out of her way to assassinate my character, and that she could not feasibly believe all that she stated in her video to be completely true. Within these discussions, there was a moment in time where I had thought about everything that had occurred, and whilst I still had issues with Marlow and some of the situations that had occurred, I did think it was time for me to move on from the project, which is when I eventually confirmed to Marlow and Enrico that
I don't know why he's only explaining everything to like that would like please Marlow. Why is he not like adding his own like flavor to it?
once I felt the network was stabilized, I would take my leave and resign. At the time, I genuinely thought this was the best course of action for my personal life and for the progression of MC tiers. Unfortunately, due to influences around me at the time and the overall revisiting of many of mine and Marlow's disputes over the years, I became frustrated. I was unsure and angry again. If I left and it was only Marlow, I'd begun to be unsure that the staff would retain a correct level of involvement and control, or that the integrity of the high tiers would be protected from sporadic rule changes. Ultimately, not only was this ironic, as I displayed many of the qualities I was so worried that Marlow would display and enact if I had left, but furthermore, in the end, I did not truly honor my commitment to the staff or to the players. It was never something I was going to be able to do with my own personal life. I was reckless, all due to being frustrated with the situation I had been put in. As the timeline suggests, these arguments and disputes continued for almost 5 months. Within this time, our dispute had spread below us, within our teams and within the network itself.
Also, this is all assuming that Marlow's an amazing person, which is just not true because she's Danger Mario. So like, this is all really useless.
So much so that staff members would begin to dispute and refuse to collaborate with each other simply because one person associated with Learn and another with Marlow. This is the very essence of the split that was spreading in front of us throughout our debates and our arguments. It had become out of control. Action needed to be taken immediately. The entire network had come to a standstill. I lacked permissions in the vanilla tier list. I also wasn't privy to knowing the development schedules or planned updates within the tier list, whilst Marlow also had her perms restricted across Netherite Pot, Diamond Pot, and even SMP tier list, as my staff team no longer felt comfortable with her in the Discord chats. My teams were beyond frustrated and angry. They could not see why all the drama and commotion was worth it, as they were also starting to see the effects it was having on the community. I think it's important to note, even when speaking to some of my friends now, they believe and they have openly expressed to me that if I wasn't ready to commit to the project, I should have simply resigned and that things may have ended up better. And I must agree. Unfortunately, due to repeated delays in deliberations by Enrico throughout our discussions, and lack of control by letting both at the time it felt like my staff team and Marlow's staff team break out and start elevating the situations as each party was demanding clarity and an answer, the community was coming to a standstill. If the management, the owners, and senior staff were focusing all the energy into the fact that Marlow and myself were at odds with each other, and that soon, one way or another, major change would be occurring, there was no reason to focus on development, updates, or the future growth. Ultimately, best practice was completely ignored and avoided here. To this day, I think there were many possible ways to handle this situation, but what did ultimately occur, I can only be certain, was the worst possible thing. It was clear that for the progression and benefit of the Minecraft competitive scene, Marlow would need to be loosened of the restrictions and drama that came with myself and Enrico. Upon ultimately informing me and Enrico that Marlow would be departing, Enrico quite swiftly began by pretending to delete the network owners group chat, where all the deliberations since July and dating even further back had occurred. The truth is, myself and Enrico had plotted to keep the group chat as a method of insurance. We did not wish for our words to be used against us, so we ensured Marlow did not have any further access to the chat. Next, I will cover some of what occurred after the MC Tiers migration had begun. In preparation for the re-release of MC Tiers, Marlow was getting ready to deploy an updated web design that she had purchased onto mctiers.com. Enrico took notice of this and quickly messaged his developer to intercept it and deploy the same design on our website. Doing this would cause community members to be under the impression that Marlow stole the design when she was actually the one who paid for it all along.
I heard, I don't know much about the situation, but I heard that what she did was illegal. Like the way she stole the website code or something. I don't know. We need to hear what Jitter has to say about it.
The interface that both of us were using was designed during
the guy. He's the guy that paid the developer to make it. No, he did. Oh no, he's the guy that got the developer to make it. Maybe he didn't pay for it.
Planned partnership with the server Jackpot MC. However, it's important to note that Marlow had already discussed paying for this website and its design, so that she maintained ownership of it in case the partnership was cancelled, which it ultimately was. For some reason, when Jackpot MC realized that the design was being used, they tried to claim that they owned it. This is obviously false, since as we've seen previously, Marlow received explicit confirmation from the owners that she owned that side of things.
I mean, if you want to, sure, even if we paid for it, we still view you as the owner.
And Jackpot was now suddenly backtracking on that. Whilst Enrico had believed this at the time, he even offered the Jackpot MC staff members compensation for their work, to which they had requested $5,000 from him. Enrico would for some reason corroborate what Jackpot was saying about all of this by insinuating that it was the Marlow Classic, as if Marlow regularly goes around attempting to steal assets from other people, which you've already seen is a complete
it is the Classic because she stole the Discord
representation of everything we've covered previously, including the mctears.com domain, which Marlow legally owned. Jackpot MC would go around spreading rumors that Marlow had committed theft, so much so that I had to repeatedly question them and continuously be misled around the topic. When Marlow showed proof that she had paid for everything, Jackpot would then distort the truth by saying that she had only paid for game mode icons. Ironically, the icons being used had already been made by a friend of Marlow's and existed long before MC Tears had any form of collaboration with Jackpot, meaning this was an obvious lie.
I want to hear what Jitter has to say.
Something important to note is that even though Marlow had paid for both a website and a design, she was only using the design and not any of the code from the website Jackpot had made. Everything Marlow used was from independent commissioners, not even Jackpot MC. During this process, Marlow didn't even bother to fight for her rights over the website, since it wasn't in use, therefore pointless, even though she owned the rights to use it regardless. Jitter would end up fully blaming Marlow for scamming him out of $15,000, which is a completely outlandish claim. What Jitter is referencing here is the fact that during the partnership that never went through, Jitter had paid for server hosting costs that were planned to be for an MC Tears practice server.
That's true.
This practice server upon initial release ended up being extremely buggy and had numerous issues that made it virtually unplayable. Over the course of Jackpot MC's planned partnership with MC Tears, Marlow would notice Jackpot and the staff team acting extremely unprofessionally, as well as regularly dissing other servers that they perceived themselves to be superior to. Marlow, with respect to all of the servers that had provided for the community over the years, did not like this conduct. In addition to this, staff members of Jackpot itself were making toxic remarks towards Marlow. Jackpot had also discussed plans to provide subscription purchases to players in hopes that many would forget to cancel, thus taking advantage of that and obtaining a recurring revenue source. Marlow, under the impression that Jackpot's primary interest in partnering with MC Tears was based upon greed rather than concern for the community, along with the other aforementioned issues, would encourage Enrico for months to call the partnership off. Marlow would insist that cancelling the partnership was the right thing to do, however Enrico was hesitant to do so. Eventually, Marlow would make clear to Enrico that it was very inconsiderate to Jackpot MC not to inform them that we wanted to call the partnership off. This is made especially true by the fact that during this whole time frame, Jackpot had been paying server hosting costs. As a result of everything Marlow had been saying, Enrico would finally inform Jackpot that the partnership was off. Enrico's message calling the partnership off specifically cites Marlow as being the primary reason for it being called off. Jitter would end up rephrasing this entire narrative as if Marlow was the one responsible for his continued payment of server costs after the partnership was cancelled, even though it was actually Enrico who was responsible for delaying the severance of the partnership. Marlow was actually the one advocating for Enrico to be courteous to Jackpot by informing them that we planned to cancel the partnership, so that they could reevaluate their expectations and stop paying for server costs.
But Marlow was talking to the Jackpot people the whole time, I'm pretty sure. Why could she not have just told them themselves? And I bet, like, Jitter was like, yo, so when are we going to do this? Or asking questions, and she just was purposely vague and not, or she was purposely just not helping them, not giving them answers. I don't know why. Maybe to get more free stuff out of them? I don't know.
For entering the partnership, and that Enrico is the person responsible for disbanding it, when it was actually largely the other way around. Whilst post-split of the tier list, I had engaged in much work with both Enrico and even the Jackpot staff, often contributing and agreeing with the narratives being put in front of me. It's quite interesting to note that when I began to distance myself from the operations of the tier list, and from the Jackpot staff, that they would begin to harass me and insist I had to make a response video to tear Marlow down. They would also continue to comment across various YouTube videos, Discords, and to several people about the situation and being extremely toxic toward Marlow, including threats, threats of legal actions, which may have intimidated people who are much less familiar with the law and the specifics of this entire situation. It's important to note, this is not an isolated situation. They would also message King Default, a top Crystal PvPer at the time, to hack against Marlow in any upcoming tier test in an attempt to have her demoted from tier 1 and thus have her reputation diminished as the best player. To finish off this segment, I'd like to leave a note for myself. Marlow is an impressive creative director with a clear vision, a mission and a purpose. These qualities alongside her unmatched experience both within the game and as an administrator are what makes me confident in the future of competitive Minecraft. I wish to ensure that we preserve that at all costs. To be blunt, I have known Marlow in a...
I bet this was recorded before all that Danger Mario stuff came out. Like, there's no way Lauren would say all this same stuff now. It's what it would 100% change.
Professional capacity for 4 years.
I wonder when this was recorded.
Side
it
by
was definitely
side
before the Aximity videos.
On the MC Tiers network, and at times in various game modes of the tier list for the first 3 of those years. I, more than anyone in this community, had repeated head-to-head clashes with Marlow. As a result of our incomparable experience with each other, I can unequivocally confirm there is nobody better to steer the direction for the future of this community.
I'd like to thank
I very much disagree because everything Marlow does is a complete lie.
Lauren for coming onto the video
and she's denouncing and trying to take people down and use people just to get what she wants.
Sharing his perspective, even despite everything that's happened between us. It takes a lot of maturity to put personal history aside in this manner, and I think his intervention also goes to show how far detached from reality people's interpretation of the migration has become. This leads me into another point that I need to cover. It seems as though a lot of people are under the impression that I'm solely responsible for the community not generally operating under an ELO system. What you need to understand though is that the tier list concept was not founded by me, and the person who did found it had very limited resources at the time. Within the PvP community, I've actually been one of the biggest advocates for a rating system. Not only because of its improved accuracy, but also because its magnitude is more accessible to the average player. This is why I made contact with the PvP
defend yourself. Don't promote your PvP
project
system.
And have been assisting to improve its quality for over a year now. For those of you who don't know, PvP Ranked is a client mod and can be thought of as a similar project to Minecraft Speedrunning Ranked. It has match queuing.
I would be fine with the promotion if all this was true,
clean
but it's just
interface,
not.
a full-fledged replay system, and even custom netcode to finally make cross-regional gameplay viable. Something worth knowing is that the PvP Ranked project doesn't actually plan on operating under an ELO system. While ELO is the original and most famous rating system, it's not the best one. ELO was first used in 1960, and since then the need for more accurate rating systems in competitive games has sparked lots of research. Throughout the development of PvP Ranked, numerous professionals have been consulted, with one of them even having designed the rating systems for multiple AAA games. As of now, the project has decided on using OpenSkill, which is an open-sourced alternative to Microsoft's TrueSkill. I personally believe that PvP Ranked has the potential to revolutionize how Minecraft is played competitively, and I find it upsetting how people have spread rumors that overshadow this. It seems like people are under the impression that all of the ranks I've earned are specifically enabled by the current testing system, and that I wouldn't otherwise have a chance. So for all of those people, I have something that I want to show you. What you're seeing on screen right now is a rough distribution of top-ranked players in SMP according to ELO. In the entire lifespan of SMP being added to the tier list in January of 2023, no one has ever come close to passing my rating. The second highest ranked player of all time is approximately 200 ELO below me. In other words, the current lead I have over the second ranked player's peak is the same as the lead the second ranked player has over the 25th ranked player. If you run the same simulation on other game modes than SMP, you'll get similar results to what you'd expect. In vanilla, for example,
because you're cheating,
despite me being retired, I still have almost a 200 ELO lead on the current high tier 1. There's simply no strong argument that suggests that my success is only caused by the system. And going off what we've seen, a rating system would actually further secure my lead rather than detract from it.
Well, I mean, she's just promoting
Pretty
stuff.
much all of
This is probably all true, but
my competitive results from 2022 and onwards are public, so people can still look into it if they have doubts. Everything you've seen up until this point of the video so far sets the stage for the current atmosphere you might have seen on social media lately. Currently, I'm being cancelled for allegedly hacking, which many people claim was the sole intended purpose of the tier list splitting.
Cheating.
Now that we've debunked that myth, though, it's
what? We do? No, we debunked that. We didn't debunk anything. You're still a cheater. What?
I'm gonna go over everything else that's being spread currently. Where you're going to start.
We didn't debunk a single cheating accusation. What is she talking about? Hold on, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Bro, we didn't debunk a single thing. What in the world? I guess we're just moving on. She's not gonna talk about the cheating. Why did she say that it's been debunked?
realize as I get into this section is just how effective these types of scenarios can be when it comes to increasing one's reputation. You'll also see the manner in which creating and feeding into controversy can be leveraged for massive personal gain. Both of these things inevitably lead to a large disconnect between public consensus and reality, since most people's exposure to these topics unfortunately happens to
all of this is the reality.
come from people.
Also, you need to debunk what yourself, like, talk about what people say about you. Don't just like talk bad about the people who say bad things about
who
you.
have no regard for anything except leeching off of someone's popularity. One of the most egregious examples of this is the fact that the public consensus regarding me being investigated as a top player is that I never have been at all, when in reality I'm probably the most investigated player in tier list history.
Barely anybody gets screen shared nowadays, at least in Crystal, and especially if you've been in the community for a super long time, you just don't even get screen shared.
I've had my computer searched 10 different times through screen shares, including during tournaments and competitive matches. I've even had to play out full competitive matches during the process of some of these screen shares.
Cap, no, that's gotta be complete cap. When has she ever like played Crystal while being screen shared? I mean, maybe when she was getting screen shared by Danger Mario. By the way, out of the 10 screen shares she said she did, I'm pretty sure like multiple of them were Danger Mario. One of them was Jai Guy. They're all her closest friends or idiots that don't know how to screen share well.
It's worth noting that nearly all of these screen shares were conducted uninspectedly, and many were conducted by highly knowledgeable experts in digital forensics. All of this can be confirmed by people who were in administration positions at the time.
Hey guys, It's Real Me.
Alright, now I heard that this part actually happened in the video. This was recorded before all the Danger Mario stuff. Just letting you guys know. Before all the Danger Mario stuff, and like right when the cheating stuff was coming out, this is when he formed his opinion on what he's saying here.
I've been in the community since 2020.
Yeah. Let's continue.
And started playing slightly before Marlow. Since we both started out in the vanilla community, I've been around for essentially every situation involving her. I have heard all the accusations thrown at her throughout the past 5 years, and I've seen all the facts firsthand. Marlow started being accused of hacking back in 2020 due to her quick mastery of respawn anchors, which, back then, were only used by a few players. In 2021, these allegations increased after another player attempted to frame her with a spoofing exploit that was present within the popular client known as Meteor. This spoofing exploit was used in order to get multiple players, including Marlow, falsely banned on a vanilla survival server. She has been constantly accused ever since then, and now these accusations have come back again at full force. People claim that she has never been properly investigated since she runs the tier list, and this could not be farther from the truth.
I disagree. I think because she owns the tier list, she hasn't been like anyone that screen shares her is somebody that's in her control.
She has been screen shared a total of 10 times throughout the—
Bro, Ukdog, who's Ukdog? Isn't Ukdog, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person. Isn't Ukdog like a part of Marlow's like Danger Mario team, or am I thinking of the wrong person?
Past 5 years, including from times before and during when she was a tier list staff member. Nearly all of these screen shares were conducted with her having no prior knowledge of them. Many of them also happened after winning tournaments. Most notably, however, some of these sudden investigations required Marlow to stream her full competitive tier tests, which, in every single instance
when did this ever happen? I want to see who watched her screen share during a tier test. And if it probably was somebody who had no idea what they were doing. I think there needs to be like some actual good proof of her getting screen shared. Like, you can say she got screen shared, but it depends who, depends what they saw, depends what they looked for. And the one screen share that she showed on her video, she didn't even show the footage of her playing PvP.
Doing so, she won with a flawless score.
She just showed like footage of another time of her PvP.
Relentless disbelief in Marlow's skill level has, unfortunately, been detrimental in some cases. While she was a network owner alongside Anx and Learn, the other two tier list owners arranged for her to be screen shared during a UHC test by a screen sharer named 9250. 9250 asked her to send her AnyDesk code in a group chat which had him, Marlow, and other UHC tier list staff. Unbeknownst to anyone, one of the UHC staff members' Discord accounts was compromised at the time and was used to see Marlow's AnyDesk code. The person who stole the AnyDesk code impersonated the screen sharer and requested to connect to her computer. Marlow, who thought that 9250 was sending the connection request, accepted. Then the impersonator ran malware on her computer, which resulted in her computer blue screening.
What year was this? Wait, Okay.
I remember that day very clearly. I was on the bus coming home from school when I heard that Marlow got ratted. We were really worried and we had no idea what happened. She changed all her account passwords from her phone and she had to disconnect her PC from her Wi-Fi and later fully reset it. Once I got home from the bus,
This is
we
2022.
first questioned.
By the way, I remember this happening. Like she tried to make me feel bad for her by DMing me about it, or he. But if this is true, how then in her PC got wiped and reset? How is she? You know all those Discord messages that apparently were faked, or maybe the only way they got the information was because she was ratted. That means any information from 2022 and onward, they wouldn't have had the information because she wiped her PC. So it just nothing's adding up here, bro.
Because we thought that he was involved, but he was just as clueless as the rest of us, and he was not involved in actually running the malware. Eventually, it was discovered that another staff member who was compromised had their account used in order to steal the AnyDesk code. I recognized the exact same file that was run on Marlow's computer having been used to run malware on another community member just a couple of weeks prior. During all of this, Marlow received countless threats to her life, household, and family from the people responsible for perpetrating the malware. The whole process of ensuring the safety of Marlow, her accounts, and personal information took 2 days. And
also, this could have all been fake. I mean, Marlow could have just like faked everything. Like this could just not be true.
Me, and even more so for Marlow. She has been screen shared by tons of different people throughout her time in the community. Many of these people dislike her.
Also, it's easy to pass screen shares against people who don't know what they're doing. It's like very easy.
Have acted maliciously to her, and they would have no reason to lie if they had found any cheats. Yet no such person has come forward.
How likely it is for her to cheat, I don't think she's been screen shared enough.
Because the truth is simple. She does not hack. There has never been another person in the community who has been accused or investigated as much as she has. I have only been screen shared twice, and Swipe has been screen shared less times than her, despite being previously caught.
Yeah, but the thing is that you guys both screen share to people, screen share to friends, post videos online, while Marlow has never a singular time ever showed real gameplay footage of her playing. Not one time. All of it has been slow-mo, faked. Do y'all not realize that? That's why Marlow should be screen shared even more. First off, she's number one, and her mechanics are impossible to recreate, and she never once has she been like openly joining calls, fighting with people on calls. She's just such a private person that nobody has any information about her. That's why she needs to be screen shared more. It doesn't matter if she's already been screen shared a couple times by 3 of her alts and 2 of her friends, and then one time it was by someone who wasn't involved, but that person was clueless. Like there needs to be like some actual good screen share proof online. And the video she posted of her getting her whole screen, her whole like setting up a whole new PC and all that was just stupid.
In screen share
because she didn't like actually play a tier list fight in that video.
Ghost client. Out of every player, she has done the most to prove she's legit. Yet, despite this, people have repeatedly misinformed others by saying that she has never been investigated at all. Many clips going around that accuse her of cheating include clips of her hitting her opponents while not looking at them. Every single one of these clips can be explained by Minecraft's inbuilt interpolation delay, where on her screen,
could be true. This
her
part could
opponent
be
is on
definitely
one
true.
side, but on her opponent's screen, they are in the other. This is extremely common in Minecraft to the point that none of these clips arise even a little bit of suspicion from me, and they are typically posted by people with very little game knowledge.
Or I agree with that.
From my years of experience in the game, hits like this have happened to me thousands of times from dozens of different players, and they are very normal, especially in kits with fast movement. All in all, Marlow has been accused more than anyone else, has been investigated more than anyone else, and yet it seems like people are just simply not aware of these facts. Every clip accusing her of cheating is unconvincing and fails to prove any sort of hacks. People have seemingly embraced the mindset of guilty until proven innocent and layered countless untrue and unsubstantiated claims on top of it all, leaving hardly even a semblance of truth left in the end.
What all of this tells you is that there is a massive chasm between what drama YouTubers want you to believe about what happened versus what actually did happen. Not only are they able to personally benefit by leveraging someone else's reputation, but they are also able to endlessly repeat this process by feeding into it with their own narratives. To show you an example of this, on January 11th, someone named Hatflaw would upload a video titled "Retired Minecraft Veteran Reacts to the Marlow Allegations."
We don't care about this.
This video would unexpectedly gain
Stop trying to get fans and just debunk the lies that people are telling about you. You haven't debunked anything yet.
Which would lead to the same person creating several more
All
posts
you have to do
as
is
well as
hand
live
cam,
streams
bro.
about me spanning across
Hand
hours.
cam.
Here are some snippets
With
from
your
their
face.
streams.
Why are you trying to be? Why are you trying to be on his bad side?
As you can see,
I want some, you know, I want to create a, you know, conflict, right? We get like a split. We get the people who don't like Marlow. We get the people who do.
She
like
debunked
Marlow,
a lot, dude. No, she did not.
Marlow. And then we get like a side of the community I could build, you know, from the ground up, of like their opinions with Marlow. And then we have like, you know, a split thing where it's like, okay, people want to hear my opinion and takes about the new Marlow situation while Marlow keeps going. It's kind of a loop I can, you know, milk out for a bit if I was going to be a little bit honest. But I'm also enjoying this, right? I didn't even plan to be a content creator, but out of the blue, one of my videos exploded because I recorded it at like 6 in the morning. I woke up, oh, what do you know, 500 comments, 1,000 comments. It was ridiculous because like, I genuinely thought that video wasn't going to get any views. I didn't work on the thumbnail, fabricate the evidence. I mean, that could work for the views if you're just wanting to make the money, chat.
RL.
I mean, really, if
Knowing
you
Richard
fake
was a
evidence,
hacker, it was very
people are
possible he
forced
was using
to.
media.
Marlow is a predator video, dude. Oh, that'd go crazy, dude.
Yeah, that's like not good enough. You got to go a little stronger than that.
Undeniable proof Marlow's a dude or something, bro.
No, you need proof that Marlow's a dude that creates. Well, actually, I heard a rumor, right? I'm not saying where I heard this rumor from, but like as I was talking to people in the community, somebody may or may not have told me that Marlow is a dude, not just a dude, but like he has this whole woman persona. At first, it was just like a joke to get big. Then he realized like he has like a lot of young girls that look up to him. So because of that, he can form relationships with these girls under the gauge or guise of being a woman.
Yo,
and
this
being, like,
is
a
such
mentor.
a waste of time. Oh my god.
Meaning he could literally be preying on these little girls. That's what somebody told me. I don't know if it's true or not, but like somebody told
Oh
me.
yeah,
that,
no. So,
hypothetically.
someone also told me that Marlow has been claiming to be the age of 15 for like multiple years, which is just
That's
really
just
weird
cap.
behavior.
Oh my god.
'Cause why
move
would you lie
on.
about your
Yeah, you don't get some random video from some idiot and just act like this is important.
age out of all
Wait,
things?
that makes sense then. That's why he was preying on those little girls, right? If he's lying about his age.
Oh my
then he can like
God.
more so be like, that's why I'm talking to these little girls. Oh my god, dude, the two sources that told us are like geniuses. It's like all
Yeah, and then what do you know? Pretends to be a female. What do child predators do?
You're not even
Pretend to-
listening? I'm listening, but it's just so stupid. Why would I talk about this? This is two random little kids that have no idea what they're talking. Not little kids, two random kids that have no idea what they're talking about, and Marlo's acting like it's some big deal just to garner sympathy and try to explain to the idiots why this could be fake or to get people to feel bad for her. But it's just, I don't know. It's just not working on
They
me,
could
bro.
be friends with the females, and they're like, "Oh, I'm actually."
This
a
is
dude."
useless.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to like meet up with them and sleep with them. Sleep with the little girls. Just the guy, just Marlow, just having these relationships with
How much
them
longer does this
is
go?
Enough for him to like feel.
Oh my
innerly,
god.
Like, Diamond Club is
Why go
the
on?
rest
Oh
as well.
my god, I just skipped like
Wait, yeah,
5
it could
minutes.
better.
For wait,
Finally. Oh my god.
what you can see is that these types of people have no remorse whatsoever for the fact that they're circulating baseless rumors at someone else's expense. For instance, insinuating that I've been lying about my age by claiming to be 15 for multiple years is ludicrous because I wasn't even in this community until I was already 16. I'm now 21 and have never once lied about my age. Furthermore, circulating rumors that imply my entire existence as a person revolves around lying to people in order to be a sexual predator is very clearly destructive. You might have noticed during one of the live streams I showed that people are wanting to leverage this situation in order to influence players to migrate to the PvP server known as Mineman Club. In a very similar manner to how the general public has been led to believe that I've never been investigated for cheating, they've also been led to believe that the largest Minecraft duel server, PvP Club, is owned by me. This
It is, bro. The reason the MC PvP Club is owned by Marlow is because it was owned by Danger Mario. Danger Mario's best friend, Jai Guy, Danger Mario then transferred ownership to Jai Guy, and all of a sudden Marlow only plays on that server. Like, it's just stupid. It's so obvious that she owns it. And also, the Discord messages going back to 2018 show every single step of the everything, and the Telegram also shows everything.
slightly false claim has been used in order to defraud me by suggesting that I bypass the anti-cheat and give myself items in order to perform better. People lying about this
People have been saying this since like since 2020, bro. People have been saying this forever.
negatively impacted the reputation of the server, and has led to campaigns attempting to boycott it and take away its player base. All of this happens at the expense of the actual server owner, who is an international student that programs and maintains the entire server all by himself.
Who's your best friend that you've known since like 2018?
Seems like people have zero regard
Who
for
also coded your cheats, according to the Discord messages and Telegram messages, all proven.
the fact that their tendency to lie in order to siphon views can actually end up affecting completely different people than their intended target. What all of this shows you is that situations like these don't only distort the truth, but also have the tendency to fully reshape how a community behaves during the process. Unfortunately, everything I've covered up until this point is just the tip of the iceberg, as there are in fact many more false claims like these being made about me. The next one I'll
The
be
telegrams were not proven false.
going over is the claim that I've been confirmed to be using a hack client known as Prestige. Prestige is a Minecraft ghost client intended to evade anti-cheats and appear legitimately
Bro,
in
no
the
one
eyes
thinks
of
you
other
use
players.
some public
What makes
client.
the claim that I've
Oh
been
my
using this client
God.
appear credible is the fact that the
Oh my
claim is actually
God.
being made by the company itself.
Yo,
What
the
people-
Telegram account was not made in 2025. That was just a lie. Or that was just like, you can't tell specifically when a
Realize,
Telegram account was
however, is
made.
that this is
It's just not
actually a
true.
marketing scheme. By publicly outing
And I
me
already
for
talked
using
about
their
that.
hack client, they can leverage the newfound publicity to suggest that anyone who purchases the client will be capable of
All right, let me
performing
chill
at
out.
my
Let me
skill
chill out.
level.
This is making
A
me
lot-
mad that these people who have no idea what they're talking about are just talking so confidently. But let's continue.
A lot of people in my situation here would be screwed, but I fortunately happen to have evidence to support my case. Last year, I had been put in contact with the owner of Prestige in order to investigate a top player that had been cheating. During some of our conversations, he offered to pay me to publicly admit that I had been using Prestige client. He asked me this twice, and both times I had rejected him. This offer alone should show you that clients like these are completely willing to pounce on the opportunity to cancel top players if it benefits their company. While this specific scenario was clearly intended for financial gain, there's another way in which people have been able to profit off of my misfortune. People seem to think that most of the popular exposed videos being uploaded against me right now are merely intended to educate the public, but it actually goes much deeper than that. Currently,
It doesn't
there are
matter what
three
they're making
main
the videos for. Just disprove the stuff that people say about you.
videos being
The stuff that
used
people believe.
as evidence against me. It just so happens to be, however, that all three of these people are currently banned from MC tiers. I'll be explaining why exactly this matters later on, but for now I want to cover the main video that kickstarted this situation's popularity. This video by Critical1Y, titled The Art of Deception, Marlow, depicts my Minecraft skin as an evil overlord puppeteering the competitive community.
Oh my god,
Let's
bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even want to watch the rest of this.
watch the video and address some of the points being made.
This is how you become the best player at Minecraft PvP in the whole world. First, you grind every day and sometimes even skip essential tasks like eating or getting enough exercise. During this time, you fight the best players you can find, you message good players to fight or play some known servers to practice. And when that's not enough, you throw it all away. You make your own tier list, you own the testing server, and force everyone to test on that server, and suddenly you're tier 1 in everything. Sound familiar? Well, this is the story of how Marlow deceived the entire Minecraft community as Minecraft's biggest closet cheater.
Are we about to watch a whole video, bro?
You've already seen more than enough reasons as for why the split was necessary, but
Oh
there's
my
something else that
gosh.
I want to point out. Before the tier list migrated, I had actually already obtained tier 1 in 5 out of the 7 game modes. This was already the most tier 1 rank that anyone achieved, and it was clear that my progress wasn't slowing down. In this crucial moment, Critical leaves this extremely relevant detail out and presents his hook as if I was a struggling player that couldn't rank up no matter how hard I tried to. While this in itself is deceptive, you might have also noticed that
Why is she talking about the stupid videos?
Critical is the one responsible for perpetrating the widespread lie that I'm the owner of PvP Club. The fact that all of this happens at the very start of the video probably already tells you what's in store for the rest of it.
Each kit is like a whole different game, with different mechanics, clicking styles, movement, and keybinds, which is why most top players specialize in a specific game mode instead of dominating everything at once. However, you might see some players who are high tier 1 at UHC be above high tier 2 in SMP as they have the same core skills. Regardless, progression is usually slow. Now that you understand that there are different kits, we need to talk
FYI, this video is 2 hours long, which could have probably been an easy 10-minute video of her PvPing with Facecam. Yep.
about keybinds. In Minecraft, there are 9 slots that you need to be able to hotkey to.
And you think
in
with
order
how
to-
smart Marlow is, you think she would know that, but no, she's never going to do a face cam video that actually 100% proves that she is legit.
use your different items effectively. However, it's scientifically impossible to have perfect keybinds
That girl does
and
not know how to
clicking patterns
PvP.
for all the game modes. Here, take a look at what Crystal PvP gameplay looks like. Do you see how it involves left clicking with your sword, swapping to your obsidian and placing it, then going to your crystals and alternating your left and right clicks? Now compare this to UHC, where you have to swap between so many items while blocking your shield and all sorts of stuff. And for our player Marlow, she has to be able to do this for 8 kits simultaneously. That's right.
Why,
Marlow
yo,
is tier 1
is she
skill
for real?
at
Why is she for real talking about this whole video?
everything at the same time, which shouldn't be possible.
This guy's not even like giving any good proof about anything, so why is she trying to like debunk this?
Even Itrio Me, the next best player, still had lower tiers at low tier 2.
The next relevant claim that Critical makes is that it's scientifically impossible to have perfect keybinds for every game mode. Since there technically is no such thing as perfect keybinds, I'm going to address this claim under the assumption that Critical means a set of
Bro.
keybinds that function viably across every game mode. While I actually do
What was the
happen
point
to
of that segment? I don't know. She just moved on talking about something else.
switch certain keybinds depending on the game mode I'm playing,
She's
this-
trying to make it so. She's trying to make the video so long to make it seem like she's just constantly debunking all these different things, but in reality, she still has not proven anything.
claim is seemingly baseless because other top players such as It's Real Me have used the same keybinds across every game mode and achieved massive success in the process. While I am the only player that has achieved tier 1 in every game mode, even hypothetically if I was hacking, that wouldn't automatically mean that this feat is impossible, and anyone who believes so would just be reducing their own potential.
Before the MC tier split, Marlow competed on what's known as PvP tiers, like everyone else. She had strong placements and she was still an owner. However, it was limited because there was shared authority and her skill was kit specific. Most importantly, she was not tier 1 in everything. Let's use Messi for example. Messi is one of the best playmakers and dribblers, but notice how he isn't even near the best
Yeah, this is
players
just
in
stupid,
terms
'cause
of
like,
defending
oh
or
my
scoring
God.
headers. Alright, now that
This
I've
doesn't
got
really prove anything. This is more like, I don't know. These are more like most likely type of claims.
most of the common sense points out of the way, we can show the gameplay. This clip shows Legendary's
Which
high
are
tier
not
1
what
test
we wanna
against
see
Marlow
debunked.
in SMP.
We want to see that Marlow is we want to see this girl right here. We want to see her going crazy in every game mode and cooking everybody. But it's never going to happen. I promise you it's never going to happen. She's down to meet up with anyone in real life, but she's never going to meet up in hand cam and stream herself like fighting somebody.
As you can see, she pros on him, and then no look
never gonna
180
happen.
disables him. Okay, maybe you could have
And
said
she's going to spend a long time saying she will meet up, but it will never happen. I promise you.
that was client-sided, but this time Legendary pros onto Marlow, and she does the exact same thing.
Genuinely, why would she not do that? I don't know. There's just gonna come up with some reason.
Also, if we keep saying the client-sided argument, how come it's always Marlow at fault? Does she have her own client that purposely mishandles packets?
In this portion of the video, Critical shows clips of me landing attacks on the opponent without facing them. He then portrays this as
You
if
already
it's something
talked about
fully exclusive to
this.
me.
Oh my gosh,
This
move
is by
on.
far the most widespread allegation that has been made when it comes to whether or not I'm cheating. So you'll see a lot
Her
more
parents
clips
are too
just
strict gimmick, bro. That's not even gonna matter because she said she was gonna meet up with everybody else.
like it. The irony here is
She
that
got a hotel, she got a trailer, like she's on her own now.
the actual reason behind these types of hits is rooted in a fundamental combat mechanic that I'm surprised so few people are aware of. I'll be explaining this mechanic in detail both for people who want to benefit from it competitively and for people who think it's the result of cheating. In Minecraft, whenever a player moves from point A to point B, their position doesn't instantly update for both players. Minecraft interpolates
already
their
talked
movement
about
across
this.
roughly
Oh my
200
God.
milliseconds, meaning that when a player has started moving, their
Holy.
opponent won't actually perceive it for around 200 milliseconds later. The same is true in reverse. When a player stops moving, their opponent won't perceive them actually stopping for around 200 milliseconds later. Many players are under the impression that ping is the underlying reason for why mechanics like comboing work, but positional interpolation is the true reason for why these things are possible, and ping only adds an additional layer of delay to the matter. To further demonstrate to you just how common these types of hits are, I'll put a montage consisting of various top players getting them on screen.
Okay, we believe you. We don't need to waste 10 minutes on this. Yo, it seems like every time I have a lot of viewers, my chat just becomes more and more horrible. Why is my entire YouTube chat spamming egg for 10 minutes straight? Like, what are you guys doing?
What all of this reveals is that lack of knowledge is currently what plays the largest part when it comes to people accusing me of hacking, and it's unfortunate that people have been so hasty to pounce on me for it. The next clip I'll be showing you follows the same pattern.
Next, we have the Pig Ears Diamond Pot fight, where Marlow not only cheats by using aim assist, but also trigger bot while eating. Okay, some could say she has high sense, but this is not high sense, because after every single—
this part's crazy. This is really, 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 really hard to do. And I don't think anyone in 30 years or ever will be able to like do this legit.
Hit, she flicks away for no reason just to flick back onto him. And no, she's not—
it's not for no reason. You know, knockback displacement, like that is very hard to do. And I don't think in the middle of a fight doing it just this consistently like that, I don't think it's just ever gonna happen.
Styling on him because she lost this fight 30-12.
The first of the two claims being made here is actually valid. I appear to be attacking with my sword while eating at the same time, which isn't possible. This occurrence resulted from a confirmed bug in a popular mod I use which reduces the latency of consumable items in the Minecraft client. Here's what it looked like on my screen. Since on my screen I wasn't actually eating anything, I was able to move around freely. This is not the only occurrence of this happening. It's happened to both me and multiple other players on several occasions. Unfortunately, this is one of the downsides of how integral Minecraft mods are in the competitive community, since certain mods will inevitably produce behavior like this from time to time. Here's confirmation from the mod developer regarding this case. Moving on to the second claim, Critical asserts that I flick for no reason in order to attack Pig Ears, which he then says is proof that I'm using aim assist. This is completely untrue, as my flicks were in fact intentional. At the time, I had been experimenting with a technique
what's crazy is, this guy didn't say it in his video, but like just doing this consistently is so hard.
Barely anyone knew about called knockback displacement. The player Swite, who I had taught this technique to prior to this fight, would later end up publicly commenting about its existence, but he would later end up deleting his comment due to harassment.
He deleted his comment because he realized you're a dirty liar.
People believe that this technique
and that what he said was defending you for no reason, and it was not true.
Made up specifically in order to cover for hacks, but I have plenty of messages that prove that this isn't the case. In fact, I was specifically going into this fight to experiment with the tactic in the first place, which is part of why I ended up losing so badly. Something that people might not realize is that this specific moment was actually what started all of the controversy that I'm currently in today. The irony of it being due to superior game knowledge paints a pretty clear picture as to how these situations historically go. In 2020 and 2021, I was suspected of hacking due to the discovery of how you could place blocks much faster by setting the action to a keyboard key, which today is a widely known strategy called keyboard place. In 2022, I was suspected once again due to having a proprietary technique that assisted in shield disabling. This technique was taught to me by the high tier 1 player Vivikai, and is now a widely known strategy called attribute swapping. In 2023, I was suspected for a third time for having the proprietary knowledge of how to place blocks midair. This technique was taught to me by my friend Baby Brownie, and is now a widely known strategy called air placing. In 2024, I was suspected once again after unretiring at high tier 1 in SMP with perfect scores. At the time, people had believed that I was using hacks to take away my shield delay, but as it turns out, this wasn't even possible to do in the game through hacking. In 2025, I was suspected of using
but she played on servers that she owned. It could be done server-side.
Hacks for stun smashing due to my discovery of tick lockouts, which was assisted by understanding hotbar priority. This would later become widespread knowledge after I made a video on it. And now, In 2026, I'm suspected of using aim assist due to having the uncommon knowledge of knockback displacement. I had actually planned on making a video on the technique long before I had gotten into any controversy for it.
In order to do that is just impossible.
And it's almost certain that I wouldn't be
perfect.
cancelled right now if I did. Given the pattern I just showed you, people clearly have an unhealthy tendency to label anything that they don't understand as cheating. What this means is that instead of being met with positive reception when attempting to advance the game's meta, it can often instead be reputationally devastating depending on the circumstances, which is obviously completely backwards to how it should be.
Well, then just don't be so private and share your footage, and maybe that wouldn't be a problem.
Finally, we have the clip from this fight with Marlow against Swipe, where Marlow clearly spazzes out because she's trying to pot, but her aim assist is trying to hit Swipe.
Yeah, look at that, bro. Look at that. Look at that. That doesn't just happen.
Her to throw her pots around.
Did y'all see that?
And I was actually able to recreate this when I fought a hacker on MCPVP, and they do the exact same thing, trying to hit me while they are potting.
The next claim that Critical makes is that I was attempting to use health potions, but that I couldn't.
That doesn't happen normally, bro. When she just started tweaking out.
Because doing so conflicted with the aim-related hacks that I allegedly use. I happen to know exactly what happened here, but unfortunately it's the type of explanation that isn't backed by any hard evidence.
Okay.
This clip is taken from a fight I had with Swipe for a YouTube video rather than a competitive match. Within this fight, Swipe had a substantial lead on me and was obviously going to win. So I thought that it would be funny for the video to spaz out at the end.
Yo, so you're telling me at the end of the video you just started tweaking out? Like, oh, this is about to be funny. I'm gonna tweak out and pretend like I'm a cheater. The way you tweaked out was like exactly how a cheater tweaks out. You don't just tweak out like that, bro.
And was obviously going to win.
Oh my god.
So I thought that it would be
yeah, bro.
funny for the video to spaz out at the end of the match.
Stupid.
At the time, I didn't even consider the possibility that people would interpret this as hacking, and Swipe seemed to also know that it was for entertainment. While I do agree that the clip looks bizarre, Critical's claim also doesn't make sense in a number of ways.
Bro. That's not just tweaking out.
If I was actually using this form of hack, why would this conflict only occur in this specific moment out of all of the other times that I had turned around to pot?
I don't know. You accidentally untoggled your cheats, or the hack messed up.
Furthermore, most aim-related hacks have specific settings.
Or you untoggled the pot mode or something.
To only function while holding a weapon, which is something that would practically have to be enabled to perform at my level in this mode. While I'm sorry that I don't have definitive proof to back up my explanation here, I hope people can also understand that this type of circumstance is largely caused by the fact that players spend hours analyzing and scrutinizing my gameplay, whereas other players who exhibit the same behavior simply don't get observed for it, which is why it always ends up looking like I'm the only one at fault.
Speaking of authority, why is the ref playing the game?
Oh my god, we're about to watch this whole video again.
The tier list owner should not be competing in the game at such a high level. This easily leads to corruption, favoritism, and cheating. Being the tier list owner allows you to place final verdict on kit changes, force people to play on a server you have ownership to, and decide not to get SS'd because who's gonna stop you? You own the tier list.
Facts.
By the way, she got exposed for hacking in 2021, and anyone who asks her to screenshot
facts. Wait, yeah. Why did she not bring that up? Well, yeah, everyone said didn't she get caught in an SS before? Maybe that's not true, but I swear I've heard that before.
Just gets blacklisted.
Before I address the later allegations, let's start with the statement about the referee playing the game. I understand that people will have varying opinions on this topic, but regardless, I'm going to give my thoughts on the matter, and I'm sorry if some people find it unsatisfactory. The first thing that I want to clarify is that I've been a top player for many years now, even before I was ever an owner. Since the Minecraft community doesn't have its own official competitive scene, it instead had to be created voluntarily. I personally can't see myself ever having created MC tiers if I wasn't even able to be a part of it, and I find it frustrating that so many people attempt to take the moral high ground on this issue.
Yeah.
The truth is, very few people would decide on a whim to dedicate multiple years of their life to building up a grassroots community that they can't participate in.
Yeah, exactly.
And I wish more people could understand that.
I agree with that.
That being said, though, comparing my situation to a referee participating in a sports game is inaccurate. MC Tiers has guardrails when it comes to staff managing their own competitive matches. Whenever I open a Discord ticket requesting a tier test, my ticket and assigned opponents are handled by the same staff team that handles everyone else's tests. That being said, though, I do find it unfair that it seems like I'm the only one who ever catches flack for this type of thing. Multiple top competitors have been in full game mode management positions while competing, and people like It's Real Me, Ins, and Learn have been in full network management positions while also competing. For some reason, out of all of these people, it seems like I'm the only one who
Yeah,
ever
but they also, those people don't own the server and have control of every single staff member, though.
gets called out. Many people say
Actually, no, I guess Learn and the other guy did.
that it's because of the fact that I'm now ranked as the best in the world. But back when It's Real Me was ranked #1, I never saw anyone criticize him in the same way. From my perspective, this is a blatant double standard. It seems like people are selectively okay with people being in a management position while competing, and that whether or not it's acceptable is entirely dependent on whether or not they like the person doing so. Moving on, however, let's revisit the last 2 statements that Critical made at the end of this claim.
By the way, she got exposed for hacking in 2021, and anyone who asks her to screen share now just gets blacklisted.
Everything Critical says here can be summed up as a blatant lie. As we've already gone over, I've probably been the most investigated player in tier list history, and 2021 was no exception. In fact, this was the year in which I probably had the most notable skill gap over anyone else in vanilla PvP, yet after multiple investigations I was always proven to be legit. Critical's second claim that anyone in the present day who asks me to screen share gets blacklisted is also a complete lie. The blacklist is particularly reserved for people who commit extremely harmful offenses along the lines of doxing, swatting, and sexual misconduct. There is zero record of anyone ever being blacklisted merely for asking someone to screen share. Critical's decision to lie about both of these things should serve as further evidence of his character. I'll now be moving on to the next claim.
But let's go back to the huge mace changes, which changed the Elytra durability from its normal durability to 100 durability, then to 150. Sure, let's take Marlow's side and say it wasn't because of Alien Overdose. From the community's perspective, it looks like you changed the kit just so you can get your high tier 1 back.
Yeah, she has a lot of situations like that in Crystal too, but I can understand that she doesn't change the kits to be more beneficial to her. She does it to like make it more balanced. And if she didn't even play in the tier list, then she wouldn't have been able to figure out that the kit should be balanced. So I don't think that's a good claim at all.
The statement that Critical makes here is regarding changes that were made to the mace kit in order to decrease match duration. These claims were actually 100% debunked before the changes were even made. I'll explain. On March 27th of last year, a player known by the name of Alien Overdose opened up a testing ticket for Tier 1. It wasn't until around 3 months later, on June 21st, the alien would finally complete his test and contest me for the high Tier 1 rank, which at the time was held by me. I tried to schedule with Alien for around 3 months, in which the match was delayed substantially. Although Alien claimed that this extreme delay was allegedly due to personal reasons, it's confirmed that Alien was participating in other competitive fights during this time frame. Regardless of whether or not this delay had valid reasoning behind it or not, it is vital to the context of this situation. During this time frame, the Mace community had a very split conflict on whether or not the game mode should update to include changes that Minecraft had made relating to Ender Pearls. In case you're wondering what was changed, it was that previously when you were teleported to an Ender Pearl, it would stop your momentum entirely.
Oh my god, we don't care.
Whereas after the update, you would maintain your momentum instead. Alien Overdose was
a lot of Mace
strongly
people probably
against
do
this
care.
update being implemented, stating that it would entirely kill the ability to fight people midair. This claim was completely inaccurate, and in the present day, the change has actually been shown to benefit aerial gameplay rather than detract from it, which was something that I had been saying was true all along. Unfortunately, Alien's false rhetoric would spread to other community members, and he would accuse me of proposing the changes specifically to nerf his skill level. This was particularly egregious because at the time I had hardly even played using the updated Pearl mechanics, and my high tier 1 rank was earned without them. When someone has a tier test open for 7 months, things are bound to change, and it's illogical to assume that every single change in this time frame is founded from malicious intent. As time passed, the update became accepted by the community, but there was a new problem that had come up. Fights were taking a long time, and when I say a long time, I mean hours.
Yeah,
this is clearly not
this is why it's good or I don't know if it's good, but I think it could be good for an owner to participate and play because they can fully realize how the kits need to be balanced.
That was sustainable when you look at it from a
Without
perspective.
that, like they wouldn't know what the right the owner or whoever is in charge wouldn't know what the right decision is to be made. Or maybe they would if all the players like banded together and came up with a conclusion. It could, actually, no, the owner doesn't have to play, but it just makes it easier if the owner can play and make decisions themselves.
Of concern for the health and future of the game mode.
But I guess it probably would be better to just get opinions from a lot of different people.
So something had to change. What you need to know is that Minecraft has an exploit where you can avoid losing Elytra durability as long as you alternate between equipping it and unequipping it in under a second, which is quite easy to do. When you pair this with the fact that the Elytra by default has 432 durability, matches end up being extremely long contests of who can evade the opponent while exploiting the Elytra durability bug most effectively. When I say this, I don't mean it as an exaggeration. Quite literally, the meta in this scenario is to almost fully avoid fighting until you've completely exhausted the opponent's Elytra durability, which is why these fights were going on for hours. On August 3rd, I would make an announcement regarding the fact that we would be trialing changes that lowered the Elytra's durability in an effort to reduce match time. At this point, you might be thinking that surely by now, Alien Overdose would have fought me for his high tier 1 test, but unfortunately this wasn't the case. During the multiple months that I had been waiting for him, he had actually secretly been practicing this exact meta on an alt account. This is why after I ended up making this announcement, Alien began to strongly object to it, and once again insisted that this change was proposed purely with the intention of nerfing his skill level. Obviously this assertion was ludicrous given the scale of how bad the gameplay issue was, but in this specific scenario I decided that these changes wouldn't be added until after Alien's high tier 1 test, which he was informed of. Eventually, after having waited a whole 3 months, Alien and I would finally fight and he would end up achieving high tier 1. Shortly after, the kit changes that had been planned previously were put in place, and the Elytra durability bug was patched in competitive play. The backlash from implementing these changes was so severe that the community began to riot and spread lies about me. It became a widespread rumor that the kit changes had only been put in place because I had lost to Alien Overdose, and that the intention behind them was purely to aid me in the process of getting high tier 1 back. What you can see from all of this though is that this rumor is not only untrue, but 100% provably untrue since there were in fact numerous discussions on the matter long before the match had even happened. In my opinion, this rumor was fully started as an attempt to put pressure on me by targeting my reputation so that I might cave in and end up reverting the changes. Unfortunately, a lot of people actually fell for this, and since then I've had a poor reputation in the Mace community because of it. Let's move on to the next claim.
Then, they changed the durability to 150 to make it look like they were taking the side of the community, when in fact, this was the poll
Yo, I hope she answers this in one sentence. Please don't drag for another 5 minutes.
Run, and 150 was tied with 350, 400, and 432 dura. But wait, let's remember who the Mace changes helped with the most. Rapture, the #1 Mace player currently.
Critical presents this poll regarding the kit changes as if it were some kind of official vote. The reality is, this was an unofficial Discord poll created by a regulator who would then end up spreading it later on. The regulator I'm referring to ended up later being punished and demoted for other offenses, but the poll itself didn't even contain votes from every staff member. For instance, I was in favor of 150 durability but never even participated in this unofficial poll. Regarding the topic of Rapture, I'm going to be covering this allegation a bit later, so I'll be skipping it for now.
And the funny thing is, Marlow even tried to buy MCSR, which is Minecraft speedrunning, but they denied luckily.
What?
At the end of the video, Critical claims that I attempted to purchase the popular mod known as Minecraft speedrunning
Marlow
rank,
ain't got the money
but
like
then
that.
was denied from doing so by the owners. Out of all of the claims being made in this video, this one is by far the most bizarre out of all of them. The fact that hardly anyone picked up on how blatantly Critical lies here goes to show you just how effective it can be in this community to make up statements like these without showing any proof.
What is that guy talking about? I don't know. Like that. Why is she focusing on this stupid
What
guy?
else to say here other than the fact that this interaction never happened. I never tried to purchase MCSR ranked. With that being said, we've now gone through the video and addressed most of the points being made. There's one last point, however, that I wanted to say for the end, since it requires you to have all of the context that we covered previously.
Everyone's brainwashed by Marlow, and if you speak against her, something happens. After watching the fight with Cray vs Marlow, I said in the vanilla tier list general that Marlow cheats, and I got perm banned for destructive behavior. Like
Bro, no, this actually is probably true.
We aren't catching people who cheat or ult, but I'm permanently banned from
okay, if he did say that and got banned for that, then I would not, actually, no, you know what, I take that back. It's probably not true, he probably said something worse.
all the discords and MC tiers for saying someone cheats. That's just a crazy power trip. It's like going to high surveillance prison with hardened criminals for taking Sprite instead of water. I didn't originally plan on posting this on my main channel, but my MC Tears ban said otherwise.
Everything you just heard is completely untrue. Critical claims that he was banned for sending a video of my flick hits from the Pig Ears fight over Discord. What makes this easily debunkable is that I had actually been sharing the same video around to troll people because at the time people weren't aware that this clip was actually the result of knockback displacement. Why would Critical be banned for sending something that I had previously already sent long before he did? Furthermore, if you look in the Discord servers, you can see that there are many people who have accused me, yet they aren't banned for doing so. This is because it's not against the rules just to accuse someone. The real reason that Critical was banned is because he was repeatedly spreading lies in order to convince people that what he was saying was true, which is obviously destructive. As you could probably tell though, this video followed the exact same pattern. Earlier I brought up the fact that the main viral videos on this topic just so happen to be published by players who are currently banned. By the end of the next video I cover, you'll see precisely why that matters so much.
That doesn't know. It
For
does
now,
not
what you
matter,
need
bro. We need to look at at what you're being accused of, and you need to explain why it's not true.
to know is that the next video I'm covering is not made by someone who is just banned, but rather someone who is blacklisted. While you'll be getting the specifics of this case in a moment, I'll start by showing the video on screen. This video, titled Competitive Minecraft is a Joke, was posted by Aximity on January 29th. I happened to see this video shortly after it was uploaded, and upon doing so I immediately knew that it would blow up because of how deceptive it was. Knowing this, I wrote a comment so that I could inform people who might come across the video that Aximity was acting maliciously, but unfortunately my comment would end up receiving so many dislikes that YouTube made it practically impossible to come across for the average viewer. I actually went on another device to try and find my own comment and realized that it had sunk so far down the YouTube algorithm that it took multiple minutes of scrolling for me to even locate it. Unfortunately, my comment being so hard to find has actually led to the majority of people currently believing that I deleted it, which simply isn't true. There's something that I want to show you about this comment though. After I posted it, Aximity issued a response to it which he would end up editing several times. Within this response, Aximity lies by baselessly claiming that I'm silencing top players. He then gets personal and tells me that as a former friend of his that I should just quit, and that it was genuinely over for me. While to many people this line might have seemed like it was written out of concern, I knew that the real reason that Aximity was trying to convince me to quit was because he knew that if I told people the truth that his video would be torn to shreds by it.
What?
Aximity's
Not true,
video
bro.
is currently
It's because everything he's saying is true.
one of the most viewed videos on this topic, so it's necessary that I go through it and debunk the dishonest claims being made in it.
Let me set the record straight. The competitive Minecraft scene that's had the entire community in a chokehold over the past few years is a straight-up joke, filled with cheaters, staff abusing their powers, mass manipulation, and in some cases, straight-up illegal activity among some of the top players and influencers within the community.
Within the introduction, Aximity references how top players and influencers are engaging in illegal activity within the community. This is the perfect segue for you to know exactly why
That's
Aximity is
hypocritical.
currently blacklisted, as it happens to be specifically for illegal
That's ironic,
activity.
I mean.
In order to give you the best understanding, I'm going to have the person who handled his blacklist case explain.
Huh. You're not gonna explain it again, bro. No. No, we just heard you explain it for 5 minutes like an hour ago. Why are you explaining this again? Oh my god.
Hi, my name is Spooked, and I was the staff member responsible.
Why doesn't she just go live with the camera showing her gameplay? That would actually prove something. Because she can't. That's why, bro. That's what we've been saying. But nobody can realize that. And nobody can realize that the Discord messages going back to 2018 also fully prove it. Like she said, like I don't even know, bro. She never is talking about what's important, and she doesn't show what actually would prove that she's innocent.
Blacklist case back when it occurred.
She's just doing what she can.
In July of 2024. Aximity was black.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to skip this part because I literally already watched this whole thing. I don't know how you accidentally put the same thing in the video twice.
What all of this tells you is that Aximity's current blacklist is quite severe.
By the way, I'm not skipping this to try to defend Aximity in any way. I'm just letting you guys know that. Like I'm just saying I already watched that whole thing. 10 minutes. Go back and watch it if you want the context.
Or any appeals for it need to be treated seriously. Aximity's primary
I'm also letting you
defense
guys know, like that's not uncommon in the Minecraft PvP space. Like, and that's a bad thing.
here is that he was making these statements in order to pander to the good side of the person he was talking to, Resaw, who happens to be blacklisted and generally considered a harmful member of the community. He claims that by doing this, that he was able to protect countless members of the community from being harmed. The problem with this
Oh my
statement
god,
is
did I already watch this part too?
that there is no early. For example, in the screenshot where Aximity discusses the prospect of committing rape when he travels to another girl's state, I happen to know that Aximity did have romantic interest in this girl, and was actually planning on meeting up with her in real life. What I'm trying to say here is that while it's unlikely that these statements were actually going to happen, they have to be taken seriously regardless, especially considering that illegal activity did in fact occur here. You'll see how all of this relates to the video later on.
That's horrible. That's really, really messed up. Really, really weird.
At this portion of the video, Aximity presents a montage of what are implied to be clips of me hacking. We've already debunked the behavior that causes most of these clips, but there's 2 more that came up that I'd like to go over. These clips showcase me equipping 2 pieces of armor at what appears to be the same time. It seems like Aximity is under the impression that this shouldn't be possible, but
whoa, look at that. That's just not possible.
To be the same
look at that, look at
time.
that.
It seems
Okay, tell me if this is possible without cheats.
like
You put on your armor instantly and instantly take it back off. How do you do that? That's not possible.
is under the impression that this
But
should
we can hear her explanation.
be possible, but it's actually quite simple. The crouching you see here is because I was holding shift before toggling my inventory, and I remained crouched due to desynchronization. Holding shift in this scenario is normal because I need to avoid dragging items in my inventory. The main thing here though is that while Minecraft handles most of its inputs at a rate of 20 ticks per second, the mouse has an exception to that rule. This is partially because if mouse movements only updated at 20 ticks per second, looking around would feel quite choppy. What this means though is that you can also click the mouse multiple times during a single tick, and on the next tick it will perform all of the actions in game.
Okay.
The way I quickly remove and equip my armor is by spamming both left and right click simultaneously, which allows you to very efficiently manage your inventory. I encourage people to give this strategy a try, as knowing how to
that's
do
a good
it can
strategy.
be quite helpful.
I like it.
There were a lot of clips circling around.
Huh? You're not gonna explain it? No, go back. How did you take the armor off and put it back on instantly? Instantly. You can't do that. You have to take the armor off. You have to. Well, no, you have to.
What you see here is because I think that this shouldn't be possible.
Wait.
At what appears to be the same time. It seems
armor's off,
like
instantly back on, and then how did she take it off that fast? How did she take it back off that fast? Just like move her mouse all the way up to where her armor is. That is impossible to do. You can't just do that easily.
That this shouldn't be possible.
Bro, she didn't even explain that. That's why it's cheating, because you can't just take it off and then put it back on instantly that fast. She didn't even explain why that happened. That's just stupid. So boom, she didn't explain that well.
In game. The way I quickly remove and equip my armor is by spamming both left and right click simultaneously, which allows you to
Maybe she was still in her inventory and just misclicked. You can't flick your mouse and misclick both your armor pieces instantly like that. That just doesn't happen. It's way more likely. By the way, you guys are coming up with excuses that are so unlikely, but it's way more likely that she has a macro that instantly takes on and off the armor. Every single thing that she's explaining here that doesn't have like 100% proof, it's just way more likely that she's a cheater and that she's Danger Mario. Every single thing that finally, by the way, that's like an hour of not proving anything. But when she finally goes to prove something, it's just stupid. And it's way more likely that she's a cheater.
I encourage people to give this strategy a try, as knowing how to do it can be quite helpful.
There were a lot of clips circling around consisting of Marlow's crystalling being faster than anyone else believed even possible. This led a lot of crystal PvPers to believe Marlow was cheating to unfairly crystal as fast as she could. This made her later come to release the Crystal Optimizer in 2023. The Crystal Optimizer is a mod that makes placing and hitting crystals client-sided so that you can effectively crystal a lot faster. She branded this as a mod to give higher ping players less of a disadvantage in crystal PvP. But without a doubt, this is the mod that she was using as a cheat for so many months before she even released it in order to crystal abnormally fast and beat every player.
No, she was definitely using way crazier stuff than that. I think that whole mod is just like a cover-up. Like, that's just such a useless mod.
Before Marlow released this and branded it the way she did, this would have been straight up considered a cheat if she was caught with this. But as a leader in the community, she was able to get away with this. With this in mind, this already sets a precedent that Marlow is very likely to be a cheater, and nothing is stopping her from doing the same thing today.
The problem with the statements that you just heard is that they were presented with so much confidence that most people wouldn't even question it for a split second. But the reality is that none of what Aximity says here is true. I also know that he himself knows that it's not true, and is deliberately choosing to misrepresent it. The reason I know this is because there's an extremely detailed portion of my video from 2024 where I cover the difficulties I had throughout the process of getting the Crystal Optimizer legalized, and Aximity and I had discussed it on multiple occasions. Something I should note is that the allegation Aximity is making here appears to be out of nowhere, as this wasn't an issue that staff members even raised during my attempts to get the mod legalized. What you're seeing on screen is a portion of Aximity's video here where he asserts that he was involved with my video during the process of making it. While Aximity wasn't involved with the making of the video itself, he was very well aware of its contents. This is because Aximity was also planning to release a video around the same time, and his video would cover some of what was in mine. Aximity's decision to assert his involvement with my video here appears to be with the intention of boosting his credibility, but when you see how he misrepresents all of this, it actually detracts from it. The reason for my crystal speed has nothing to do with the Crystal Optimizer, and what people need to know is that if I had actually been using it competitively before it was legalized, I would have likely been banned.
Not
If you're
true. You
interested
would not have gotten SS.
in
What?
more information as to why that is, I highly advise watching my old video which covers it all. What all of this tells you is that Aximity can—
But she definitely just used something crazier than this. This is so useless. Maybe Aximity's not that good at crystal, so he doesn't know how like kind of useless this is. But yeah, she definitely just cheated with way harder cheats than this.
completely made up
Before
all
that.
of this, yet hardly anyone watching would notice that. Unfortunately, what you're going to be seeing throughout the rest of this video are many more dishonest statements like these.
When I started to become active again, a friend of mine, who is a very close friend of someone who is notorious for being a very skilled coder and has made multiple top-tier PvP hack clients,
I like the song.
who is completely blacklisted from MC tiers for a plethora of reasons, one of which being literally threatening Marlow's family in 2023, is actually friends with Marlow, secretly, today.
Yeah, the only reason why is because Marlow just wants to puppify everybody. She wants to be in control of everybody.
Herself even confirmed it to me directly. Very Violent made it very clear that the person they told this to, they wanted this to be kept secret. And they confirmed, in the process, that Marlow does quite a bit of things that people don't know about in order to get an advantage in PvP. This person—
Low-key, Donut, you're losing respect of thousands of people. The armor was a desync, which is clearly said. You promoting negativity to a huge community of players. Consider what you say first. How are you guys on Marlow's side? I don't understand.
Personally has me dead
You guys
convinced
are
that
stupid.
Marlow's doing—
There's a desync that took off her armor and put it back on. Do you even know what you're talking about? There's a desync. Yo.
Something even today. Thanks to the monopoly Marlow has on the community, she can keep denying and just straight up ignoring these accusations of her cheating, and there will never ever be any hard proof to come out that she cheats. As a matter of fact, back in 2023, if you were even associated with Very Violent, the person who is friends with Marlow now, Marlow would literally blacklist you. I think it is just crazy that they could be friends today.
The way in which Aximity presents this claim contains a massive leap in logic by implying that simply interacting with another person is equivalent to being close friends with them. I have a feeling 99% of people will agree that having contact with a person doesn't automatically mean you have a close relationship with them, yet Aximity presents this as if it were the case. For anyone wondering, I almost never speak to V, aka the person who Aximity is referring to here. But even if I did, that would be my own personal choice to make regardless. The most egregious part of this claim, though, is that it actually applies to Aximity himself. If you use the same logic Aximity is in this situation, it would imply that anyone who is friends with him shouldn't be allowed to be because he's also blacklisted. The primary purpose of this entire claim seems to be to use it as an opportunity to misrepresent screenshots from V. What we can see here are conversations where Aximity's friend questions V on whether or not I'm cheating, and in these screenshots, V explicitly states that I'm not.
The telegram was faked, bro. That's a huge nuance to just skip. You can easily check the fact with 2-minute Google. No, that's not true, bro. It doesn't make sense that the telegram is faked when the entire Discord is proven true. I don't know why Marlow didn't like mention anything about the Discord messages. Maybe because they're not public yet. That's probably why. But the same person who publicized the telegram also publicized the Discord DMs, which are 100% proven to be real. So that's why I know that the telegram is not true, and that whatever Marlow said in her video is just not true.
V follows this up by saying that I know things about the game that other people don't, and that it should be seen as expertise rather than cheating. For whatever reason, Aximity phrases this in the most vindictive way possible, as if I'm doing something wrong by having studied game mechanics. As you can tell, there's virtually no consistency in anything Aximity is saying here, and it serves as yet another example of his tendency to seek out opportunities that he can use to mischaracterize me. What I think supports this is the fact that shortly before this video was posted, Aximity seemingly randomly removed Resaw from his friends list. My belief is that Aximity's decision to do this was in direct correspondence to this point that he was planning to make in his video, so he needed to ensure that he maintained the perceived moral high ground throughout the process. Before we move on though, there's one more thing Aximity said here that needs to be covered. I'll replay the clip.
As a matter of fact, back in 2023, if you were even associated with Very Violent, the person who is friends with Marlow now, Marlow would literally blacklist you.
What you just saw is quite possibly the most blatantly dishonest statement up until this point. The reason for this is that Aximity completely cuts context in a manner that completely changes the entire meaning of what actually happened. In 2023, a series of players were blacklisted for developing a hack client with V that contained malware. Since being involved in the distribution of malware is a valid reason to issue a blacklist, they were punished. Aximity leaves this detail out though and presents it as if friends of V were being blacklisted on the sole basis of association, which is completely untrue.
Okay.
If she didn't own the network, she would have had to prove her legitimacy 100 times by now. I would know because I used to get screen shared every single test I did on the Axe tier list. Marlow posted a video of her buying a brand new laptop and hand camming fights on the new laptop to prove that she doesn't cheat. However, there were a ton of inconsistencies, and later in the video, it was her getting screen shared on said laptop after a tier test. To my knowledge, this is the only instance Marlow has been screen shared, but the biggest thing that makes this unfair is that she knew she was getting screen shared.
At this point in the video, Aximity asserts that to his knowledge I have never been screen shared.
I don't know how Aximity could say that. I don't know why he said that.
Just like how Aximity was aware of what actually happened in the case of the Crystal Optimizer, he is also aware that I have been screen shared more than just about anybody, yet he pretends to be ignorant to this for the purpose of the video.
Another complaint is that Marlow over the years has changed the rules on the tier list and abused her power for an advantage. But there's one specific instance that really sticks out like a sore thumb. Allow me to show you her worst attempt at power abuse that she's done over the years. Meet Rapture, someone who you may be familiar with thanks to his YouTube videos that Marlow...
By the way, Rapture has 100% been proven to be HideXL, who is Danger Mario's, like, really good friend.
Totally didn't have very
From, like,
blatant
2020
involvement in it.
or
Think you're
earlier.
gonna kill before you die.
And then what are the chances that Marlow, one of the only people that Marlow collabs with, is Rapture?
Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna die.
You think you're just gonna survive and kill everyone? Is that what you're saying?
Perhaps.
Rapture is the best Maze PvPer. A mod on PvP Club, the server I mentioned earlier, the biggest PvP server and the only server that people are allowed to test on. And possibly the...
And by the way, guess who was vouching for Rapture not hacking? Jai Guy and Marlow, who are all part of Danger Mario's friend group back in 2020. Or
cheating
before.
alt I've ever seen in my entire life. In my opinion, this is completely absurd. It's either an AI chip in the brain that makes him able to do this, or he's just the most talented person of all time.
Before I get into the details here, I want to start off by saying that I recorded this segment of the video prior to Rapture's recent alting ban. Regardless of this, everything covered in this section mostly pertains to providing proper insight into the investigative process that MC Tears took regarding his cheating case, since there has been a lot of misinformation in that regard. What I want to start off by saying here is that Rapture has been heavily investigated by the MC Tier staff team. He's been screen shared 4 times in total, and is hand cammed as well. Throughout this controversy, people in the community have generally been under the impression that while it is possible that I'm legitimate, there's no way that Rapture could be. What people don't realize though is that there are a number of variables that have led people towards believing for certain that Rapture is hacking, when that might not actually be the case. The first reason for this is most likely the unruffled manner in which Rapture presents himself towards general allegations. This behavior to many people comes across as if Rapture is hacking openly and only maintains plausible deniability in order to remain unbanned and get a rise out of people. What people fail to consider though is that since Rapture isn't a staff member, he doesn't actually have a reason to treat these allegations seriously since it hardly falls back on him. The allegation is that Rapture
Why is she defending Rapture in a video about her cheating though? She's just defending what popular videos are saying.
arguably feeds further into his popularity, since many people repeatedly produce videos that boost his relevance. In his eyes, as long as he's not officially banned, none of the allegations matter much. Another variable that automatically convinces people that Rapture hacks is social contagion. Since Rapture has been frequently labeled as a known hacker...
Bro, you can just watch anyone who's never even played video games. Okay, that's not true. Anyone who's ever played video games can easily tell that Rapture is a cheater from his montages, unless they're slowed down too. They're secretly, oh shoot, okay, all of a sudden the montages are just slowed down. But
not officially banned, none of the allegations matter much. Another variable that automatically convinces people that Rapture hacks is social contagion. Since Rapture has been frequently labeled as a known hacker, with multiple music and meme videos feeding into that notion, it contagiously spreads the belief as if it were simply common knowledge. The reason that this logic is flawed, however, is because what people are seeing
look at
on
this.
screen
Look, these are the Marlow anchors.
isn't actually the full picture, and there's a lot more under the hood that they're not
Look
aware
at those
of.
Marlow anchors, and you're telling me that he wasn't banned on MCPVP Club for that? Bro, it's because the owner was the guy that made the cheats, which is proven. The owner of MCPVP Club, Jai Guy, is the guy that made the cheats, which is proven from the Telegram and Discord screenshots.
What people are seeing on screen isn't actually the full
or Discord account, not even Discord screenshots.
picture, and there's a lot more under the hood that they're not aware of. For instance, there's a clip going around where Rapture allegedly couldn't perform simple attribute swaps while being investigated for hacking. What people don't realize is that this was only for a brief moment while he was lagging, and he was able to fully perform both attribute swaps and stun slams right afterwards. Another example would be the amount of clips where Rapture is hitting people without looking at them. Rapture gets these types of hits even more than I do, which is why even more people consider him to be blatantly hacking. What people leave out, though, is that not only does Rapture play on...
Shouldn't everybody get those like backwards hit shots like an equal amount? What does she mean even more than I do?
high ping, but his connection is also extremely unstable. We've already debunked why these hits don't actually mean much earlier in the video, but Rapture's conditions mean that there's an even greater likelihood of them happening, which is why people ought not to treat it as good evidence. I understand that some people will give me some flack for the opinion I gave here, but I'd like people to understand that I've simply witnessed many people be falsely accused throughout all the years I've been playing, and I'd rather people be more careful before dogpiling onto someone. While I obviously can't say for certain if someone is legitimate or not, what I can say is that the staff team has been diligent in investigating Rapture, and no hard proof has come up. There's another claim relating to Rapture that I'd like to move on to, so I'll go ahead and play the next portion of the video.
Yeah, this Rapture guy is a complete joke. I mean, the proof could speak for itself. This guy's a cheater. Even one of the admins on the MC Tiers network told me everything in a voice call. So Randolph, you're telling me, look, you're telling me you know that the high tier 1 mace is a cheater and an alter, and
whoa. Okay, first of all, they literally, okay, this is not my doing at all. They literally dead-faced told Jai Guy that they were an alt of a different player. And yeah, it's really weird why they aren't banned right now. It's like a big discussion.
Yeah,
they
and
literally
bro, yeah, hide XL, bro.
Quote unquote screen shared them.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Jai Guy's involved, bro. Jai Guy's involved with Marlow, Hide XL, which is Rapture, and himself. Wait, what am I saying? Yeah, those three are all together in the group, bro.
He looked at it like, oh, I didn't see any files.
Now that you know Marlow,
and that's why I don't play MCPP Club anymore, bro. I don't trust it. The owner, it is untrustworthy, and he lies, bro.
In a scandal. We can conclude that Rapture is not only cheating and is an alternate account, but the tier list staff are completely okay with it and are actively helping him.
The first thing I want to clarify here is that the staff member in this voice call is not actually an admin, but rather an overseer. Because of how the admin role works and how few people have it, I'm inclined to believe that Aximity is aware of this and is most likely intentionally embellishing it to appear more credible.
What? Who cares if they're saying admin or
I prefer not to
overseer? He just said the wrong word.
Focus on that point, however, because the fact of the matter is that a high-ranking staff member still said these things, so it needs to be addressed. First of all, I've spoken to this staff member, and what they told me is that they were misinformed regarding details of the Rapture case. They also told me that vital context of what they were saying had been cut from the voice call, and that they weren't insinuating at all that an admin had actually allowed Rapture to cheat. What they told me is that they were trying to convey to Aximity that they believed the screen share to be ineffective, and not that it was fraudulent.
Then why? What? So you're telling me he accidentally said that Jai Guy screen shared him, and that Hide XL admitted that he was Hide XL, or that Rapture admitted he was an alt account? Wait, I don't understand. He accidentally said that? How does he accidentally understand that wrong and say that? That's just stupid.
The situation is that even though the overarching claim regarding the staff team being
involved, oh my god! Every 30 minutes is one claim that she tries to, like, that can actually be disproved. And every single time, it's just stupid.
Involved in some huge scandal is completely untrue. It's difficult for me to tell whether or not
such a waste of time.
The staff member involved here is being completely genuine on whether or not
it's
the context
way more likely that the randomizer was telling the truth and that all of this is just fake.
Was actually
it's
cut
way more
here.
likely.
Since to me it does honestly look like you may have been pandering to peer pressure. For that reason, even despite Aximity's track record for lying, We can't entirely be sure whether or not he was cut in context here. Regardless, I believe this claim is
And
reasonably
there's no
debunked by
context that would make the randomizer statement make sense.
the fact that Rapture has been screen shared by many people rather than just one, and some of the people who screen shared him would have no reason to lie on his behalf since they dislike him. Another
And it's
claim
also easy to pass screen shares against people that don't know how to screen share.
people have been making, however, is that Rapture was allegedly spared from a ban after having been caught in a screen share by Red Lotus. This claim is completely false, as there were not only no cheats found in the screen share, but the basis of the results were clearly out of desperation. This screen share started off with Rapture being given an estimate of around 15 to 45 minutes in terms of duration. After nothing was found, the screen share continued to go on for a whole another hour, which was way past the initial estimate. After an hour and 45 minutes, the screen share was concluded, and shortly after, Rapture was given a list of reasons for why he would be banned. The first of these reasons was for allegedly modifying his game logs. This claim was made because his previous log file had its date marked as recently modified. However, this was able to be easily disproven by the fact that the date modified was identical to the time that Rapture had launched his latest session, meaning that his previous log was no longer his latest one, and was archived as a result.
Oh.
The second reason given
Okay.
was that Rapture had allegedly modified his system to have an encrypted activity cache. However, after testing and comparing Rapture's activity cache with others from multiple verified Windows installations, this claim proved to be completely insufficient and failed to prove any sort of system modification by Rapture.
Okay, I wish I knew more about that, but alright.
Final reason that was given as proof for Rapture being caught in the screen share was that he allegedly had a suspicious driver named RT-Core64 on his computer. The irony here is that this driver was actually installed by a program that the person screen sharing him had run, meaning that the proof being used against him was actually the result of something caused by the screen sharer himself.
Okay.
When this was discovered, it would end up causing Rapture to believe that the screen sharer had intentionally planted evidence on his computer in order to incriminate him. While I don't believe that that's the case, I am inclined to believe that this screen share was strongly motivated by ego, and that desperation can clearly be seen within the false rhetoric as to why he was supposedly caught. The reason I say this
you can see from the gameplay that it's obviously cheats.
is because the only thing people will ever
And
say
you can, Rapture is the most obvious blatant cheater I've ever seen in my life.
in response to Rapture passing a screen share is that he bypassed it. So the only way to avoid appearing incompetent is to
So why is Marlow still defending
claim
him?
that he was caught instead. In addition to this, catching someone as highly scrutinized as Rapture would essentially be seen as catching a big fish, and would undoubtedly increase the person's credibility as a cheat finder. Both of these reasons are likely why what was originally planned to be a 15 to 45 minute screen share instead ended up being over twice that long, since there was some form of personal investment in ensuring that something could be found in order to incriminate him. I also happen to know that the person conducting this screen share shouldn't have been trusted, since they were previously demoted from an official position in the tier list for allowing V to conduct screen shares through an alt account. Obviously, this was extremely unsafe since V had been compromising people with malware at the time, but Vinny's has repeatedly lied about this incident by claiming that his reason for letting it happen was that he was being blackmailed. This is false because not only was Vinny's actually friends with V at the time, but this entire narrative was used as a lie in order to cover up what actually happened. With that all out of the way, it should provide a lot more information regarding the Rapture case, so hopefully people can realize that the staff team has done their due diligence here.
I want to bring an old accusation Marlow had debunked not very long ago back to the spotlight. I want to reiterate once again though, everything here is speculative. Here's some background so you can fully understand what I'm talking about. Marlow, a little over a year ago, had a huge campaign against her within the PvP community, with this video on screen bringing a ton of coincidences to light, and ultimately convincing the community that Marlow is not the person that she presents herself to be, and her real identity is someone who goes by the name of Danger Mario, who was a player on a big vanilla anarchy server back in the early days of vanilla PvP. Marlow then went to debunk.
Also, Danger Mario wasn't even Marlow's first account. Like there were older accounts going back to 2018. She used to be I think she used to be an owner of some PvP server like a super long time ago.
In her video talking about her entire experience in the PvP community, which effectively cleared her name. Look at all these coincidences. Marlow had the same PC specs as Danger Mario, the same hotbar layout, the same text while editing. This claim is really dumb. The same cursor color. This is also really dumb. Marlow being very closely connected to a series of Danger Mario alts on Purity Vanilla.
I don't think it's dumb. When you combine everything together, it's not dumb.
And being closely related to Danger Mario's friends. There's a fair number of coincidences here, but no hard proof. This screenshot is 100% real from over a year before this expose even came out.
What's bizarre about this claim is that it's
Whoa, I don't know
already
what that
fully
screenshot was.
debunked within the totalitarianism portion of my
No. It was not fully debunked. It was just explaining why people are against you.
video from 2024. Unfortunately, that video is not only age restricted, but is also over 2 hours long, meaning that its reach is limited in comparison to Aximity's. This effectively allows Aximity to freely spout nonsense because the amount
It's
of
not
people
nonsense.
capable
Explain,
or willing to seek out
I
what
mean, I guess you can't explain how it's nonsense, but just everything adds
actually
up, bro.
happened here is so
all the
low
proof
that it's
together adds
practically
up.
irrelevant to him. This intention is reflected when Aximity lies by saying I'm supposedly connected to a series of Danger Mario alt accounts, when in reality the list he displayed on screen is a list of players who were banned after being
But
targeted
this proof wouldn't exist if it wasn't true.
by his Meteor client spoofing
So
exploit.
of course it doesn't. There's no way for her to defend it.
This exploit was used in order to ruin people's reputations and get them falsely banned on servers by spoofing the Meteor client usage emblem onto them. The context of the screenshot you're seeing on screen is that one of the people associated with a friend of Danger Mario's was punished for account sharing in tier list fights, and I made this joke to play into the rumors that were being spread by the same person at the time. What you have to understand is that in 2022, this rumor wasn't actually a mainstream thing that was being used to defraud me, and was more so a bizarre conspiracy that I found relatively funny at the time, which was why I was willing to joke about it. The notion that I associate with this friend group is nothing short of preposterous, as they are the same people who have spent literal years impersonating me, harassing me, and trying to dox me and my friends. Aximity's decision to leave out all of these details is malicious beyond any reasonable doubt because he was directly involved in the process of sharing evidence regarding it all the way back in 2024. Anyone
because it's not false.
that
It's not
watched that
false.
video would know the insane lengths that this group of people has gone to in order to
They're
impersonate
not
me
insane lengths,
and ruin
bro.
my reputation. With that all being said, though, it's time to move on to the next claim.
The next thing I want to focus on is my personal experience. And now you can consider this video to be a little bit more of
Bro,
an...
she hasn't disproven anything yet. Is there anything she's disproven? She's only given like possible scenarios as to why it couldn't be or why like what another alternate scenario is. But she's never like nothing's been concrete.
Exposed, as a lot of things I reveal here are not known. I've been active within the tier list community since 2021.
Everything, it just makes way more sense for it to be Danger Mario,
And
for the Danger Mario theory to be true.
Since 2022, I've been regarded as the best player in the Axe kit, and over time have slowly built up my name.
She proved that an actor can sing.
One of the best overall players of all time. Despite that, I am completely barred from competitive play on the tier list. But there is a very solid reason for this. For some background, at the start of 2024, I had a player do tier tests on my account with cheats in order to get me the rank of high tier 1 in the SMP kit. Or, in other words, make me the best SMP player on the tier list. After a few days, we were caught. This resulted in all of my tiers being taken away, even though I was completely legitimately the best Axe player, being screen shared and having proved I'm a legit player multiple times, unlike Marlow. I think we can all agree on that being pretty unwarranted. A ban from the SMP kit would have sufficed just fine, but because it was convenient for the tier list and would set an example to people who wanted to unfairly achieve tiers, they decided to do it. Now, that was a long time ago, and I would actually be unbanned today if that was the only thing. The reason I'm not is because I decided to pursue content creation after I was banned from the tier list. It went well for a few months until my past caught up to me. Now, this is the main reason I am not unbanned. See, for the longest time up until this point, I was secretly friends with one of the most harmful players in the community. I'd met him when I was literally 12, and over the years I developed a very fucked up sense of humor, if you can even call it that. And to the community, on one end I was a nice funny content creator, and on the other end I was hanging
this
out
is not about Marlow. Why is this being dragged out?
Involved with some of the most dangerous people in the Minecraft community. There are lots
Bro,
of
I have to
instances where
watch
you
this
can
whole
see
thing because I have to every 30 minutes she makes like some sort of claim as to why she's legit. I have to
take
see all
part
her
in that
claims.
behavior. And while a ton of things are meaningless and far out of context, there were lots of things that I did actually take part in, such as doxing another player's personal information. Now, this is completely fucked up, and I made a video a little less than a year ago talking about it. But it is safe to say that I absolutely deserved my ban, and the truth eventually reached the masses, and I was quite hated for who I turned out to be behind the scenes. By this point, I'd completely vanished from the community. After the better part of a year being completely absent from the community and the game, I came back with a video addressing everything to mostly very positive reception. Now, I'm very grateful for my second chance that I've been given by the community, but I was also promised by my friend, Marlow, that I would be able to appeal my ban, and if accepted, eventually be able to play on the tier list again. And now, it has been over a year since she initially promised me this, and I am still completely in the dark about a potential appeal. This is simply because there is no system in place for people to appeal their ban. This isn't about me. It's about the fact that I have been
Thank God she put this in the video to prove she's not Danger Mario. Yes, bro. Yeah, good thing we're hearing about why Aximity is banned, bro.
A fair chance, just like everyone else, and have been lied to for over a year about it. This is
really
primarily
good,
because
really
the
good,
inner
really good
framework of the
information.
tier list is completely unprofessional and corrupt, as stated before.
Thank you, Marmar.
There's a lot to unpack here, but I'll start by addressing the statements made about how I allegedly lied to Aximity about him being able to appeal. While this is not true, he does have reason to be frustrated. I say this because blacklist appeals haven't been available to players for a long time now, and it was initially anticipated that a better system would be in place for it at this point. The reason that appeals haven't been opened under a standard ticketing system is because there would be so many that it wouldn't be sustainable whatsoever. The blacklist prioritizes facilitating prevention rather than reformation, since in itself, being banned from Minecraft communities is a relatively light punishment for committing crimes. I'm personally against the philosophy of having any kind of indefinite bans in place, as I think they're not only mentally unhealthy for the perpetrator, but also far more prone to staff bias. Unfortunately, the wait for a proper appeal system is quite similar to waiting out an indefinite ban, so I'm sorry to everyone who that affects. Something I'd like people to know is that I plan on removing the integrated blacklist system from MC tiers and passing off the product to someone willing to run it as an external community resource.
Oh my gosh.
While some form of blacklisting system was definitely necessary for the community, it being mixed in with the already insurmountable workload that MC tiers requires is definitely not the best path forward for it. With that being said though, let's move on to some of the other things Aximity said here.
Oh, so she played that whole video just to say nothing? Like, I understand why you're upset, and I'm gonna do something about the ban system. Bro, that's not proving anything. We want to see if you're Danger Mario and if you cheat, and you have not proven that at all.
Recently started PvPing again by evading my ban on PvP Club, and it is very ironic that I've
She debunks her anchor cheats towards the end? Okay, bet, let's see.
beaten every single player I fought.
That's exciting.
Even the best of the best Axe players. Now tell me, what is the point of a ranking system to determine the best players if the best players aren't even allowed to play? I've gotten all mentions of me removed from the Axe tier list despite dominating it, completely changing the meta, and having high tier 1 for over a year straight until I ended up getting banned, which is the only reason I lost it. I was completely untouchable because of completely unrelated drama to my undeniable skill and influence I've had on the game.
I'm not exactly sure how to respond to this, since at one point Aximity says that he deserved to be banned, then shortly after seems to disagree with it since it's unrelated to his skill level. One of the questions Aximity proposed here is what exactly the point of having a ranking system is if some of the best players aren't allowed to play. What Aximity
Why is she? Oh my god! Why is she talking about this again? I don't want to hear this again, bro. Get this out of my face. You're wasting my time. Please talk about something new. Oh my god. Yo, talk about something else. Oh my god.
That banning players for criminal offenses is actually standard procedure in most competitive gaming communities, and is not something that's
Bro, no one's forcing you to watch
tiers.
it. I want to tell the community the truth. That's what I want. I don't want Marlow to get away with this. She's so manipulative, and she's hurt so many people only for her own benefit. Or he. This person doesn't exist. Imagine how horrible this girl right here. That girl, I feel so bad for her. I feel so bad. But Danger Mario doesn't care. He only wants power and influence and money, which is proven by the Telegram messages. So, yeah, I want to make sure I watch this whole thing and see, just in case, if there's somehow that this is true, even though there's already 100% proof. But I want to watch this whole thing so I can tell you guys that I watched the whole thing, and I could tell you guys the truth.
If this type of enforcement never existed, it would not only create a tense atmosphere, but would also deter players from engaging with the community in the first place. In fact, sometimes the people behaving this way do it for that exact purpose. Before I was in an ownership position, criminal offenses were actually fully allowed in the community, and the result was not something that people should want back. Nearly every day people would threaten me, since if they couldn't beat me competitively, then a viable alternative for them was to try to drive me out in itself to think the thing that
And there actually is not any hard proof that Marlow's a cheater, and like I said before, there probably never ever will be.
Everything you just heard here highlights how Aximity is able to use these phrases in a way that allows him to completely evade accountability for any damage that his actions might cause by implying that any statements made are nothing more than speculation. This is ludicrous
Bro,
because
it's hard to get hard proof on you because you've never shown your Minecraft footage ever. Never. Because your montages were fake. So never once has anyone in the entire community seen your legit Crystal PvP gameplay. This is all your fault. And you're still not sharing it. You're still not. And now that you face revealed and you're fine with meeting other people, it should be very, very easy to prove your innocence. But you're never going to because you can't.
the video itself is clearly presented in a manner that's defamatory, and most of the people watching it are interpreting it as fact. These statements are something that
I
people
don't know.
shouldn't
Yeah,
be
also, I low-key already said that.
deceived by, and there should be no doubt at this point that Aximity was intentionally targeting my reputation. Unfortunately, when this video was uploaded, people viewed it as if a victim of the system was coming forward and not only speaking about past injustices, but exposing new ones as well. This is why if you go on YouTube, you'll see mountains of support in favor of this video, even though almost the entire thing consists of lies. It's incredibly dystopian. This brings me
What does
back to an
dystopian mean?
important point I referenced at the start of the video, and by now it should start to make a lot more sense. The fact that banned players are uploading these videos causes them to gain more public support simply because it appears as though supporting the video is supporting a victim. What people don't seem to consider though is that the ones uploading these exact videos have just about every reason imaginable to distort the truth, since not only does it let them evade accountability, but it also lets them
This
get their
doesn't
way
matter,
by
though.
eliminating
This-
someone they view as
This
an
doesn't
obstacle.
matter.
Doing this doesn't
You need to. It doesn't matter why they're creating it. What matters is if it's true or not, and you haven't proven that it's not true.
only grant them victim status, but hero status as
Because
well.
it's impossible
This is
to.
because victims who speak
Because
out
it's a good
against
proof.
injustices are generally seen as virtuous, which is exactly how people saw Aximity when he uploaded this video. There's a section of my video from 2024 that warns people about this exact pattern of behavior, since it's shown itself to be quite a significant issue on multiple occasions. This pattern of behavior can essentially be thought of as a socioeconomic transaction, because not only is someone able to drain the reputation of their adversaries, but they also increase their own in the process of it. What makes this video particularly egregious is that it was presented by someone who claimed I was their best friend, when that couldn't be further from the truth. I'll play a short clip that demonstrates this.
So just recently, Marlow's best friend dropped a video exposing her. And I wish I was joking, but the Marlow situation just got so much worse.
Oh my God.
But dude, what just
What is this
happened is
video?
actually insane. This isn't just some random person making claims. This is Aximity, who was literally Marlow's
1.8
best
players have no idea what they're talking about, bruh. Don't even include anything from 1.8 players. They're not in the com.
It was super close for over 4 years.
Another
and not gonna lie,
cutscene?
when I saw that he dropped an exposed video on
Bro.
her, I was like, okay,
Oh
this
my
is about to get
gosh.
crazy. So this isn't just some random hater who wants to see the world burn.
Yeah, like
This is
I can agree. Yeah, these people are just trying to get views, and it's mad weird if all of this was not true, but it is true, so it's not that weird.
Someone who was at the top.
Actually, no, it's still a little weird. I don't know. If you're dragging the truth, then it's weird. I don't like the people that make videos on drama just to get views. Wait, is that hypocritical? No, I'm so involved, bro. I'm so involved, and I need to inform everybody of the truth once, and then that's it.
Friends with Marlow.
And this is a big deal.
And who has now
Because
turned around
of
and
the
is
things like the peer plot, and because of her manipulating kids and using people, and just all the bad things. Because of her, she's a token logger, ratter, beamer. She's everything, and just it's important for it to be known. And if I don't do this, then I don't think anybody would go against her, and I think Marlow's power would continue to prevail.
exposing everything.
There needs to be somebody important to speak up about this.
And honestly, that makes this way more believable because
So
he
I'm
has
not like these
everything to
drama
lose
guys.
by making this video.
The problem with people claiming this is that Aximity didn't actually treat me how a friend should be treated at all. Yet people are seemingly under the impression that I'm the one at fault for our friendship having gone sour. During the course of our friendship...
Wait a second. What was that cutscene for? Did she even mention what that guy was talking about? Hold on.
Everything. And honestly, that makes this way more believable because he has everything to lose by making this video.
The problem with people claiming this is that Aximity didn't actually
I guess she did talk about it. I thought she just moved on to Aximity, bro. I wasn't listening to what that Bedwars guy was talking
treat
about.
it at all. Yet people are seemingly under the impression that I'm the one at fault for our friendship having gone sour. During the course of our friendship, Aximity made many cruel and inappropriate comments about me. He also seemingly had no regard for anything private that I confided in him. For example, in one of the darkest points in my life, I had been on a medication that caused me to gain weight.
I don't like feeling chubby. I know it's going to be hard since I only have to eat 1,500 calories to stay neutral. Why is Marlow talking to kids about not wanting to feel chubby?
In one of the darkest points in my life, I had been on a medication that caused me to gain weight. For some reason, Aximity would leak this information behind my back with no context in
It's
a way
only
that was
funny. It's only funny because it's just a made up lie from some random guy like pretending to be
clearly
Marlow.
disrespectful. Instances like these are just a few of the many examples in which Aximity betrayed my trust, and when all of the things he did to not only myself but also everyone else were leaked, virtually his entire support circle left him behind. Despite everyone else leaving him, I decided to forgive Aximity because I genuinely believed that he had the potential to change, and I still do believe. But in retrospect, my decision to help with that was clearly not ideal, since I've now somehow found myself in a situation where it's implied that I was a bad friend to him, when it was actually the other way around. With that all being said, the next and final video we'll be covering here is by Kuma, titled The Destruction of Minecraft's #1 Player. For some background, Kuma is a player who has been dragging my name through the mud for quite a while now in YouTube comment sections. He has also asked me to fight him for a video on his channel on 2 separate occasions. However, after I would end up beating him significantly both times, he never ended up posting them. Before Kuma posted the video I'll be covering today, he was banned on MC Tiers for closet cheating. That being said, none of this background information serves to invalidate anything being said in the video, and is only necessary to provide potential context. There is, however, one thing that I want to briefly address before diving into the video, which is the pinned comment. This comment is seemingly pinned in order to support the video's narrative that I'm cheating. However, when I attempted to fact-check the claim being made here, it's seemingly inaccurate entirely. I'm not sure how else to respond to this comment other than that the claim being made here seems to be misinformation. With that out of the way though, let's get into the video.
Recently, Marlow has received countless allegations for cheating. The first clip that was circulating multiple years ago regarded allegations of macros in Crystal PvP, where many people pointed out inconsistencies in her hotbar that weren't normal.
It wasn't there, because right there. Did you see that, chat? Who is this guy? Okay, look at the anchors in her hotbar.
Marlow responded and said it was due to a performance mod. However, when tested, her reasoning was proven to be flawed, which is clearly proven.
Yeah, it's really weird how she, in this video, she said she didn't know that her explanation of it being a performance mod was capped, even though somehow she admitted that all of her montages are fully faked and they're played in slow-mo, and that was probably the reason. So that explanation makes no sense at all.
If I delete the video, I'm going to show you guys.
Like, she still stands by the fact that she didn't know what the reason for the hotbar skipping was, which is crazy to me.
As you can see, Marlow's story doesn't add up. Now we're going to talk about the notorious clips that have been going around recently, starting off with the infamous netpaw clip. As you can see, every single time Marlow tries to pot, she's flicking back at Swight and trying to hit him, which makes absolutely
Yo, why are we going over this again? Oh my gosh.
Sense. Like, why would someone ever do this?
At the start of the video, Kuma brings up 2 pieces of evidence that have already been explained, so I'll be skipping ahead from this part.
Another incident which occurred was when Marlow during a tier 1 sword test was down 110 versus Nlock, and after fixing her audio, returned much better and was able to bring the score back up to 17 to 20. During the start of the test, Nlock is absolutely destroying Marlow. Then Marlow starts complaining about her sound, and Nlock hits her with the ice cold fix it. This is when Marlow gets her second round, and eventually she brings the score all the way back up to 9-11. Even though this is very possible to do legit, it still brings up a lot of suspicion, especially since it's at a tier 1 level.
The next point that Kuma makes is purely speculative. However, there are some things worth bringing up. First of all, I'm usually a pretty adaptive player. It's not uncommon for me to start off losing and then make a big comeback later on. If you juxtapose the comeback scene here with other cases of me making large comebacks, you'll see that this is a rare case and that I rarely ever otherwise pause mid-round. Just like the clip where I spaz my mouse out against Swipe, this type of evidence reveals that virtually everything I do is interpreted in the most negative possible light. Unlike the Swipe instance, however, this one was completely unpreventable, as if I hadn't fixed my sound I would have likely ended up losing more than I already did. I have no doubt that if everyone latched onto others' gameplay in the same way they do to mine, they'd realize that I'm not the only one these things happen to.
The final one of these clips that will be...
That's a likely answer. That's the most reasonable debunking we've seen so far. But it was also not that reasonable of a claim.
Legendary's high tier 1 fight versus Marlow.
Or it's not that concrete of a claim, so I mean that honestly didn't prove anything to me at all.
By the way, there's a lot more of these new clips that you can look at. I've linked a few videos with these clips in the description. The main thing we're looking at in these clips are Marlow's shield disables. During the entire 40-minute fight, Marlow only missed one, and I'm just gonna show a few of the suspicious looking ones on screen. I'm too lazy to talk over these, so I'm just gonna put text.
What?
In this portion of the video, Kuma brings up my shield disable accuracy in a low tier 1 player's ranked fight against me. He also brings up the point regarding me hitting while looking in the other direction, using my ping as a reason for why it shouldn't be possible. Since we've already debunked the second point earlier in the video, I'll be focusing on the first one. A major point people have brought up against me is that my shield disabling is allegedly so much better than other tier 1s that it shouldn't be possible.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that people aren't going to like what I have to say to this, but I know if the truth needs to be told here. The truth is, while most people have been comparing themselves to each other, I've been comparing myself to my own potential, not other tier 1s. Minecraft compared to traditional esports is so far behind in terms of professional standards that if you're willing to think this way, you can far exceed the current player base. There's barely—
Bro, what were the numbers? What were the numbers on her shield stuns? It was completely unhuman, perfect accuracy. This is not something— no, this is not the case. It's not so far behind that she's just the GOAT. This is just so stupid.
Anyone else that puts effort into reviewing gameplay or optimizing practice. And most players approach the game expecting improvement solely based on playing despite having no intention—
Also, it's not even about how she missed it. It's about like the ticks in which she did the macro. Like, wasn't it every single hit was the same amount of ticks, right?
Behind their play sessions.
Or no?
The reason there has been so—
I don't know. I wish I knew more about the macro and stun situation, but it's just unhuman. It's not just because she's comparing herself to herself and others compared to others. That's just not the case.
Effort, despite people competing for multiple years, is largely because for Minecraft there isn't nearly as big of an intrinsic motivating factor that provides good reason to put more effort into the game. Whereas games like Fortnite allow players to make millions of dollars, so the competitive landscape is obviously much more developed as a result. From
By the way, this is what I thought too. This is why I believe that Marlow was legit, because I thought that that was true. Like back in the day. That's why I was like puppified. That's why I was like believing in her, because I thought she was just somehow so above everybody else, and I was just like, she had like this crazy mindset. There's no mindset that makes you that much better.
Perspective, the primary reason for why I'm in this situation is because other people have so little faith in themselves that when they see what I've done, they consider it unfathomable, despite it actually being much easier than they think in Minecraft's competitive landscape.
This is just dumb.
A perfect example for why this is almost certainly true is that the main evidence that's been used against me throughout this situation literally revolves around the most fundamental mechanic in Minecraft PvP, yet somehow almost no one is aware of it. If they
Not
were—
the stuns have nothing to do with this.
They'd not only improve at the game, but they'd also come to realize that this game has a lot more mechanics that people haven't woken up to yet. Unfortunately, most people would prefer to take the shortcut of labeling anything they don't see themselves as capable of doing as something impossible, and until that changes, people will probably continue to view me as a hacker. With that being said though, my shield disable consistency is perfectly reasonable because I actually go for shield disables a lot more often than people think. If you look more closely at my gameplay, what you'll see is that while I do almost always avoid hitting the opponent's shield with my sword, I often attack them with my axe in scenarios where it hits the player instead of their shield.
Okay.
This is because I consider the expense of trading a slightly higher attack cooldown for a hit to be a much better outcome than hitting their shield and gaining nothing at all. I'll be moving on from this point.
That doesn't prove anything. That's just stupid.
To be a much better outcome than hitting their shield and gaining nothing.
You go for stuns more often, so that's how you're 100% accurate when you do hit it. Nah, I don't think that's good, bro. And those two misses,
for
like
attack cooldown for a hit.
That was like right before he did shield
to be a much better outcome than hitting their shield and gaining nothing at all. I'll be moving on from this point now.
And based on that, if you still think she's legit, I'm gonna show you guys the new evidence that nobody has talked about so far. Alright, so it all started in around May of 2025. Vexay, the previous high tier 1 sword player, had challenged Marlow to a first to 20, and if Marlow was able to beat him, she would get $350. She agreed and they were both ready to fight. The only problem was it had to be on Mineman Club. Marlow obviously knew how good the anti-cheat was, and if she were cheating, she would almost certainly get banned. But as a low tier 1 player who had
By the way, just letting you guys know, before any of you guys that don't know Marlow, since like 2020 or maybe since 2021, she has or maybe ever, bro. She has never played on a server for a tier test that is not her own, or any like official fight. She has never played on a server that's not her own because she cheats and she would get caught right away. Just letting you guys know that right now. And that's why this whole situation makes sense, why she was dodging a fight.
If she performed badly, it would look equally as bad for her. So in this situation, what could Marlow do? I'm gonna give you guys 3 options and I want you guys to pick which you think Marlow did. A. She leaves and says she has to go. B. She plays the fight legit. C. She plays the fight while cheating and subsequently gets banned. Or D. She fakes T-Bot for 30 minutes, stalls for 6 hours, forces Vexay to leave because he has to catch a flight, and pretend like everything's normal. Yeah, the answer was D. If you're wondering what I mean by this, Marlow accepted the duel around 11 p.m.
Okay, this part might be confusing. Vexay asked Marlow if she could fight him in sword PvP. I think for like, how much money was it? $300 or $100? I don't remember how much it was. Marlow agreed to do the fight and to do it on the server Mineman Club. $350. And Marlow just never did the fight after hours and hours and hours of stalling. Like, I'm not even joking, like 7 hours I don't know about 7 hours, maybe 5 hours of stalling and just standing around the server hub. She just never did the fight ever. Marlow has never played on any server other than her own. And this whole thing might be confusing, but all you need to know about it is that Marlow's never played on a server that's not her own. And when she says she will, she doesn't end up actually doing it because she knows her cheats are going to get caught.
She was available to fight right now. She said she had to change her mod pack, and it took her 3 hours just to do that. And taking 3 hours just to change her mods is absolutely insane. However, eventually she got on Mineman. After getting on, it took her around an hour to accept the duel. And after she was in the duel, she obviously knew Vexay thought she was cheating, so she decided to fake T-Bot for 30 minutes and failed to do it. I don't know why she would ever do this, but whatever. I have a clip on screen of her doing this and it's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, like she just sat at spawn or sat in the lobby just like pretending to cheat. I don't know why she did that, but I guess we'll have to see what she has to say and why she never ended up doing a fight on Mineman Club.
What is she even doing? And then I have another clip on screen that I'm gonna play, but Vex just goes AFK for a second and Marlow starts critting him out of nowhere.
This portion of the video is presented in a very one-sided manner, which is unfortunate since I'm inclined to believe that it's reasonable behavioral evidence. What you need to know is that Vexay and I don't have a good relationship. My first ever interaction with him was in 2021 back when I was 17. In this interaction, he randomly added me and started asking me questions regarding a rumor that I had shared inappropriate photos of myself. This being my first ever interaction with him already gave me the impression that he was weird. But years later, he would go on to circulate false rumors about me. Eventually, when I became tier 2 in Sword, Vexay repeatedly mocked me over the course of a year, insisting that I didn't deserve it. Unfortunately for him, I ended up disproving that when I would go on to earn tier 1 in August of 2024. Despite this, Vexay never stopped being toxic towards me. In fact, instead of acknowledging that he was clearly wrong about me, he would instead just go on to insult anyone that lost to me. One day in May, I would randomly receive a duel request from Vexay while I was on PvP Club. I went on to accept it with the sole motivation of destroying him, which I did. I ended up winning 20-13.
Okay.
At this point, Vexay had to forfeit the argument that I was bad at the game, since if he didn't, then it would only mean that he must be even worse. This would result in him pinging me in the tier 2 plus Sword Discord telling me good games and that I actually do deserve tier 1. You're probably wondering how this situation would somehow turn into what would end up happening later, and the explanation is pretty funny. Just like how Vexay had insulted numerous people whenever they lost to me, people went on to insult him just as he had done to them previously. This would cause his ego to go out of control and he would end up suddenly switching to accusing me of hacking, which is—
That's not suddenly switching, bro. I mean, it's because he never fought you, no? He never really fought you. And the moment he did, he realized you were a cheater. Because he's the #1, or I don't know if he doesn't play anymore, but he was the #1 sword player, high tier 1 for years. You can tell those type of things.
To be absolutely terrible. Something you'll notice about one of these messages is that he says that it doesn't feel like I hack, but that I probably do because I only play on a couple of servers. This message, alongside the message congratulating me after I beat him, can be used to disprove a recent narrative that he's been spreading in order to make me look more guilty. If you look at this comment he recently posted, he states that it only took him one match to determine that I'm a blatant hacker.
Okay.
This is obviously in direct contradiction to how things went down. What's interesting is that his message congratulating me after I beat him is now deleted, which I see no other reason for
because he might have realized you're a cheater.
doing with such delay aside from distorting the truth. Following Vexay's quick switch up from me being terrible to me being good to me being a hacker, he would then go on.
I mean, it doesn't matter. None of that. It doesn't matter if he's switching up. Like he's changing what he thinks about you.
To fight him on Mindman.
Because, first off, if you're a #1 sword player, you're never gonna assume that somebody who just hops on sword for the first couple months is gonna be like tier 1 level. So, I mean, I guess it makes sense to make fun of people who are losing to somebody who just hopped on sword for the first time ever, which is Marlow. Marlow barely played any sword, and to be good in a certain game mode, usually you have to play for years. So that makes sense why he thought she could have been worse or not good at the game, and why he was making fun of people. And then when he fought her, he lost, and he's like, oh wow, that means she actually is good. And then he stopped talking bad about people who lost to her. And then later he realized, oh, she's actually a cheater. I don't understand how that's stupid in any way at all.
Club for $350. I would end up accepting, so we scheduled a fight on another day. When the day came, I was told that I needed to play the match on specifically 1.21.2 or higher. This meant that in order to play, I was going to have to update my version and all the mods I typically used.
Okay, that takes what? If you have 100 mods, maybe it would take 20 minutes.
During the process of this, I ran into a few issues, which I would end up asking for help on. Unfortunately, my questions were met with toxicity and condescending behavior from Vexay. In front of everyone, he singled me out and made me appear as if I was stupid. Up until this point, I had...
That's probably because you were taking so long. This is probably hours and hours and hours after stalling.
Been considering whether or not it was actually worth it for me to fight him to earn the money.
Oh, yeah, that's what people were saying in chat, because it had been hours, bro. Exactly. Yeah, how do you take hours to set up your mod pack? Obviously, you're going to get mad.
The reason that I say this is because I have a general paranoia surrounding joining other servers. Since in the past, people have attempted to fake anti-cheat logs on me in order to ruin my reputation and end my career.
But that would also ruin Mindmen's career if they did that. I don't know. I don't think... Why would Mindmen care to make you look bad? There's no reason for them to do that.
I don't think that this was going to happen. From my perspective, it wasn't unreasonable to consider the possibility. This is because throughout the process of getting ready for the fight, I noticed that Vexay was a part of the Mindman Club staff team. Since he had already started being toxic towards me again, I decided that I wasn't going to give him what he wanted. In retrospect,
that was after hours and hours of stalling. So after 4 hours or 3 hours or however many hours it was of stalling, then you're like, you know what? I'm actually going to stall for another 5 hours.
What I should have done here was
No, you bet you were stalling from the start.
Completely stop engaging with him at all. Since obviously it was going to lead to her.
And then also, why don't you just hop on Mindmen now? Or why don't you, bro, she still has never played on a server other than her own.
Harassment whether I won or lost.
Or other than one that she has control of.
Instead, what I did here was decide to disengage with it on my end while sporadically trolling him by appearing as if I was still incapable of setting up my game. Essentially, I would go on to do other things on my PC while leading him on, and then every now and then send troll screenshots of error messages as if I was completely incompetent. This would go on for hours, and then when he eventually realized that I was just absently baiting him the whole time, I decided to actually log on in order to get his hopes up. When I logged on this time, I set my attack keybind to a keyboard key, then proceeded to act as if I was AFK. Whenever a player would walk in front of me, I would press the key to attack them so that I didn't risk moving my mouse any.
W troll? The whole problem is that you never fought him on that server because you can never fight anyone other than your own server because you're going to get caught by the anti-cheat. What?
I did this in order to pretend that I had accidentally left on a popular hack client module called TriggerBot. People didn't notice this at first. However, an admin eventually put me into a duel with Vexay, and that's where things really amped up. After trolling Vexay for a while in this duel, I started wailing on him, so the admin healed him.
What?
In the following rounds...
What? That gotta be cap, bro. You probably were healed. You probably were both healed and set back to the start because it just wasn't
started wailing
a regular fight.
on him, so the admin healed him.
I want to see proof
In the
of that.
following rounds, I ended up getting teleported into the air some, then killed repeatedly by Vexay to the point where the score becomes 0
Yeah,
to
because you're pretending to be AFK, bro. Like you were the one trolling. This is what 8 hours down the line, 8 hours of stalling and trolling, and they're just trying to get you to fight.
Vexay would end up screenshotting this and sharing it around as if he had destroyed me, which is something he continues to parade to this day.
No, not true.
Now, with that all being said, as
Actually,
you can
that might not be true. I mean, that might be true, but I doubt it.
See,
like,
I
you
did
stalled it. You never fought on the server. I mean, the whole thing, you got to explain a reason why you never fought on the server, and you still never have now till this
record
day.
all of this, so you can clearly tell that I wasn't actually trigger botting in this scenario.
No one thinks you were actually trigger botting. Everyone thinks you were troll trigger
Despite
botting.
this, I acknowledge the fact that regardless of my poor relationship with Vexay, it wasn't very smart of me to troll him in this manner, and it was a complete waste of time for anyone else that was involved.
Duh.
This is a scenario where I can't blame people who might be inclined to think that I'm hacking, since my behavior throughout the process was obviously really immature. One assumption that people have made out of this scenario, though, is that I completely avoid playing servers other than PvP Club.
Duh. Facts.
Isn't the case at all. In fact, a significant portion of my tier tests have taken place across different servers,
Okay, let's hear the servers. Let's see if she has control of them or not.
including ones I had no staff role on. Despite this, though, there's a pretty
What were the servers? What were the servers?
unfair double standard that's being applied to me. When I tested for tier 1
What server is she talking about?
and Sword,
But she didn't even say what server it
Vexay
was.
was assigned to me.
Does anybody know what server she's talking about? What server did she play on that she didn't own? Anybody know? Nobody knows. Nobody knows, bro. One guy said PvP Legacy, and that's it. She's a staff on PvP Legacy, and there's no way she did a tier test on Legacy. An SMP tier test on Legacy. There's no way.
On a server to play. I suggested multiple different options, but Vexay completely insisted
What the?
on doing his
24. Did this happen in 2024?
own server. It's worth mentioning that I didn't even own any of the servers that I was suggesting to him, yet Vexay refused to fight me on any of them despite them being the most popular servers to play on at the time.
I don't know. She has control of so many servers.
Furthermore,
like US PvP is a really popular Crystal PvP server from 2021, and the old owner gave it to me, and for some reason Marlow just had console access on that server, and file manager access, and was uploading her own mods. And she was opt as well. She just had control of every single top server because she had a really big goal of puppifying or manipulating every server owner, every important figure in the community, so that she can get what she wants. I mean, it worked, I guess. But luckily, all this proof came out, and now we know that this happened.
he uploaded a video proving his legitimacy by booting his computer in-game while recording his monitor. Somehow his video has been met with extremely positive reception, whereas my video that provided more than his has been met with massive amounts of hate.
Yeah, because there's so much more proof against you than there's no proof that Vex is a cheater, but there's millions of not millions. What am I saying? There's so much proof against you that you're a cheater, and there's proof that you're Danger Mario, and it's 100% proven proof with the Discord messages and the Telegram.
All this shows you is that the community has virtually no regard for fairly judging evidence standards, and will only form their
Says you, and she posts fake screenshots of people, without seeing if it's true or not. She's super hypocritical.
opinions based on preference of the person.
Super messed up.
I've had tons of people sending me hate for the camera angle. And
Also, yeah, what in the world? What is this camera angle? You can't see anything. Hold on, let's see what she has to say about this.
based on preference of the person. I've had tons of people sending me hate for the camera angle in my video, but it's actually the best possible angle that could be done without adding in additional cameras.
What? How is this the best possible angle? We can't even see a percentage of the keyboard. We don't see the keyboard at all. We don't see your fingers even pressing down on the mouse buttons. This is not the best possible angle. What are you talking about?
Since it somewhat displays both my monitor and my other hand on the keyboard.
Nah. You could have done a way better angle, and you could have done multiple angles.
Which wouldn't be
You
possible
bought a whole laptop, but you couldn't get 2 camera angles?
from a bird's eye view. I find it ludicrous that people are giving me hate for this while Vexay is able to provide much less and receive tons of public praise for it. It's all incredibly backwards.
Best angle.
And unfortunately, it's not the only scenario in which double standards are being applied. I'll now be moving on from this point.
Another thing that I'd like to talk
Bro.
about is how Floatives was literally there and watched this happen, and somehow in his new video he concluded that Marlow wasn't cheating. I don't know how you can go from thinking Marlow blatantly
Yeah, it's because Marlow is a really good manipulator.
cheats to just suddenly thinking she's legit. Additionally, this also happened for Swipe. We can see in an unlisted livestream of his He's constantly accusating Marlow.
I can't lie, bro. Like, nah, that's just fucked. That is just fucked, bro. Literally, out of nowhere, her hit started doing like double damage, bro. What was that?
I left
dude,
that
is
combo seed SS,
bro.
Is it 34 to 22?
Dude, swear to God, bro. She like, what the fuck was that? Did you see how many times?
No, oh my god, bro, oh my god.
Dude, she fucking did a 3-heart axe crit. That's not possible. We're really gonna talk about how like.
Wait, damage? Nah, there's no way that damage was changed.
She was down 20 rounds and all of a sudden her hits started doing more damage, bro.
And
Like,
he even complains to I'm Reds, another high tier 1 Axe player, in his DMs. However, suddenly he starts commenting and defending Marlow. This makes absolutely no sense.
I don't think Swite is defending Marlow at all anymore. Like, I think he's fully on the opposite side. Like, he hates Marlow, I think.
In this portion of the video, Kuma brings up the fact that Swite has previously accused me of cheating in an Axe PvP test. This refers to a live stream where I ended up making a significant comeback against Swite, and during the process he accused me of using strength and resistance potion effects. Swite has already retracted these claims, stating that he only made them out of frustration, but for some reason people are under the impression that I've somehow blackmailed him into doing so, so I'll be taking the time to address the proof today. Here's a few clips for context.
what? Wait, how did that do so much damage? There's no world where that should have killed me. What? Wait, what the fuck was that? That's just absurd. What was that damage? No, that was not possible at all. Like, what? What is happening? No, like, I'm just shocked. She has resistance. She just has resistance. I don't know. Whoa! What is that damage? No, I'm clipping that. Yo! That.
Let me see the damage.
Whoa! Resistance. I don't know.
So, wait, he has 2.5 hearts? I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about the damage. I mean, yeah, I doubt that Marlow updated the damage there. I think he's just tweaking. Like, how can somebody be this good after, like, out of nowhere?
Whoa! What is that damage? No, I'm clipping that. Yo! That is not fucking possible. Hello? Motherfucker just did a super crit. She has fucking strength. Dude, she fucking did a 3-heart axe crit. That's not possible.
No, it was 2.5. It was 2.5.
2.5, bro, but I can count. Like, I know. Like, you know how you just know from experience if you're gonna die or not?
Before I proceed, I'd like to reiterate that I'd prefer if people didn't vilify Swite for the manner in which he behaved here. It's in the past, and he's transparent about the fact that he said it out of frustration. As for the actual
Well, I have to go pee so bad. I'm so sorry, guys.
And he's transparent about the fact that he said it out of frustration. As for the actual damage values, if you go through the video, you can clearly see that it lines up. For instance, in the round where Swite accuses me of using resistance, you can see that he dealt damage proportionate to me having roughly 2 hearts at the end of the round, which is correctly displayed in chat. As for the 2 main instances where Swite calls me out for using
I mean, here's the thing. Why is she going over this evidence when, like, this isn't evidence that people looked at and was like, oh yeah, Marlow's Danger Mario and a cheater. Nobody looked at that, seeing that. She's dragging scenarios that are easily provable to, like, help her side. But then the moment there's something actually important, she just gives, like, some, like, stupid reason as to why it could happen.
Possible based on the amount of health he has. Kuma's video phrases this situation as if it's bizarre that Swite would go back on his claims, but considering the claims are so easily debunked, with even his friends in the call telling him so, it's much more reasonable to assume that he genuinely retracted his opinion here rather than somehow being blackmailed into doing so. It doesn't seem like the community thinks this way though, since it's become an extremely widespread narrative that I'm apparently blackmailing people into silence. This leads me to an important point that I've been waiting up until now to bring up. I'm going to play a clip to demonstrate.
And while I could say a lot more, just like DrDonut here, I'm sort of forced to be silent. So that wraps up the video.
What you just saw
Forced to be
reveals how this
silent?
situation is able
Oh,
to be
shoot.
twisted in a manner that
No, the
allows
reason you're forced to be silent is because Marlow has tried so hard to get so many fans, and also it's so easy to be a fan of Marlow. Marlow has this massive amount of fans that just listen to anything she says. So the moment you like call her out for anything, you just get completely cooked. I think that's what he means by being silent. And also Marlow has silenced people. Like Marlow made hate videos on me, King Default, and all these different people that talked about the situations because I don't know, she's selfish and she just wants to be right. I don't know. So yeah, it's Aximity kind of probably is silenced. And now look at this video. This video, she spent like what 50% of the video just talking bad about Aximity. I don't know if it's 50%, but she spent a huge amount of the video just talking bad about Aximity instead of forgetting about the fact that Aximity was the one that made the claims and just looking directly at the claims. That's what she needs to do. It doesn't matter if it's Aximity or not. We care about the facts. We don't care who publicized the facts or who made the facts really popular, which is Aximity.
when
Like it
malicious
doesn't matter if it's Aximity giving the
actors
the proof.
pretend that they have stuff to say, but that they're being silenced from doing so. It causes people to become hyper-conspiratorial to the point where anyone who defends me is automatically written off as someone who is blackmailed
And
by me.
here's what I think. I think the reason why it's like the banned players that are making these videos about Marlow is because they have nothing else to lose. Everybody else is so scared to talk bad about Marlow because they don't want to lose their tears that they spent grinding for. They don't want to get a bunch of hate. But these banned players, they're off the hook. They're the ones that are the least silenced because Marlow has no more control over them because they're banned. I don't think it's because they're mad at Marlow for banning them. I think it's just because they have nothing else to lose, and I guess they happen to be the people that speak out.
This
because
method
of
is
that.
proven to be extremely effective for isolating me, since any would-be supporters can automatically assume that they're just going to be labeled as someone who is either blackmailed or paid off, neither of which are good for their reputation. Since the direct effect of this causes the claims to go uncontested, it fosters an environment of mass conformity to the narrative that I'm somehow a blackmailer. This is obviously an extremely immoral strategy for people to try to use on me, but that's completely irrelevant to those who want me gone. I know that this strategy has been actively diminishing my support circle, because I've seen several people delete their comments due to the hate received from it. Most people don't know this, but it's also the actual reason for why Swide initially deleted his comment that was defensive of me. The reason people didn't realize this was because Swite would eventually later end up leaving a comment that was critical of me, but that doesn't retrospectively invalidate the fact that he was targeted with lies to the point where he felt pressured into deleting the first
They're
one.
not lies, bro. Nah. He deleted it because he didn't believe that you were legit anymore.
While we're on the topic of his more recent
Well, I mean, I
comment,
guess that's not what he said, but
though, I'd like to
know.
take a moment to respond to it.
I guess never
What you
mind.
have to understand about when I was making my hand cam video is that the most widespread allegations I was receiving were different from what they are today. I made my video in a manner that actually reasonably addressed those claims. However, my video is now being judged based on an entirely separate allegation that I used stun hacks, which only became popular after the video was posted. This method of judgment is unfair. To put it into a better
How is that unfair? What?
perspective, though, imagine a police officer suspects someone of driving under the influence, so they give them a breathalyzer test. After the suspect passes the test, they decide to arrest them anyways because their parking was weird.
Wait, I don't get it. What's bad about that?
It's not like I was ever given any set of
Bro, you made a video that showed you weren't aim assisting, and like I don't know what else. That's it. We can't even see your keyboard. So then in this video, we see that you're using, or that you can no longer stun people anymore. So we're like, oh shoot, she's cheating. But all of a sudden, it's unfair to say you're cheating? That doesn't make sense.
of instructions or parameters on what I was supposed to do aside from debunking the current allegations. For those of you wondering what a stun is, though, it's the hit after you perform a shield disable. Within my handcam video, I only miss one shield disable, but I rarely go for double-click stuns,
Right.
which is what Swite's
Which is what you all have always gone for double click stuns, and you're the #1 person who does the most stuns, and you mess up the least, and you at unhuman levels. But all of a sudden, when you're hand camming, you can't hit a single stun.
is referencing. This ultimately comes down to the fact that my setup had to be different when recording the handcam video, since if I used keyboard place like usual, then it would elevate my middle finger to where you could no longer properly see my pointer finger clicking attack. As a result of this, my mouse grip was slightly different in a way that made performing double clicks feel less natural than I was used to.
Oh my god, that's so stupid. That is so stupid. So she's saying because she gripped her mouse a little differently because of the hand cam. Why could she not just have keyboard place in her hand cam? That doesn't make sense. But anyways, because for some reason she couldn't do keyboard place anymore. She didn't have that one keyboard above her right click. All of a sudden her grip is a little shifted and she doesn't hit a single stun. Seems stupid. And why would she not like say that right away or something? Like, bro, that's just so dumb.
And since I was winning by so much, I didn't ever imagine that something like this would be a problem. It was also much more important that my left clicks were visible. I've actually
The left clicks were not visible, by the way, just letting you know. So you took off the key to make your left clicks visible? What are you talking about? That you can't even see your finger. We can't even see the finger. You're an idiot.
Problem. It was also much more important.
Bro, you can not even see when you click.
That my left clicks were
That's
visible.
so stupid.
I've actually spoken to Swite about potentially meeting up and dueling on LAN in order to fully disprove
Yes, Marlow's down to meet up with people and duel them. Let's do it.
the allegations.
Let's do
While
it.
this might seem extreme to some people, what you have to consider is that my entire livelihood has repeatedly been torn apart by people going after me like this, and it's simply become far too profitable at this point for people to stop anytime soon.
Yes, please, Marlow. Marlow is down to duel people on LAN. That's exciting. That means hopefully soon. I'm down to fly out tomorrow. I'm down to fly out in whenever the earliest she can do it, just to help her reputation if it's true. But I promise you, it will never happen. And I'm not going to delay it at all. If she wants me to fly out and duel her, I will do it. And I'll stream the whole thing.
So Swite, if you're watching this,
$25,000 too.
I want you to know that
I guess you are, bro. Dude, I'm being so dead serious. I would do it.
Still open on
It's a great content, bro. It's amazing
that
content.
offer, and I'd appreciate
And that's the number one thing that would instantly like clear her. So why would she not do that immediately? She also is saying she wants to meet up with all these people on LAN immediately. Like she wants to meet up with all these people. She's already met up with Rai. She's met up with all these people. Why would there be any reason for us to not meet up in 1v1? I guess we'll see. As time goes on, you guys will see that I will never meet up with Marlow and we will never do the 1v1.
To prove my legitimacy.
Or if I do meet up with this actor, then we will never 1v1.
In such a concrete way. Now that we've gone over the 4 main videos on this topic, it's time to move on and discuss the macroing evidence that's been going around lately. What you're seeing on screen right now is a list of frame timings for both my respawn anchors and my base attribute swaps. Since these timings—
Yes, this is way too perfect. She also needs to, I hope she includes what a normal person or like what another tier 1's frame timings are.
taken from montages and demonstrations, we can pretty easily rule out the respawn anchor evidence. This is because of the fact that the way in which I anchor practically requires you to have consistent timing for it to work, and if it didn't work, then obviously the clip would never be included in the video. There's not too many people who want to watch messy gameplay when it comes to videos like these.
What? So you had to macro your anchors because what? She had to macro her anchors and make it perfect frame timing or perfect timing every time because it would be not entertaining for the anchors to be a little less consistent? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
On the other hand, though—
That's it? That's it? That's all she's going to say about her anchors. She's low-key right on that. What? She's right because— What are you talking about? She's right because her anchors need to be like equal timing, each anchor, for the video to be entertaining? That makes zero sense at all.
Attribute swap evidence is slightly different. Unlike respawn anchors, which would very visibly disrupt the quality of gameplay if executed poorly, when it comes to attribute swaps, that's only half true. The fact that I never miss an attribute swap in my base montage makes perfect sense, since failing one would completely ruin the clip. If you look at montages from other top players, the same behavior can obviously be seen. On the other hand, though, the timing at which I swap back to my sword after an attribute swap is far less important to the quality of a clip, yet I almost always seem to do so in exactly 3 frames. This is in fact unusual, however not to the degree that people seem to think. In order for you to understand why that is though, I'm going to need to explain how Minecraft actually processes inputs.
Frames are different than ticks though.
Minecraft doesn't run continuously in real time. It operates on a tick-based system. The game updates at 20 ticks per second, meaning 1 tick every 50 milliseconds. Any inputs you perform during that 50 millisecond window don't execute immediately. They get queued and processed together on the next game tick. This is important because it means your actions aren't registered at precise moments, but are instead grouped into blocks of time. When I land a mace hit and immediately switch back to my sword, both inputs often fall into adjacent tick windows, which is why it usually shows up as 3 frames. In other words,
okay, yeah, because you do it within 3 frames.
What you're seeing isn't actually frame perfect timing.
Oh, she's saying she does it even faster than 20 TPS.
but rather the
But then wouldn't it just not work?
way in which Minecraft makes it appear so. With proper muscle memory, this pattern isn't nearly as unrealistic as people seem to think it is, especially because of the fact that the montage was recorded at a lower tick rate. Ultimately,
I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but please share your gameplay of you fighting a top tier player. That's not a pre-recorded montage. It's just not gonna happen.
due to the low sample size of this evidence, paired with the fact that it's taken from a montage, in no world should these
Or just get this girl to 1v1 anybody on land, or 1v1 me on land, $25,000.
timings be treated as conclusive proof, since with a better data set you'd see more variance. The logic being used against me here actually stems from a well-known concept called survivorship bias, which is when conclusions are formed solely from material that survives a filtering process. Since montages are a filtered data set by design, you're not going to get the full picture.
This is just a stupid argument because the montages are fully fake. So I don't understand why she's even saying
terms of
this.
statistics. Now that we've covered that though, there's one more claim which I'd like to go over that's been gaining traction recently. I've seen a lot of people using clips of conjoined actions like these to accuse other people for hacking. What actually happened here was the person recording experienced lag that caused all of the actions to appear as if they happened at once when his game resynchronized. I've managed to replicate this exact same thing a few times now under these circumstances. So
Okay, but okay, yeah.
But safe to say that this was the case.
But you just anchor way too fast away consistently. That's the problem. Not really that sometimes you anchor within the same tick, or that you do all of this within not the same tick, within the same like updated tick on that player's side. It's just that this wouldn't really happen that often to players who are legit. You just do it so fast that it's more likely to happen to you.
Case. Now that we've gone through all of the accusations in this video, there's a few things I'd like to talk about. I feel like one thing that a lot of people don't understand is that there's an element of stamina when it comes to dealing with allegations like these. If you open up TikTok, for example, you'll see tons of people who randomly make claims that aren't true whatsoever.
That's true.
A lot of this started back when It's Real Me made an appearance on the Unstable SMP, and I would end up becoming collectively hated across TikTok when I passed him shortly afterwards. This led to people going to great lengths to prop up It's Real Me by stating that I only passed him because he got a job and went to college, when he was actually
But this
only in
doesn't
high
matter.
school. And
Defend yourself. Don't just talk about random BS. We're not your fans. We don't want to become fans of you.
neither of these things were true. People would add on to this by circulating around tons of completely made-up rumors about me, which somehow regularly receive thousands of likes.
We don't feel bad for you.
The point I'm trying to make here is that whether or not rumors get spread about me is seemingly completely out of my control, since random unforeseen circumstances like It's Real Me appearing in an Unstable SMP video should normally have no negative effect on me, yet somehow it does. I don't even have a TikTok account, but one exists of me with over 100,000 followers. With the sheer quantity of false information that goes around regarding me, there's simply no possible way for me to keep up with it all. Yet it seems as though people are under the impression that for every new allegation that comes up, I'm intentionally dodging it if I do anything other than debunking it. Quite frankly, I find this way of living to be a bit depressing. If I don't respond to allegations, my reputation
Bro, it's you. No. What's crazy is that you can instantly debunk all of this by having this person hand cam, face cam, and play crystal. That's all you need. But it took you a month for you to not even do that. That's the easiest thing you could do. Also, why can this girl not make the Marlow voice anymore? Like, it's just so stupid.
Continually degrades itself over time, and I end up being isolated. But if I do respond, I have to put everything else in my life on hold and spend my time repeatedly debunking things. This is all a complete contrast to the act of spreading allegations, which in many cases requires nothing more than making confident statements.
Bro, it takes you 20 minutes for you to hand cam and post it.
Way that implies that what's being said is simply a well-known fact. The amount of stamina required from each side is simply disproportionate, and I'd appreciate if more people could keep that in mind. With that being said, thanks for watching.
Okay, so here's what we learned. Marlow debunked 0. Am I wrong? She debunked 0. She came up with reasons. Hold on. She came up with reasons as to why it's possible for her not to be Danger Mario. But it is way more likely in every single scenario that she's a cheater or that she's Danger Mario and that all the allegations are true. Way more likely in any of the accusations that made sense. It's way more likely that all the accusations are true. And not only that, we also have 100% proved evidence of the Telegram and of the Discord. She said that the Telegram was fake, which is not true. That's eventually going to come out soon, hopefully. But the Discord is 100% proven because you could log into the Discord and see messages going back to 2018 that line up perfectly with everything. And the same guy who released the Discord is also the same guy that launched the Telegram. So why would the Telegram be fake? That's why I'm so confident about that. But Marlow is not a real person. This is an actor. This is a wig. And all of it is fake. Marlow's not a real person. And anyone who thinks that she is, I'm sorry, but you just don't know all the information. I don't know why you're just randomly on Marlow's side. And what else? What else? Is there anything else? I think that's it.